Chapter 16. Kalen. China caved. They are now allowing NUF to even set up massive game centers in all their major cities. Tyrannus. I guess that means we should be ready for a flood of new players. Kalen. Yup. The rest of the world is now kind of terrified of NUF. Tyrannus. Hopefully nothing bad happens. Kalen. Agreed. I cannot think of how I can repay you for saving me last night. The next evening, Angela sipped on a glass of wine aboard the Audacious at a table set on the forecastle. Locks glanced at Vannessa and nodded for her to go ahead. Angela, I think we have something that would work. Anything, Vannessa. She smiled at both of them. Your two crews and friends did me a great service. Vannessa let out a sigh. The favor I am asking for is that you hear this out in confidentiality and keep it that way, even if you elect to not go along with it. Okay? You have my attention. Angela leaned forward. I will keep this conversation between us. She glanced at the man in robes who had been with her when they freed her. He was standing nearby on watch. He nodded his head and moved further away. So, you know the Crown Prince has been exiled, Vannessa began. Angela nodded along. Well, we are initiating a rebellion to back him in dethroning his mad father. Vannessa explained to Angela how they had come across Ambrose and the events that led to starting off the rebellion. Locks could see the NPC's baseline intelligence trying to adapt to what Vannessa was telling it. What we would like is for you to try and convince your father to join Eldtyre. Locks held his breath as he stared into Angela's eyes. He could see the conflict brewing inside the NPC as its previous decision path was being changed. He just hoped it fell the right way. Angela blinked. May I see Ambrose? Locks nodded and waved for Saul to go fetch him. A few minutes later, Ambrose walked up onto the forecastle. Locks saw the stocky man in robes stiffen at the sight of the prince, but he did not act. Angela rose and bowed to Ambrose. My lord, it is good to see you in good health. I had feared for you when I heard of your fate. Rise, Angela. Ambrose pulled her to her feet. It is good to see you again. I am glad that my friends were there for you in your time of need. Is what they tell me true? Angela looked into Ambrose's eyes. Has your father gone mad? Ambrose nodded sadly. It is indeed true. His advisor has corrupted him and makes decisions that threaten the entire kingdom. Then I will help you. Angela looked over at the others. Even if my father will not, which I do not think is likely, he has no love for the king. I will support you in any way I can. Locks felt a weight lift off his shoulders, and he smiled, knowing that the other players who had the quest, as he did, were also reading over the white sheet of paper he was. Quest update. Quest. The Rebellion. Prince Ambrose has decided on a course of action. He has started a rebellion against his father. You are among the first to join his rebellion. Your goals are simple. Protect the prince, grow his royal privateering fleet, and bring other duchies under the prince's control. Angela Terradon has agreed to join your cause and attempt to bring her father into the rebellion as well. While she is confident of her ability to sway her father, she promises that she will join the cause herself, even if that fails. Reward? Unknown. Now let's have the others join us. Thomas has prepared us quite the feast. Vannessa smiled at Angela as Saul flew off to fetch the others. Thomas? Isn't that the cook's boy from your family, trained by Marissa? Angela gave Vannessa a wide smile. One and the same. She smiled back. The next day, Locks stood aboard the Bartaris, Angela's ship, and watched a map similar to their own scrying map. This map showed a much larger area, and they watched as the pirate frigate sailed to the south along a channel skirting the large island. I have dispatched a small, quick cutter to track them back to their base," Angela assured them as the ship left the vision radius of her scrying map. "The ship has some of my best casters aboard to conceal her, so she will now be seen." "You sure you want to go after them?" Lox looked up at Angela. "Your ship is a trading vessel, not a warship." Angela let out a throaty laugh. "That she may be, but she is more than a match for any ships in these waters. Besides, the city is calling in any local privateers and is sending its own frigates to support us." "All right, we will go back to our ship and start making preparations to leave." Lox turned to leave. "We will leave in 2 days," Angela called after him and Vannessa. "That should be more than enough time for the local privateers to gather either here or meet us on our way there." When Lox returned to the vessel, he saw Cleopatra holding one of the 2 casters they had captured by his neck. "What's up, Cleo?" "This is a player who thought he could pass as an NPC." The man squirmed in her grip. "Let go of me! I just wanted to join your crew!" The wizard, judging by his robe, managed to get out. As he did, Lox recognized the voice and froze. "Peleus? That you?" The man stopped struggling as Cleopatra looked at Lox and let go of him. Lox used the monocle to examine the player as he slowly turned. Ike Mendoza. Occupation? Wizard. Soul level? 38. The man turned and met Lox's gaze. His doubt at who he was faded. He would recognize the dead look in his eyes, no matter the body that bore them. It was the same dead look he had seen when he visited Lox in the hospital. A dead void that had a hint of sickly pleasure at the suffering he had caused. Only here, the look exemplified even more. He had created a character that everyone would recognize as a hero archetype until you looked into his eyes. "Lox, I wondered if I would ever run into you here." His voice caused Lox's skin to crawl at his happy tone. "It is Ike now. I'm glad I found you. I had wanted to find you so I could tell you just how much I hated you." His voice changed from one of almost joy to anger with his last words. "Hated me?" Lox was flabbergasted. "You ended my life and took some sort of sick pleasure at it. You showed no remorse at all for what you did." "Well, it's not my fault. Some people are just meant to be used for others' joy." He growled back. "But my father agreed with you and forced me out of the company. He is making me go to counseling. This is the only place where I can enjoy myself anymore." His weirdly cheerful voice returned. "But now that I have found you again, it is all worth it. We are going to have so much fun together. Here, no one can stop me from beating you to death over and over and over again, each time finding new, inventive ways to do it." The sneer returned, and he would have continued, but a blow from Cleopatra knocked him out. Everyone stood in silence for several long moments. "You want to kill him?" Cleopatra finally asked. No, Cleo." Lox shook his head. "He would just respawn. Give him to the guards as a prisoner and explain what he did. They will at least lock him up for a while." "You going to be okay?" Cleopatra asked as she picked up the unconscious player. Lox paused and shuddered a little. "I think so. I just need some time to process this." Lox moved away from her and Vannessa, heading for his cabin. He heard Vannessa talking with Cleopatra as he entered the cabins. A few minutes later, Vannessa came in and sat with him. Lox stood on the forecastle, listening to the sails snapping in the wind and watching the small fleet they were sailing in. The Audacious and the Bartaras sailed in the middle of a squadron of ships. Leading the way were 2 frigates almost twice as big as the Audacious from the city. Behind and around them was an assorted grouping of 6 other privateer vessels, anything from as small as a sloop to another frigate. A single burst from the front of the Bartaris drew Lox's attention from his examination of the fleet. Moving back toward the quarterdeck, Lox looked over the solid spell he had spent the last several days working on. He had thrown himself into the spell to get his mind off Ike. It had 3 metal rods standing upright in a triangle in the middle of the deck. Around them was a complex weave of magical threads shaped into symbols and structures. He was getting close to done with it now. He knew it wasn't going to be super efficient in mana usage. Still, it should function as intended without exploding, the most important part of any spell. He chuckled at memories of an irate instructor beating the concept into his head after he destroyed a lab. Lox heard shouted orders being relayed and the splash of the anchor being dropped and the chain run out. He crossed the main deck and climbed up beside Vannessa and the others as they looked over the scrying map. He saw a small cutter just coming into view of the map. Angela signaled a halt. I think she wants to have a meeting to plan our assault. Vannessa nodded over at the Bartaris, where Lox actually saw Angela waving for them to come over. All right, who is coming with Vannessa and me? Lox glanced at the others. Everyone shook their heads, but Cleopatra. I will join you. I want to see that map you were telling me about. But by the time they lowered a rowboat and made their way over to the massive galleon, Lox saw the cutter and rowboats from the city's frigates had already made their way there as well. The 3 of them scrambled up the rope ladder let down for them, securing the rowboat to a tether so it wouldn't float away. Angela met them at the top of the rope ladder, giving Vannessa a warm hug as a greeting. Good timing. Thrace was just going over the information the cutter brought us on the pirate base. Angela waved for them to follow her. On the quarterdeck, around the large scrying table, stood Thrace and 2 distinguished-looking men wearing traditional captain's hats. Lox, glad you could make it. We were just getting ready to make a plan of attack. Let me quickly bring you up to speed on what we are sailing into. Thrace expertly maneuvered the scrying map around until it showed the fleet on one side of the map. Here is where we are. The cutter tracking the pirate frigate lost track of them there. He tapped on a spot halfway between the fleet and the other side of the map. They spent some time looking for it, and would have missed it if the pirates hadn't gotten nervous and attempted to attack the cutter when it drew too near. He tapped another spot further along the same course they had been following. The cutter retreated away from the spot and concealed itself with magic, and spent a day watching this coastline. They eventually saw a vessel creep out of a hidden alcove. That night, they snuck as close as they dared under their concealment spells, and one of them swam quietly in. After a short time, the alcove opens into a large cavern where the pirates have built a large base and have a dozen ships docked. Lox looked over at the nearby shoreline. The elevation of the island must change severely to allow for such a place. The cavern appears to be under a mountain cut in half by the shattering. Thrace nodded in agreement. If you will pardon me, Captain, it sounds like an almost unassailable position. Cleopatra met the captain's gaze. One of the city's captains let out a derisive snort. They are pirates. Our vessel will lead the way and smash them to pieces. Thrace eyed the captain for a moment. If you are so confident, then by all means lead the way. I guess that should be all the planning we need then. The 2 captains nodded as one and left. Cleopatra made to protest, but Angela squeezed her arm. When the city captains were gone, Thrace turned back to them. You are right. Those 2 are fools. My suggestion was going to be that we have a land assault hit the cavern at the same time. Since there appears to be watchers on the cliffs, there likely is either a man-made tunnel or natural tunnel connecting the outside to the cavern. I can lead that, Cleopatra volunteered as she glanced at Lox. I need to stay with the Audacious, Lox told her, but you, by all means, could. We will just have to make sure we stay out of the melee. I was hoping you would offer. Thrace moved the map again. We will include a contingent of our guards with whoever you take, and send you forward on the cutter to this cove. This is the cutter's captain. Another man approached wearing a captain's hat. There was a tiny cove on the map now that had a winding trail leading out of it. You should just have enough time to get into position before we hit the cavern, if you hurry. I can make that happen. Just make sure you send up a flare when you attack. Cleopatra left with the captain, heading for the cutter. I will need Felix, but you can take the rest, Lox called after her, and she gave him a thumbs up in acknowledgement before disappearing over the edge of the galleon with the cutter captain. Not long after Cleopatra left, he saw the cutter dart over to the Audacious and take on more men, overfilling the cutter. But the ship remained stable and darted ahead of the fleet. As it passed the frigates, Lox saw the cutter shimmer and then vanish behind a spell. Lox, Vannessa, Thrace, and Angela discussed plans for the fight for a while after they left. They spent as much time as they could discussing their plans before flares from the city frigates told them they were getting tired of waiting. Lox heard the booming, concussive spell echoing out of the tunnel as the Audacious followed the Bartaras in the wide tunnel. Glancing back, Lox saw a line of the privateer vessels following them in. He checked over his completed solid spell nervously one last time. Everything good? Felix stepped away from the casters he had been organizing. Cleopatra had taken a quarter of his corps, mostly the healers, as support casters. Looks like it. I just hope the cavern is tall enough. Lox watched the tunnel walls passing by. Well, we will soon find out. Felix began to build a barrier spell inside the ship's permeated barrier. Lox joined him, layering in a few weaker barriers of his own. Finally, they pushed into the cavern. Lox's worries about the ceiling being too low for his spell proved to be unfounded as he stared slack-jawed at the soaring ceiling. An explosion drew his attention to the frigates that had pushed in close to the pirate base and were currently engaged with several vessels that had managed to get free of the docks. The base was lit with hundreds of torches and large fires from where fireballs had landed. As they moved, the Audacious followed the Bartaras to flank the frigates, making room near the tunnel entrance for the privateer fleet to follow. Lox saw Felix's magical corps had been divided into teams. Each team was already building large, powerful group-based magical artillery spells. He moved beside his solid spell and engaged with it. In his eyes, a magical hologram showed a thin line tracing out into the base, showing the arcing path the projectiles would follow. He carefully aimed the construct at a brigantine attempting to undock. "Hit where I am aiming!" Lox called at Felix as he fired the construct. A magical beam arced between the metal rods, forming a cage before a crackling ball of light blue energy shot into the air. Lox watched the human-sized missile fly high over the battle. Right before it hit, twin bolts of lightning struck out at the targeted vessel, and Lox saw multiple barriers shatter. The magical ball punched through 2 more barriers before hitting the deck. It exploded in a massive ball of hellfire that shattered the deck of the docked brigantine and lit almost half the ship on fire with hellish blue flames. "Damn," Lox whistled. "That worked well." He glanced at the solid spell and saw that while it would be able to fire again, the spell would take some time to recharge. A wave of magical attacks launched Felix's magical corps across the water and continued to ravage the already burning vessel. "How long for that thing to recharge?" Felix asked, as the roar of magic faded. "It is going to be a bit." Lox shook his head and stepped away. "I should have made it so we could recharge it, but didn't think of it until now." Lox saw beams of magic and waves of arrows pouring off the forecastle of the Bartaras as it too engaged the pirate base. "For now, let's focus our attacks on the same ship as the Bartaras." Felix was already building a new spell. Lox stepped away from the construction and drew his wand and grimoire. He used the grimoire because for his spells to be effective in a fight like this, they needed to be big and complicated, not simple like he normally used. The noise of the fight grew louder as more and more privateer ships joined the fray. Spells, arrows, and other projectiles flew all over the cavern as the fleets engaged. The vessel Lox had targeted initially was the first to fall, and Lox was surprised to see 2 streams of ship points off of it, one that went to the Audacious and one that went to the Bartaris. Lox saw a massive buildup of magical energy from a tower deep within the pirate base with his eyes of the gods. A spear of ebony black and purple necrotic energy shot out and hit one of the city frigates. The spear penetrated the ship's barrier and punched into the hull before exploding and practically ripping the vessel in half. Almost immediately, the frigate began to sink. Lox was again surprised when streams of ship points came from the dying Allied vessel. "You see that?" Lox asked Vannessa, who had joined them on the forecastle with a crossbow. "Yeah, that tower needs to go." Vannessa fired at a rowboat full of pirates pushing toward them. The bolt exploded, shattering a weak barrier around the attack craft. "No, the streams of ship points coming from the Allied frigate." Lox shook his head. "I did not." Vannessa began to reload her crossbow. "I think you can only see them because of your eyes." Lox shrugged. He had never thought of that. He checked the construct as he drank the first mana potion. It was slowly approaching half charge. As soon as it was charged, Lox knew what his target would be. Lox joined in the next barrage of attacks, clearing the water around the Audacious and Bartaris of small attack craft. Lox kept an eye on the tower as they fought and saw it starting to build up a magical charge again. "Felix, make sure our barriers are at full strength. Vannessa, warn Angela to do the same." Vannessa immediately pulled a flare wand and fired off a series of multicolored flares above the Bartaris. Answering flares told them the message had been received, and the message continued through the fleet. The preparations turned out to be for naught, as the spell fired toward the back of the base and exploded against a golden barrier. Zara. Lox recognized the spell. It was a perfect counter for the necrotic attack. Lox checked the construct again and saw it was charged. "Felix!" He engaged with the construct again. "Long-range attacks on the tower! This will hopefully bring it down." Aiming the construct at the tower deep within the base was hard. It took Lox several minutes to get the indicator to line up with the distant target. When he finally did, he fired the construct, and another blue ball of energy shot out across the base. When it was halfway there, Felix yelled, "Fire!" and a barrage of speedy, long-range magic missiles fired in a cluster at the tower. From the forecastle of the Bartaris, a second cluster of magic missiles joined the barrage. Combined attacks hit the tower right before the incoming orb. Barrier after barrier flared and shattered until none were left, and the missile blew large chunks of the tower. Finally, the ball of energy hit and exploded. When the ball of fire disappeared, the top of the tower was gone. The remaining base of the tower and the roofs of the building around it were covered in hellfire. After the tower fell, the fleet gained an advantage over the pirate forces, but not a large one. The fight raged on for hours. By the end of the fight, Lox and many other casters could no longer keep the mana potions down. They had started using a crossbow with Vannessa and the other ranged fighters as they waited for their mana to replenish on its own. This was true for many casters on both sides, and was evident by how magical attacks were becoming less common. Lox heard cheering coming from his crew, and looked to see Cleopatra leading a charge to cover along the docks. Most of her men managed to get under cover in time to avoid a hail of arrows from a large cluster of archers on a warehouse roof. They were out of range of Lox's crossbow, but when he checked the construct, he saw it was fully charged again. He quickly targeted the archers and fired the spell. Unfortunately, the hellfire explosions from the construct had been getting weaker as Lox continued to use the spell. The explosion was not enough to do more than coat the roof in hellfire, but the archers had to let up firing, allowing Xerxes to take several out as they put out the fire. Slowly, the fight began to wind down as the docks were cleared, and, one by one, The pockets of resistance were besieged and then broken by the fleet. Lox found himself in the Audacious crow's nest at the end of the battle as he surveyed the ruin of the fleet. The Audacious and Bartaris had escaped severe harm, each only having a few scars from magical attacks that sank through their strong ship-based barriers. However, that was not the case for much of the rest of the fleet. The second city frigate was listing hard in the water. The privateer frigate had several large fires burning on it and had lost its mainmast. The small vessels had fared better. Only one had been sunk, a brigantine similar to the Audacious, while the small sloops and brigs had either not been targeted or dodged the majority of attacks. On the other hand, the pirates were much worse off, with smoldering ruins of 3 frigates, a war galleon, 2 brigantines, and 10 other smaller sloops and brigs lay burning on the docks or floating in the harbor. The base was pockmarked by magical explosions, and large portions of the base were on fire. Where the hellfire had hit, everything had been reduced to rubble, the eroding flames eating even stone. Lox was excited to see how many ship points they had taken during the fight, but that could wait until the base was fully secured. Lox disembarked with most of his, Angela's, and the remaining city frigate's crew. Very few of the other frigate's crew had survived. The necrotic spell turned all killed by it into undead monsters that killed the rest of the crew as the ship sank. Even now, a few undead could be seen wandering onto the shore where the docks allowed. They had taken an hour to catch their breaths, barricading streets to make a fort on the docks for them to land. "We need to sweep the city one more time," Cleopatra told them. "I left Jed with a garrison in the tunnel when we pushed into the base." "Yeah, it's gone." They all turned to see Jedediah walking toward them from where the Audacious was docked. "When the tower fell in the middle of the base, a group of high-level players hit us and pushed through." "Damn it." Cleopatra kicked a piece of debris in frustration. "Well, either way, we need to clear the base. Why don't you take another group to go hold the tunnel again so you can catch anyone stupid enough to stick around?" "I will go with you." Thrace moved up beside Jedediah and waved for a large portion of his crew to follow. They gave the pair an hour to get in position before sweeping the base, destroying and looting most of the remaining buildings. Only a few hundred scattered pirates were found across the base as they scoured it, some of them running toward the tunnel only to be cut down by Thrace and Jedediah. By the time they finished, the only buildings remaining standing were the warehouses along the docks. They would also be destroyed after they were emptied. Lox stood on the forecastle of the Bartaris with Angela and Vannessa, surveying the destroyed base. There were lines of men carrying crates of goods out of the warehouses to the ship. Angela had agreed to give them a fair price for the portion of the goods they found, allowing them to continue to sail south without being weighed down by the cargo. "So, what are your plans next?" Lox looked at Angela. "Well, I am going to head home and have a little chat with my father." Angela shook her head. "To be honest, this scares me. A civil war, no matter how justified, will always be messy." Lox didn't respond right away. He knew she was right. Earth's own history of wars showed that civil wars were some of the worst types of war. "Well, hopefully we can try and avoid some of the worst aspects of it." A silence stretched before Vannessa coughed. "You know you are shorting us on the value of Caldist pipegrass." "As if," Angela turned on Vannessa. "The markets in the local area have been saturated by a convoy from a few months ago." "So?" Vannessa shot back. Lox, followed by Saul, promptly dove over the railing and down into the water below to escape the bickering women. The Audacious was anchored a short swim away, and Lox quickly covered the distance. Scrambling up onto the deck, Lox headed for his cabin, excited for what was coming. When he entered his cabin, he was taken aback when he inspected the magical core. It was bigger. It still had the internal swirling dark blue energy, but was now the size of a large grapefruit. He reached forward and placed his hand on the smooth, glassy surface. Instantly, his vision was filled by menus. You have found the magical core of your ship. A magical core installed in ships gives the ship unique traits and abilities. This particular core is a relic from an age long past, known as a soul anchor, and contains great power that will only grow with time as you strengthen your ship. The soul anchor grants your ship several abilities. Core Level 2. Ability 1. The Harvest. Creatures or objects with soul energy slain within 200 meters of the ship by the crew or itself will have a larger proportion of their soul energy absorbed by the core, raising both its and the ship's strength. The ability will be upgraded with time as the core and ship grow. Added function: soul energy utilization. Stored soul energy can now be used to boost the ship's speed or cause rapid repairs. Levers to trigger these abilities have been added next to the wheel. Ability synergizes with the Reaver ability and will absorb soul energy at the range of the Reaver ability. However, at higher ranges, the amount harvested is greatly reduced. Ability 2. Magical Conduit. All magic casts created on this ship are 30% more powerful, easier to use, and cost-effective. This effect will grow in strength up to 50% and eventually allow the ship to cast its own spells once it has its own mana pool. Added function: soul tethers. There are now access points for users to draw on the soul energy stored within the vessel throughout the ship. Ability 3. Soul Anchor. A bound soul can anchor their soul to the core, so when they are slain, they can respawn at the core. If the ship is destroyed or stored in a bottle, the bound soul can choose to wait to respawn or respawn at the previously bound altar, shrine, or temple of creation. Purchased abilities. Reaver Level 1. Core Ability. When a vessel is sunk within half a kilometer of this ship, the core will harvest 10% of the vessel's ship points. Propelled by Magic Level 1. The ship's sails now capture a small amount of magical currents and use them to increase the force generated by the wind. Scrying Map Table Level 1. Install a scrying table on the quarterdeck that gives a bird's-eye view of the ship and anything within 1 kilometer. Force Shield Level 1. The ship generates its own force shield that blocks incoming attacks while still allowing the crew to fire back through the shield. Locks moved on and opened the Upgrades menu. Ship Level 15. Available abilities for purchase. Currently available ship points, 31. Available salvaged points, 41. Smooth Hull Level 1. 1 point. Reduces the rate at which the hull will foul and slow the ship's passage through the water. Reinforced Hull Level 1. 1 point. Increases the durability of the hull of the vessel. Wind-Blessed Sail Level 1. 1 point. Sails are easier to deploy and maneuver. Locks took the time to read through this time and purchase several of the cheaper, smaller upgrades that he normally just glossed over. Passive Mana Regeneration Aura Level 1. 10 points. Increases the passive mana regeneration for all crew members aboard. Passive Health Regeneration Aura Level 1. 10 points. Increases the passive health generation for all crew members aboard. Passive Stamina Regeneration Aura Level 1. 10 points. Increases the passive stamina generation for all crew members aboard. Propelled by Magic Level 2. 10 points. The ship's sails now capture a small amount of magical currents and use them to increase the force generated by the wind. Force Shield Level 2. 30 points. The ship generates a stronger force shield that blocks incoming attacks while still allowing the crew to fire back through the shield. Passive Hull Regeneration Level 2. 20 points. The hull will slowly self-repair any non-critical damage on its own. Scrying Map Table Level 2. 30 points. Install a scrying table on the quarterdeck that gives a bird's-eye view of the ship and anything within 1.5 kilometers. Salvager Level 1, 15 points. Allows the crew to harvest 15% of a captured vessel's ship points, destroying the vessel. Reaver Level 2, Core Ability. Cost 30 points. When a vessel is sunk within a kilometer of this ship, the core will harvest 15% of the vessel's ship points. Fog Bank Level 1. Costs 10 points. The captain will gain the ability to summon a concealing fog bank once per day to hide the ship completely. Along with the smaller upgrades, Locks purchased the next level of Reaver and 2 more propelled by magic. He managed to use up all of the upgrade points he had gathered. After spending the points, he looked over the overall upgrades again. You have found the magical core of your ship. A magical core installed in ships gives the ship unique traits and abilities. This particular core is a relic from an age long past, known as a soul anchor, and contains great power that will only grow with time as you strengthen your ship. The soul anchor grants your ship several abilities. Core Level 2. Ability 1. The Harvest. Creatures or objects with soul energy slain within 200 meters of the ship by the crew or itself will have a larger proportion of their soul energy absorbed by the core, raising both its and the ship's strength. The ability will be upgraded with time as the core and ship grow. Added function: soul energy utilization. Stored soul energy can now be used to boost the ship's speed or cause rapid repairs. Levers to trigger these abilities have been added next to the wheel. Ability synergizes with the Reaver ability and will absorb soul energy at the range of the Reaver ability. However, at higher ranges, the amount harvested is greatly reduced. Ability 2. Magical Conduit. All magic casts created on this ship are 30% more powerful, easier to use, and cost-effective. This effect will grow in strength up to 50% and eventually allow the ship to cast its own spells once it has its own mana pool. Added function: soul tethers. There are now access points for users to draw on the soul energy stored within the vessel throughout the ship. Ability 3. Soul Anchor. A bound soul can anchor their soul to the core, so when they are slain, they can respawn at the core. If the ship is destroyed or stored in a bottle, the bound soul can choose to wait to respawn or respawn at the previously bound altar, shrine, or temple of creation. Purchased abilities. Reaver Level 2. Core Ability. When a vessel is sunk within a kilometer of this ship, the core will harvest 15% of the vessel's ship points. Propelled by magic Level 3. The ship's sails now capture a small amount of magical currents and use them to increase the force generated by the wind. Passive hull regeneration Level 1. The hull will slowly self-repair any not critical damage on its own. Scrying map table Level 1. Install a scrying table on the quarterdeck that gives a bird's-eye view of the ship and anything within 1 kilometer. Force shield Level 1. The ship generates its own force shield that blocks incoming attacks while still allowing the crew to fire back through the shield. Smooth hull Level 2. Reduces the rate at which the hull will foul and slow the ship's passage through the water. Reinforced hull Level 2. Increases the durability of the hull of the vessel. Wind-blessed sail Level 2. Sails are easier to deploy and maneuver. Reinforced fibers Level 2. Ropes and sails are tougher. After finishing his review, Locks opened his character sheet. Character Soul Level 43. Name: Locks Stelicus. Race: half-human, Nullcore. Unspent stat points 17. Spent stat point 200. 5 stat points per level. Health 386. Health regeneration 9 per second. Equipment modifiers 2 per second. Total 11 per second. Stamina 334. Stamina regeneration 14 per second. Equipment modifiers, 2 per second. Total, 16 per second. Mana, 870. Mana regeneration, 28.7 per second. Equipment modifiers, 1 per second. Total, 29.7 per second. Carrying pounds, 290. Stats: Intelligence, 100. Spirit, 77. Equipment modifiers, 1. Total, 78. Vitality, 18. Equipment modifiers, 20. Total, 38. Resilience, 16. Strength, 29. Endurance, 32. Agility, 44. Dexterity, 43. Actual level, 67.8. Experience, 11,521.1 of 28,197.0. He had not expected to have gained 3 levels, but happily spent 15 of his available points. Lox was also happy to see slight increases in many of his lower-level stats just from natural work. Putting 10 points into Spirit and 5 points into Dexterity, Lox glanced over the menu one more time and exited out of his character sheet. His attention returning to his cabin, Lox was surprised to see sparks of magical energy coming from the core and spreading through the ship. He followed the majority of them out onto the main deck and was stunned by the sight of magical energy coursing through the Audacious as the ship was upgraded. The Audacious followed behind the Bartaris as they both slipped out of the hidden bay. The other privateers had left the previous day. They had all agreed waiting a day would make it harder for any to determine where the Audacious had gone. Lox stood on the forecastle, starting work on a new solid spell design. He had disassembled the motor spell. It had proven effective, though the spell's power had waned as the integrity of the spell had decreased. His hope was to make a powerful cannon, this time using the soul energy reserves stored inside the Audacious. The light outside the cavern was bright as the sunlight reflected off the blue water. Lox saw Angela waving goodbye from the stern of the Bartaris as they turned north and headed back for the city of Hulnenes with the surviving crews of the city's frigates. They had also ended up sending a large portion of the treasure they had gained with them to help the city recover from the loss of its ships. Many hours later, Lox wiped sweat from his forehead as he stepped back and examined his work. The sun beating down on them all had greatly worn on him as the day had progressed, but nonetheless, he thought his work looked solid. The spell suspended 3-meter-long metal rods with complex patterns and weaves of magical threads. Checking the sky, he saw the sun was just about to set, painting the sky with beautiful shades of oranges and reds. Taking a deep breath, he connected his magical construct to the soul energy access point. It took only moments for the soul energy to travel the length of the tube he had woven and enter the center of the magical construct. Lox blinked and realized his mistake. The soul energy contained way more power than the magical construct was built to withstand. Oh, crap, was all he could think before the spell detonated. The next thing Lox was aware of was immense pain in his chest and stomach. Opening his eyes, he saw he was hanging from the mainmast, pinned there by the 3 metal rods he had been using. The forecastle's top had been cleared, and a crater in strong wood showed where he had been working. The crew was scrambling around in shock, looking around for the attack. "Oops!" Lox coughed out a mouthful of blood right before his world faded to black. You have died. Explosions will do that to you. Time remaining until respawn, 3 minutes 59 seconds. Do you wish to remain here waiting for resurrection, or enter your mindscape? Lox glanced around the ship in his etheric form once more before selecting to enter the mindscape, and the world faded. Appearing in his mindscape, Locks chatted with Regis for several minutes before deciding to get some sleep. He had not progressed enough to have enough focus points to spend. Regis told him nothing major had changed in the defensive emplacements. As Locks respawned just outside his cabin, he sighed and turned and entered. He had died in the late afternoon, and it was dark out, so he decided it was best to get some sleep. As he passed through the door into his cabin, lit by a pair of lanterns, a slipper hit him square in the face. "I see you are back." Locks, stunned, looked around and saw Vannessa already cocking back her arm, loaded with another slipper. "You injured a half-dozen crew members and destroyed the top of the forecastle." Locks managed to dodge the next projectile as he held out his hand placatingly. "Vannessa, hold up. It was an accident, and nobody was killed, so no lasting harm, right?" Vannessa glared at him and made to throw a shoe at him, causing Locks to jump. "You are no longer allowed to experiment with your solid spells aboard this ship. Hey now, that is not fair." Locks carefully crossed the room toward her. "It was the soul energy that made the explosion so nasty, so how about I just refrain from working with it?" "I don't know." Vannessa hedged as Locks moved toward her. "The constant explosions from your magical experimentation are beginning to give me a twitch." Locks pulled her into a hug. "You know, not all of those are from solid spells. Sometimes they are just normal spells I am playing with." She sighed. "You know you aren't helping your case." "Maybe," Locks acknowledged as he kissed her forehead. "But didn't you worry about me? Even a little?" Vannessa chuckled. "Not one bit. It occurred to me, though, that since you always come back, if we ever get in a big fight, I can always just kill you to get some time to cool off." Locks froze, holding her in a hug as the horror of what she just said sank in. Well, I guess I should just keep you happy." "Damn right you should." Vannessa broke away from him and pushed him backward, causing him to trip and fall down on the bed. She smirked. "I will make sure you know how to as well." Chapter 17. Locks. For those of you interested in magic, mixing pure soul energy with any primary aspect, while interesting, is very explosive. Kalen. Did you blow yourself up again? Felix. That and the front of the aft castle. Vannessa still isn't talking to him. Kalen. I like the sounds of this Vannessa character I keep hearing about. She seems sensible. Locks. You know, I thought we had made up last night, but it turns out sleep just made her more irritable. Locks was standing on the aft castle with Cleopatra as they both examined the Boreal Duchy map they were about to enter. Vannessa, what are these? Locks pointed at a strange-looking arch on the map. Vannessa handed the wheel over to the crew member attending her and joined the two of them at the map table. Oh, those indicate sea tunnels. Both Locks and Cleopatra looked at her in confusion, so she explained. The Boreal Duchy is rather famous for them. They are places where the water cuts under an island in a strong current that will pull the ship through. Are they safe to use? Cleopatra moved the map around, noting several of the symbols drawn in the map. Some of them are kind of safe. Vannessa shrugged. My dad always told me to avoid them, if possible. Locks took over the map and glanced at Vannessa. Where is Mardis Dane? Vannessa came up beside him and moved the map around a little. I think it is over in this part of the duchy. Sort of surprised this map doesn't have them marked on here. No rush, but I would like to go there eventually. Locks eyed the region she had indicated. Just a second. Cleopatra moved the map back a little. I thought I saw something. When she stopped, she was looking at a larger island with 2 sea tunnels in it and a small island inside a lake in the middle of the island. What is this? Vannessa had a look of trepidation cross her face. First off, that is inside the second layer of Caldist, so everything there is dangerous. Locks did his best to hide the smile he felt growing. That island has a lot of rumors and mysteries about it. The stories say that the sea tunnels pull you straight through that lake and kick you out the other side with no opportunity to stop. assuming you even survive. There are even more rumors about a large dead city nestled around the lake and a massive tower that releases an eldritch glow at night in the middle of the lake. So, Locke saw the wide smile that had spread on his face reflected on Cleopatra's. I know where we should go. Right. Where else better to hide the prince but on a haunted island? Cleopatra nodded along happily. Did you two not hear that island is in the second ring of the Caldist and infected with undead and eldritch magic? Vannessa glanced between the two of them. I mean, if you are scared, we can put you ashore before we head in. Locke reached for her hand. We have enough crew to leave behind to stay with you. Like hell! Vannessa snatched her hand away and glared at him. Fucking adventurers. She stormed away, swearing up a storm. Locke watched her go before glancing at Cleopatra and fist-bumping. A haunted island with a dead city and strange eldritch magic? How can we not go? Sails sighted! The cry of alarm was followed by more shouting that slowly brought Locke out of his deep concentration. He was working on developing a new third-tier aspect. He ever so carefully let the study he had been working with bleed off power before it faded with a pop. Locke had been on the stern of the Audacious, up above the aft castle. This was one of the places Vannessa had told him he was allowed to experiment with his magic, far enough away that he could harm no one. In the time it took him to safely end the study, the crew had all come to full alertness. He saw Xerxes quickly scrambling up the rigging to the crow's nest before scanning the northern horizon. Locke turned to see if he could see anything from his perch, but only saw islands and water behind them. He made his way down to the scrying table and joined the rest of the players along with Ambrose and Vannessa as they waited for Xerxes to report. The scrying map showed the numerous islands scattered around them, but no matter how much they looked, they saw no ships. Xerxes joined them several minutes later. It is a small fleet of royal privateers. They appear to be tracking us and are spread out enough to catch us in a net. I would not be surprised if they had more ships scattered out beyond my vision as well. Crap, Jedediah hissed. I guess we knew they would come for us eventually. What do we do? Ambrose surprised everyone with his question. Well, for now, we run. Vannessa let out a sigh. A single royal privateer will be faster and stronger than us, much less a fleet of them. If they are faster, how do we get away? Locke knew this was going to only have solutions he did not like. I know what she is thinking. Cleopatra gestured for them to look at the two levers next to the wheel. Each of the levers were topped with a crystal orb. One had swirling, vaporous energy in it, and the other held thick, viscous fluid. We tested the speed once while you were respawning the other day. It gives a massive boost in speed for several minutes, hopefully enough to keep us ahead of the privateers. But won't we run out of soul energy pretty quickly then? Locke had to ask. Yes, we will, Vannessa nodded. So we'll just have to keep an eye out for ships we can sink as we pass. Locke glanced around at the others. Any other ideas? You and I can provide wind to the sails to help us keep our speed up. Felix gestured with his staff at the sails. Good point. Locke nodded and waited for other ideas. After a minute, no one had any more input. Well, Felix and I will do our best to keep the sails full and hope the speed boost will keep us ahead. Locke felt a hand shaking his shoulder, and he groaned, trying to roll over. Come on, Locke. A voice floated deep into his sleep-addled mind. Felix is dead on his feet and needs you to take over. Still not comprehending, Locke tried to push away whoever was bothering him. A light flared, and he felt a sting in his foot. Boss, get up. Locke bolted upright and saw Xerxes standing over him with Saul shining brightly and hovering next to his head. Traitor. Locke glared at Saul before swinging his feet out of bed and stumbling toward the cabin door. Over the last week, Locke and Felix had been taking shifts pouring magical wind into the sails to keep their speed as high as possible. Felix had tried to get his magical core to help them with the process, but after they almost lit the sail on fire for the third time, he had stopped. The process had also been exhausting for both of them. The last week was not much more than a blur to Locks. He hardly had even been able to keep track of where they were on the map anymore. All he knew was that they had recently-ish turned around a bend at the end of a long island they had been racing along. The process had been worth it, though, and only today had the first privateer come within scrying vision of the Audacious. To keep up the speed, they had sunk 2 small caravels they had come across in their flight, though neither Felix nor Locks were involved in the fight. As they walked out onto the main deck, Locks took a second to notice it was nighttime, though Sol flaring as bright as he had should have clued him in on that. Locks climbed up the aft castle and saw the glow of Felix's magic filling the sails. Sighing, he was just beginning to build his own spell when something caught his attention. "Hold up, Felix. Let your spell die." Almost immediately, Locks saw the glow of magic fade and felt the ship slow slightly. "What are you doing?" Vannessa asked in alarm as Locks walked over to the rail. "One of their ships is less than half a kilometer behind us now." "What is that?" Locks pointed at an eerie green glow out over the water. Vannessa joined him, along with Cleopatra, who was on watch with her. "Isn't that the island you were telling us about?" Cleopatra peered out at the glow. "It is," Vannessa nodded. "We should go there," Cleopatra insisted. "I doubt that the privateers will follow us in, and even if we can't find a way to stop inside, it will give us quite the lead on them." "Assuming we survive the trip," Vannessa hissed. "That place has eaten more ships than you know." "Well, it's that or fight the privateers in the morning." Felix leaned heavily on the rail. Everyone was silent for several moments. "Well, let's get the crew up then." Knowing his magic might be needed later, Locks did not fill the sails with magical wind. He instead stood next to the scrying table, watching the privateer slowly creep closer to them with Cleopatra and an exhausted Felix. As the hours ticked by and they drew closer, Locks worked with Felix's magical core to build strong layers of barriers around the stern of the Audacious. Then, as they approached the island, the pursuing privateer began to open fire. The magical and physical ranged firepower the royal privateer brought down on them was massive. Locks worked as fast as he could to reinforce the barriers, but it was clear it was a losing fight. "Brace yourself!" Vannessa screamed over the cacophony. "Here we go!" Locks felt the Audacious suddenly get caught in a massive current and stumbled as the ship lurched. He looked forward and saw the yawning mouth of a pitch-black tunnel opening up in the face of a cliff that disappeared into the night above them. As the Audacious swept into the tunnel, Locks glanced back in time to see the royal privateer turning hard to avoid the current itself. He carefully made his way over to the wheel, where Cleopatra and Vannessa struggled with keeping them in the middle of the tunnel as best they could. Suddenly, the exit of the tunnel opened before them and sailed out into a large lake. The strong current pulled them directly toward a soaring black tower that had an eldritch fire burning at the top of it. Locks could see a sharp rock breaking the water around the tower's base, and several ships' skeletal remains on those rocks. "We need to turn!" He pointed at the rocks. "If we do in this current, we will capsize." Vannessa struggled with the wheel, trying to divert their course around the tower. "If we don't, we sink!" Locks ran over to the levers. "Do it!" With a struggle and a roar, the 2 women turned the wheel, and the Audacious turned perpendicular to the current. Almost immediately, the ship began to lean dangerously in the water as they slowed. Locks pulled the lever, and they shot forward. Just as the ship was almost completely on its side, they broke free of the current. The Audacious righted itself, rocking back and forth violently as they shot into the calm water. Locks saw several crew members and players dangling from the railing and rigging of the ship as they rocked back and forth. He hoped they had not lost anyone, since there was no way they would survive out in the current. Locks heard the splash of anchors as Vannessa ordered them dropped, and he looked around the shadow-covered island and smiled. They were safe. For now, anyway. The next morning, Locks woke feeling much more alive and human and made his way out of his cabin and back up onto the quarterdeck. In the dark, he could not see what lay around them in the lake, other than the glow of the eldritch fire at the top of the tower. Now that daylight was shining down on them, he was impressed by what he saw. All around the lake was covered by the ruins of a massive city. If he looked closely, he could also see the ruins of hundreds of small piers. What was most impressive were the few huge piers that were still intact. They appeared to be made of solid stone, melded together seamlessly, much like the walls of Eldtyre. He could see one pier easily, but saw the indication of several more scattered in the distance, leading to several parts of the city. "You think it is safe to dock at the end of one of those piers?" Locks moved over to the scrying map, where Cleopatra was. "Zerk is up top checking that out right now," Cleopatra told him as he examined the map. The 1-kilometer range of the map only barely showed one of the piers, and not even where it connected to the city. "Here he comes now, actually." "Morning, Locks." Xerxes moved over next to him. "So, from what I can tell, the city is full of what looks to be undead and other monsters. The piers, at least the closest one, only have a few weaker undead moving around on them." "So we can safely dock there?" Cleopatra looked out at the pier in the distance. "I think so." Xerxes glanced over where Vannessa was standing, using a telescope to look at something. "What do you think, Vannessa?" "I think we would be fine to dock." Vannessa lowered the telescope. "I see no debris in the water around the end of the pier, so the approach should be safe, though I think we will want to set up a barricade on the pier if we plan on staying here long." "I think we should consider that." Jedediah climbed up on the quarterdeck, having overheard their conversation. "It is possible they think we are dead now, but if we leave here, doubtless news of us will reach the royal privateers again, and they will come for us. So we are trapped here?" Locks looked up at the soaring tower and shuddered a little. That place gave him the chills just looking at it. Its sheer black walls rose almost straight out of the water, with a few shuttered windows dotted around. "If we can get into the city, we can send someone up to the cliff to look out and see if the ships are still waiting for us," Cleopatra suggested. "We would need to send them to the southern side of the island." Vannessa pointed at the mouth of the tunnel leading out of the lake. "That is where they would be waiting for us." "Well, that sounds like a plan to me." Locks walked to the railing and looked out toward the pier. "We dock, find and secure the pier, and then try and get to the south side to see if our friends are waiting for us." Chapter 18. Locks. About how many immortals have made the transition? Kalen. About 10% so far. We are slowly having the lowest level players transition, so we maintain power. Locks. Makes sense. It would be bad if a PKer guild hit you while all your strongest players were underpowered. Kalen. Exactly. We have some top-notch gear that will help when they get strong enough to use it. Locks. Good to hear. Locks examined the barricade that they had built across the pier. It was made of crates and spars from the Audacious. It wasn't much of a barricade, but it would hold for now. About a third of the crew was stationed on the barricade on alert, watching for any incoming undead. "You about ready to go?" Locks joined Felix at the barricade while he was giving orders to his magical corps. "Yeah, just giving them orders for what to do if we come back hot." Felix waved away the man he had been talking to. "Good. I am sure Vannessa and Ambrose will know what to do as well." Locks moved toward the single exit through the barricade where Cleopatra, Xerxes, Jedediah, and Zara waited. "All right, team." Cleopatra turned and started leading the way down the pier with Jedediah next to her, and the other four bringing up the rear. Our goal, for now, is to check out that structure at the end of the pier. Hopefully, it is intact enough to be used as a defensible position. If it is, we will signal Vannessa and work on strengthening the position for a few hours." Everyone in the group voiced their understanding as they followed her down the pier. Along the length of the pier, they ran into several groups of zombies and skeletons. Locke's eye told him they were all around a soul level of 20, and the group annihilated them almost without breaking stride. As they approached the end of the pier, the ruins of the city behind the building guarding the end of the pier became more distinct. It was clear this city had once been the seat of a great power. The stone ruins of large warehouses were clustered around the base of the pier. In the distance, further up away from the water, were the decrepit ruins of large, multi-storied buildings. As they approached the large fortified structure at the end of the pier, Locke glanced over the side and understood why the piers were so long and why this fortification existed. Churning in the water below them were hundreds of sharp rocks just barely beneath the surface of the water. He guessed all the shoreline must be like this. Locke saw that the piers were the only feasible access to the city. The fortifications allowed whoever owned the city to keep an eye on what was coming in and protect it from potential invaders, like a normal city gate. The fortification now stood before them. It had a single main gate, wide enough for 3 carts to fit through at a time. On one side of the wall was a strongly built gatehouse that bulged out from the wall. It had a single solid steel door that had not rusted, even given all the time that had evidently passed. Locke attempted to open the door, but no matter how hard he or Cleopatra tried, the door would not budge. Examining the gate, Locke saw a ruined portcullis had been knocked aside at some point in the far past and lay partially blocking the gateway. The walls were at least 30 meters tall, and as the group cautiously passed through the gate, they saw they were almost 10 meters thick. On the other side of the wall, Locke saw a staircase leading up to the top of the wall. Locke followed Cleopatra up the stairs, Jedediah taking up the rear guard. As Cleopatra got a view of the top of the wall, Locke heard her let out a battle cry and then spring up the last few steps. Hurrying behind her, Locke and Felix rushed to the top of the wall, where they found Cleopatra already surrounded by a dozen zombies in old, tattered guard armor and wielding rusty weapons. Locke's eye triggered, and he briefly glanced over the information of the first zombie. Zombie guard, soul level 25. This zombie was reanimated by some unknown force and maintains a pale reflection of the skills it held in life. Acting quickly, Locke fired a simple 2-aspect beam of life and holy fire. Though the beam only had the 2 aspects, they were higher-tiered aspects, and the beam cut through the zombies like a knife through hot butter. Soon, the rest of the party joined them at the top of the wall, with Zara's healing magic flowing out to Cleopatra. Xerxes and Jedediah hung back and kept an eye on the stairs. If they had all learned one thing growing up in a world obsessed with zombie movies, it was never to get surrounded. "Well, that went swell." Cleopatra kicked a zombie head, sending it soaring out over the city. Locke saw a pile of wood and metal parts over the top of the guardhouse and guessed it was ruins of some ancient siege equipment. Behind it, he saw what looked like a trap door in the wall. "Hey, I think I see another staircase leading down into the guardhouse. Let's check it out." Cleopatra glanced at Jedediah and Xerxes. "You guys good to hold here?" "Sure are." Xerxes gave her a thumbs up. "We are getting party experience either way." Cleopatra led the way down the trap door Locke had spotted. It first led to a floor full of collapsed bunk beds, with a handful of guard zombies staggering around. The floor was dimly lit by banks of arrow slits on the walls facing the piers and windows looking out over the water. They quickly cleared the floor and continued on down. The bottom floor had better lighting, with windows barred by heavy metal bars on 3 sides. Locke barely had time to register this when Cleopatra screamed in pain and rolled down the last few stairs, clutching at a javelin that seemed to have sprouted from her stomach. Locke's attention snapped to the single zombie in the room. He quickly put his monocle into place to get a better read. Guard Captain Zombie, soul level 35. This zombie was once the captain of the guard for this fortification. As his city burned, the captain refused to flee to the waiting ships, instead holding the position to allow as many citizens as he could to escape. His force of will allowed him to maintain many of his skills when he was raised as a zombie by the new lord. Occupation, guardian. Disposition, hatred. Health, 600 out of 600. Mana, 100 out of 100. Stamina, 652 out of 700. Status effects, none. More information began to roll, but Locke ignored it as the guard captain's attention snapped to him, and he charged toward the stairs. Though the captain was strong and a mini-boss, he was far outclassed by the four of them. Locke, Saul, and Felix blasted with a torrent of magic, while Cleopatra got to her feet and charged it, still glowing from the healing magic of Zara's spells. The brief fight ended with Cleopatra decapitating the captain in a smooth stroke of her axe. As the head rolled over Locke's feet, the eyes fixed on his eyes, and he heard a wispy voice echo in the now silent room. "Thank you for releasing me. Now go and free my city." The voice faded, and the eyes closed on the captain's head. A pulse seemed to emanate from the corpse of the zombie, and a pale blue light washed out from the body. Locke rushed to the window and watched the light travel the length of the pier. "You guys see and hear that?" Locke looked at the others. "We heard the voice, but saw nothing." Cleopatra was suddenly holding a paper in her hands, and Locke looked down to see he was holding one as well. The fallen city of Westia, quest type, unique. The city of Westia was once the seat of a mighty and powerful magical empire that ruled most of the shattered continent hundreds of years ago. Some unknown tragedy befell this mighty city, causing it to succumb to some dark force. The city is divided into regions guarded by the undead. Defeating the region's guardians and claiming the region will cause the curse to be lifted off the area. Then, the undead of that section will stay dead upon defeat. You have been tasked with saving the city from its cruel fate. This will be accomplished by freeing all 60 regions of the city and defeating the evil that resides within the tower. Objectives: regions freed, 1 out of 60. Find a way into the tower, 0 out of 1. Defeat the evil presence there, 0 out of 1. Do you accept this quest? Yes or no? Locke accepted the quest and dropped the paper, watching it turn into magical particles as it fell from his hand. He smiled widely at the others. Well, damn, this is cool. The others all had similar grins plastered on their faces as they all looked at each other. It was sure great being the first players to make it somewhere. They explored the room they were in. The guard captain's remains had no useful weapons, time having destroyed all that was of value. Locke found the heavy steel door and removed the equally heavy steel ball from its back with Cleopatra's help. The door then swung open, grinding against the rubble scattered about. "If we pile stone in the gateway, this could be a really strong position for our people to hold while we clear the city." Felix poked his head out the door and looked at the gate. "Exactly what I was thinking." Cleopatra followed him out onto the pier. "Go ahead and signal Vannessa." Felix nodded, and a few seconds later, a swirling ball of fire shot into the air. As they waited for Vannessa and Ambrose to arrive with the crew, they set to work completely blocking the gateway with anything they could find. When Locke saw the Audacious slowly moving closer, they managed to stuff the gateway with almost every spare rock and rotted plank they could lay their hands on. As they watched the Audacious approach, he became worried about the sharp rocks, but then saw a figure standing on the box of the ship watching the water and knew he had nothing to worry about. When Vannessa led a large group of crew members to the fortification, Lox waved for her to follow him inside and showed her the way up to the top of the wall. As he did, he told her about the quest they had all received about clearing the city. "Seems like a big job for the 6 of you." She looked out over the sprawling ruins of the city on the other side of the wall. "It will depend a lot on how strong the undead are deeper into the city." Lox was well aware of how hard and time-consuming this potentially could be. He already knew the zombies, even in the region near the fortification, were quite a bit stronger. His eyes of the gods had allowed him to see a nearby wandering zombie in the low 30s. He guessed this pier was meant to be one of the easiest regions, so the players could have a base to work from. It was really that this world still had a few game aspects, so places like this were accessible to players. That was rough. Lox leaned on his knees, looking out at the ruined square they had just fought the next region's mini-boss in. The boss had been a humongous fat zombie that was resistant to all physical damage and most magical. Its main attack was charging in a straight line at speeds that should have been impossible for a monster of its girth. Cleopatra early on had tried to receive a charge and stun the disgusting creature. Unfortunately, that plan had backfired, and she had gotten stuck in the rotting blubber that surrounded the Guardian. When she had finally broken free, she had collapsed to the ground, and Zara had to run over to heal her. The fight devolved into a series of dodges and blasting away with ranged attacks until the nasty zombie had been reduced to a smoldering pile of stinking flesh. Several times, Jedediah or a recovered Cleopatra saved Lox, Felix, or Zara from the charging creature by getting close enough to draw its attention. "You have no idea," Jedediah shuddered. He, too, had gotten stuck in the flesh of the zombie briefly. Fortunately, Cleopatra had been close enough to grab his hand and pull him free. "So, guys, I have a prompt asking if I wish to claim the region." Cleopatra looked around the tired team. "Should I?" "Might as well," Lox shrugged. "I mean, it is a quest for the area." "But what if we used this for level grinding?" Zara held up her hand for Cleopatra to wait. "That is a good thought." Lox walked over to Cleopatra. "But there are plenty of other regions we could do that with. This one would only be mainly useful in that sense for you and Jedediah. The rest of us hardly got any experience from the regular mobs. And I think it would be a good idea for us to get a better handle on what needs to be done for claiming a region," Xerxes added as he joined the group in the middle of the destroyed square. The rest of the group voiced their agreement, and a moment later, a notification appeared in Lox's vision. "Region claimed, 2 out of 60. He blinked away the text and looked at the others. "Well, let's see what the next one is like." "This was a really fucking bad idea." Felix ducked as an arrow whizzed past his head as they ran down the street back the way they had come. "You had to pick the region with the strongest zombies, didn't you?" "Well," Lox gasped a lungful of air as they turned a corner. "I figured it would have fewer, more powerful monsters and be a good source of levels." "Enough talking!" Cleopatra's voice yelled from behind them. "More running!" Lox glanced back to see a small horde of high level 40 zombies closing with them, the lanky ones leading the way. When they initially pushed into the region, the solitary monster in the high 40s, individually, they could handle them quite well. Even 2 or 3. But when they turned a corner, 6 of them had ambushed them. The whole thing went to hell in a real hurry. The noise of the fight drew more zombies, and they chose to run rather than be killed. Now they were being chased by at least 20 zombies, with archer zombies following along on the rooftops. Zara had been killed in the initial attack, and they all had wounds of some kind covering them. "I see the region we came from up ahead," Lox shouted, a faint magical boundary visible in his vision. "We are almost there." They dashed the last half-block and crossed through the barrier just ahead of the zombies. Lox began to let out a sigh of relief, slowing a little, but then zombies crossed the barrier, and a new notification appeared in his vision. "Warning, the region is under attack. Defend it or lose it to the undead. "Crap," Lox hissed, and heard curses from the others. They continued their flight through the region until Lox heard a crunch and cry of pain from behind him. He looked back and saw a head-sized boulder had knocked Jedediah to the ground. Lox tried to stop, but Cleopatra ran into him and pushed him forward. "We can't stop now!" She jerked her head back, and Lox saw what she meant. There appeared to be fewer zombies than before, but instead there was a new, larger one. His eyes gladly provided information he did not want to see. Zombie Abomination, soul level 45, an amalgamation of lesser zombies to form this monstrosity. While the zombie abomination was lower level than the zombies that had formed it, Lox knew just how hard it would be to kill from the aquatic version he had fought before. With it being supported by the remaining high level 40 zombies, Lox knew they stood no chance. Before he looked away, he saw the abomination grab a fistful of rubble from a nearby building. A hail of boulders peppered them, and they were all hit, causing them to stumble. Lox saw Felix stumble and then take a pair of arrows in the back before going down. "Run!" Cleopatra yelled, and Lox saw her turn to face the incoming horde. "Cleo!" Lox yelled at her. "Your gear! We will come back for it!" He saw her brace her axe and then lunge forward, leading with her shield. "Saul, help her, and then go to the mindscape," Lox ordered as he took off with Xerxes. Cleopatra's distraction gave Lox and Xerxes enough time to get far enough ahead of the horde to lose them. Right before they reached the wall, Lox saw a new notification. Region lost. 1 out of 60. No zombies chased them as they climbed up the stairway and onto the wall. "Where is everyone else?" Vannessa approached them. "We heard the sounds of fighting deeper in the city." Lox shook his head. "We are the only ones that made it. Well, at least they will come back." Vannessa gave him a hug. "Yeah, but the loss of their gear is going to hurt our combat strength a bunch." Xerxes sighed heavily. "And on top of that, I think we need help." Lox pulled away from Vannessa and looked out over the city. "We need to protect every region we take. I am sure that if we don't, the other regions will send zombies to recapture them." "You are probably right," Xerxes nodded. "This feels like a strategy game almost. I wonder if there will be resources in the regions we take to help us. I mean, it is not like we stopped to look." "I hadn't even thought of that." Lox leaned against the ramparts, finally starting to catch his breath. "We will have to talk with the others when they respawn." "Here he comes." Lox saw Xerxes leaping from roof to roof as he traversed the city. "So how was it out there?" "It was like we expected." Xerxes leaned against the rampart next to Lox, looking back at the tower. "As you get farther away from this first pier and farther away from the water, the zombies get a lot stronger. My hunter skill doesn't give me as much info as your eyes, but it did allow me to see that the levels increase rather quickly. The highest I saw was level 70 mobs at the far end of the island near the top when I was checking for the privateers." He glanced at Lox, "who, by the way, are definitely waiting for us." "Too much for us to handle, huh?" Lox let out a sigh. "I would say so." Xerxes nodded. "We could likely grind our way through them all given time, but we could never hold any region. So even if Vannessa's plan to start training the crew on weaker monsters works out, we can never risk them the same way we can risk players." Lox pulled the magical message book Cirrus had given him and opened it to the directory page. He skipped over the general chat pages and check-in pages until he found the names list. He then scanned through names until he saw Cirrus. Flipping to the page to message Cirrus directly, Lox pulled out a quill and set his magical inkwell on the rampart beside him. "Know what you are going to say?" Xerxes looked down at the blank page. "Nothing too crazy." Lox dipped the quill in the magical inkwell. "We only want maybe like 4 or 5 more groups, and not the whole guild to come." Lox began to write a message. "Cirrus, we have found a place that I think could be perfect for leveling players who are sub-level 40 and recently made the transition. It is in a dead city that is hard to get into and full of high-level undead. We also have a quest for reclaiming the city, But due to its size, the quest is far beyond what we can accomplish with just ourselves. While we will maintain control of the quest overall, we are more than happy to share the rewards if the immortals can help us out. Based on what I have said so far, you can likely guess what the rewards are likely to be. It will be something special if it turns into the first player-controlled city in the world. We are looking for no more than 5 4- to 6-man teams. We want to avoid oversaturation so everyone can get the most out of this opportunity. Lox finished the message and read over it a couple of times before hitting send. Well, now we wait. Xerxes patted Lox on the shoulder. Let's go get some food. I can smell some delicious food Thomas has whipped up for us. The sun was just setting as Lox ate at a long table set up on the pier with the others when he saw a message appear from Cirrus. He had kept the book open to the page, hoping Cirrus would get right back to him. Sipping on some wine, Lox read over the message. Lox, good to hear from you. We are, of course, interested in helping you out. Your info on the mindscape was more valuable than you realized. Or not. You do seem like a pretty sharp fellow. Any chance you can send the feed of what you found to this email? immortalambassador@undying.com, so we have a better idea of what you are getting into? Our guild leader, Tyrannus, will reach out to you. He recently made the transition, so he is very interested in what you have found. He also yelled at me about you not being in the guild, so be ready for that. He is quite the boisterous fellow. Lox wrote a quick message thanking him, and then flipped back to the directory and looked up the guild master. As he did, he glanced up at Saul. Hey, you have the video of us sailing in here and showing the city in storage still? Sure do, Saul bobbed in the air. Well, send it to this email using my old email. Lox gestured at the email address, and Saul flashed in understanding. Lox then went to the page for the guildmaster and left it open, waiting for a message. A few minutes later, a message appeared from Tyrannus. Tyrannus, Lox, I am glad to hear from you. Cirrus told me good things, and your tip about the mindscape has changed a lot. It appears while we don't keep all the talents after level, we do get some focus points for them. You can imagine how many points higher-level players like myself got for all our talent levels. Anyways, once we get the details, I will lead a few teams to your area. Our higher-level players will act as transport mules for now. Lox, I bet Cirrus will love that, LOL, Lox wrote back. Ambassador email should have a video file from my old email account by now. Tyrannus, we have a person who is not a second chance in the guild who is logging out to check it now. The message came back a minute later. And Cirrus is complaining like a little bitch, but being in charge means I get to tell him to suck it up. Shoot Cirrus a message telling him roughly where you are based on your last location, and we will be able to find you. He grabbed a shrine of creation when he was there last, so it should cut down on time. Lox shot Cirrus another message and closed the book. Then, looking at the others, he smiled. Looks like we got help on the way. You know how long it will take them to get here? Felix asked. Likely a few days. Lox picked his wine back up. Do we let them bind to the ship? Xerxes leaned on the table, forearms crossed. I say yes, Lox nodded. At least until we find an altar of creation for them to bind to in the city. You two made up your mind if you are going to join them or not? Cleopatra looked between Lox and Felix. They are going to pressure you to join. I am not sure. Lox let out a long sigh and looked at Felix. Since Cirrus had left all those weeks ago, Lox and Felix had spent a lot of time discussing whether or not they should join. So far, everyone we have chatted with has been super cool, and there doesn't seem to be much internal strife. Lox clung to the back of the juggernaut like a leech, draining body after body. At the same time, Cleopatra, Jedediah, Felix, and Xerxes hammered its front to keep its attention away from Lox. When the mini-boss finally died, Lox found himself buried in a pile of zombie bodies and had to crawl his way out of them. Fortunately, the rush of reaping was still clouding his mind a little, else he would have likely hurled. The notification of having claimed the region appeared in his vision, and he dismissed it again. Without their gear, It had taken a full day of hard fighting to make their way back to this boss. On top of that, it appeared the zombies had maintained some of the higher levels, making the region much tougher than it had been before. Locke saw Cleopatra's outstretched hand through a gap in the bodies and grabbed it. Then, with a heave, she pulled him free of the pile of corpses. "Figured wimpy little you could use a hand." "Thanks." Locke surveyed the now completely destroyed square. "Now let's go find your armor and head back." It took them a little while to search the region for their missing gear. Unfortunately for Zara, they did not try and retrieve hers, since it was deep in the next region. However, Xerxes told her he might be able to sneak into the region and retrieve it later. As they were fully clearing out the zombies, they came across an intact building. After slaying the few zombies wandering around the large structure, the group carefully entered. They were all surprised by what they found. Inside, the building was lit by a warm, sunlight-like light emitting from a crystal sphere suspended from the high ceiling. Scattered throughout the room in rows were raised beds of dirt. Some of them had had their sides give way and had spilled their earthy contents onto the floor. Many more were covered by detritus. However, what surprised Locke the most was the rate at which the weeds were growing in the beds. It was clear whatever was causing the plants to grow at a rapid, visible rate had only just started, since the building's interior was not overgrown by weeds. So some kind of magical super greenhouse? Xerxes eyed a rapidly growing dandelion. Must be. Locke wandered a little further into the grow room, watching in awe as plants burst from the soil and rapidly began to grow. This will be a huge help if it takes a while to clear the city. We will need to secure the area better before we risk putting any NPCs out here. Cleopatra swatted away a vine that was branching off some rubble toward her. We might want to put some guards inside this place as well. Locke eyed the recoiling vine and realized with a shock it was a monster when his eye triggered. Vine Creeper, Soul Level 3, Disposition Neutral. Vine creepers live in areas with high amounts of magic. While lacking even baseline animalistic instincts, these vines will protect themselves and their plant kin from any overzealous grazers or harvesters. Interesting little bugger. Locke shared what he had learned with everyone else. I wonder if that means you can still harvest the plants so long as you aren't damaging the plants themselves. Maybe. Felix tossed a small flare at a newly sprouted dandelion. As soon as the fire hit, the vines whipped at him, but he was still many times stronger than the weak plant, even with Felix's low strength. But I doubt they will be happy when we have to pull the weeds. They spent a little more time exploring the building and watching the plants grow before they left and continued to clear the region of zombies. Then, as they headed back to the barricade, Locke saw a cluster of 5 shapes soaring across the sky. As he watched, he saw the formation change direction and headed for the pier. By the time they made it back, they had arrived on the top of the wall just in time to see Cirrus and 4 other high-level players touching down, each carrying another player. Cirrus saw Locke up on the wall and waved at him. Working his way out onto the pier, Locke clasped hands with Cirrus, smiles on both their faces. This is quite the place you have found here. Makes me wish I had made the transition so I could partake in the adventure that is going to unfold here. You could do it once you finish ferrying people here. Locke gestured at the city. There is plenty to do for all. Cirrus let out a long sigh. As much as I would love to, someone has to babysit this lot until they are all grown up. He patted the shoulder of the dwarf who had up to this point been ignoring them as he struggled to get out of the harness he had been attached to Cirrus in. Isn't that right, Guildmaster? The now irate dwarf finally freed himself from the harness. Cirrus! He whirled on the man, thunder in his deep voice. Cirrus, taking full advantage of his high stats, grabbed the harness in a blur and shot into the sky, quickly followed by the other 4 high-level players. See you tomorrow, Locke! The dwarf, who Lox now recognized as Tyrannus, let out an exasperated sigh and turned to Lox. "You must be Lox. I am Tyrannus, leader of the Immortals." Lox's tail flicked in amusement as he shook the dwarf's hand. "Pleasure to meet you, and thanks for coming." Tyrannus waved away Lox's comment. "We owed you at least that much. The info on the mindscape was worth far more than this. Besides, if this place turns out, I hope it will be the perfect place for power leveling the second chancers who make the transition. That is, if you don't mind not completing whatever quest you have for the area for a while. I honestly was thinking that as well." Lox gestured for Tyrannus to follow him toward the Audacious. For two reasons, really. One is simply because whatever lives at the top of that tower is strong. Like, really strong. "How do you know that?" Tyrannus studied the tower briefly, the eldritch fire at the top becoming more distinct in the fading light of dusk. Lox tapped the side of his temple. "I got a trait from Altor called Eyes of the Gods. They passively allow me to see the soul level of most things and magic. When used in conjunction with this monocle," Lox pulled his monocle out of his vest pocket and showed Tyrannus, "the ability is greatly enhanced. I used them to study the tower some, and the magical power I saw coming off the top of the tower was terrifying in its amount." "Good to know." Tyrannus followed Lox onto the Audacious. Lox saw the other 4 players were following along as well. "We should have Cirrus take a peek at what is up there when he gets back, so we can know what we are in for when it comes time." Lox bobbed his head in agreement, and Tyrannus continued. "What is your other reason for holding off? From what Cirrus has said about your magical abilities, you can really deal out the damage." Lox held out a hand and rocked it back and forth. "That depends greatly on how much I know about what we are fighting." He paused on the main deck. "Regardless of that, the other reason is, even though I am not a member of the Immortals, I want you to be strong. I feel the best way I can work to accomplish that is by letting you take full advantage of this place." Lox glanced at the other players. "Through that door, you will see a blue orb mounted on the wall. Placing your hand on it will allow you to bind yourself here. This is only temporary, though. As soon as we find a new place for you to bind, you will. This is my ship, after all." Tyrannus nodded in understanding and followed the others in. A minute later, he came back out and shook his head. "This ship is cool." He then met Lox's eyes. "Lox, why don't you want to join?" Lox held Tyrannus's gaze for a long while, trying to sort out why he was resistant to joining. He had known this question was coming, but hadn't been able to come up with a coherent answer. Suddenly, Saul faded into existence. "It is because he doesn't like taking orders. Damn it, Saul!" Lox glared up at him, and then sighed. He is not wrong. I like being my own boss and not having someone looking over my shoulder. But it is more than that, too. I was a ranking member of an old MMORPG guild, and the politics and bickering eventually drove me to quit the game altogether. Tyrannus let out a sigh of his own and took a seat on the stairs leading to the quarterdeck. "I understand where you are coming from. Trust me. But I will tell you this one thing for sure. The Immortals is different from any other guild out there. Since all of us have had to more or less leave our families behind, the guild has become a family. We may squabble at times, but we always got each other's back. If you join, I will give you a special standing, so you would only have to take orders from me, or even just tell me to piss off." Tyrannus let out a chuckle at that. "Giving us info on the mindscape and access to this place has more than earned you that rank. Of course, this rank won't give you any special permissions inside the guild, just put you outside the hierarchy." Lox scratched his head in thought. "Can I extend this offer to Felix as well? I may be the captain, but this is as much his discovery as mine. And what about my friends, too?" "Felix is welcome to it as well." Lox nodded along as Tyrannus spoke. "Your other friends can either join the Sentinels, a normal player guild tied intrinsically with us, or just elect to continue on with you. Let me go talk with the others about this." Lox shook Tyrannus's hand again as he made to leave. "Saul, mute this for a second." Saul flashed in acknowledgement. Not to use this as leverage or anything like that, but I think I will have another important piece of info for us later. I am not sure exactly what it is. All I know is it has to do with level progression after level 100 for transitioned players. Sounds interesting. Keep me informed. Tyrannus smiled at him. Before you go, let me introduce my team. He gestured at the 4 players standing politely away as they talked. They all walked over as Tyrannus gestured at them. I am Fingol. The halfling introduced himself in a heavy Irish brogue. I keep an eye on this oaf out in the field. In fact, in a very real way, that is what we all do out here. Hey now, Tyrannus started to protest. 'Tis true, a female half-elf agreed. She looked to be half-human, half-elf. My name is Melissa. The next spoke with a heavy French accent. We are like his bodyguards. The other half-elf, who actually looked to be an elf-nullcore mix like Locke's, and had elected to do away with the fur as well, but the cat eyes gave his nullcore side away. My name is Itherius. And I am Golfin, the full-blooded elf introduced himself. He had a sharp, angular face and thick blonde hair pulled into a ponytail. I run this party when in combat. Tyrannus might be the guildmaster, but on the battlefield, I am in charge. You should chat with Cleopatra. Locke smiled at him. I am sure you two could share some notes on managing us airheads. Golfin chuckled. Isn't that the truth? I shall look her up. Traitors, all of you. Tyrannus glared at them all, and everyone just laughed. Locke led them to where Thomas had set up a food area before he went looking for his team. I don't know, guys. It seems like a pretty good offer for the 2 of you. Cleopatra looked between Locke and Felix as the 4 of them sat on the edge of the wall. Below them, the crew and players moving around in the light of several fires on the pier. But what about the 2 of you? Locke met her gaze. Do you want to join the Sentinels? That honestly shouldn't be something you are worried about. Xerxes let out a sigh. The 2 of us, while we might enjoy this world and want to spend as much time here as possible, will always be transient here. You and Felix should be focused on what you need for your life here to be as good as possible. I personally think joining the Immortals is one way that will help to assure that. But we have done everything together for the last several months. I would hate to leave you 2 behind and join a guild without you. Felix tossed a coin up and down in the air in front of him. Be that as it may, Cleopatra broke Locke's gaze and looked back down at the pier. Zerk has got a point. You 2 need to do what is best for you, and we will follow if we can. I actually like the sound of the Sentinels. Their posted mission statement is to protect second chancers and fight PKers. Locke sighed heavily. Well, Felix, what do you think? They are making some really good points. I say we join them. Felix glanced at Locke before looking back out at the pier. This independent command thing is nice, and worse comes to worse, we can just leave. Kind of what I was thinking as well. Locke swung his legs back onto the wall and stood up. He extended a hand to Felix and pulled him to his feet. Let's go find Tyrannus. Chapter 19. Felix. Man, do you guys party hard. Cirrus. Well, we have bodies that will always be young and regenerate, so there is little reason not to. Felix. You got a point. Kalen. There are plenty of reasons not to. Withdrawal still sucks here. Cirrus. We know, Kalen. Just so long as we don't get addicted to anything, we are fine. Kalen. Just making sure you remember. Locke groaned as he woke the next morning with Vannessa curled up next to him. After they had told Tyrannus they would like to join, Tyrannus had insisted on drinks, followed by more drinks. When Vannessa got involved, the shots had come out, and the real party started. Vannessa mumbled something into his shoulder and tried to keep him in bed, but Locke gently squirmed free of her. As he sat on the edge of the bed, he pulled the hangover cure from his ring and a shot glass. Knocking back the wondrous liquid, he then poured a shot for Vannessa and left it on the nightstand where she would see it. The hangover already gone, Lox made his way out onto the main deck, where he found Tyrannus passed out using some ropes as a pillow. Shaking him awake, Lox offered him a shot of the hangover cure. As his vision settled on the shot glass, Tyrannus laughed. No more shots for me, Lox. That girl of yours is something else. Trust me, Guildmaster. Lox forced the shot into his hand. You will like this. Eyeing him suspiciously, Tyrannus knocked the shot back and winced at the aftertaste, starting to open his mouth to yell at Lox for making him take a nasty shot, but then the effect of the concoction kicked in, and a smile spread on his face. That is some amazing stuff. Where did you get it? He got to his feet. A fancy restaurant in a city called Eldtyre. Lox shook the bottle, though I am starting to run out. Too bad. Tyrannus shook his head. I wonder if Cirrus could figure out how to make it. He has pretty high-level alchemy. He glanced at the bottle as it vanished into Lox's ring. Mind if he tries? It would be quite the boon for the guild. Sure, I will give him some when he gets back. Lox headed for the pier, where he found his team stumbling around. Passing out shots to them, he and Tyrannus continued on down the pier. From what I have seen in chat, you guys throw some pretty crazy parties. You better believe it. Tyrannus snorted in laughter, and everyone joined in. Then he sobered a little. I mean, not only are we immortal, but we all have our own versions of hell we lived through to get here. Lox shuddered, remembering the stories everyone had shared last night about what qualified them for the Second Chance program. It was the one initiation ritual the guild had, and what had led them all to getting so plastered last night. It was one of the only times Lox had been thankful for how he had been paralyzed, because hearing some of the other stories, he knew there were far worse ways it could have happened. The worst had been Tyrannus and Felix's. Tyrannus had been in Black Ops and captured and tortured as they slowly mutilated his body. By the time he had been saved, they had damaged his body so severely that it left him crippled for life. Felix, on the other hand, had worked in a chemical plant as a technician. A vat full of acid had ruptured as he had been working on it. He said when they finally managed to get him out of the potent acid, it had already eaten into his spine. Hey, Lox, snap out of it, Tyrannus elbowed him. No point in dwelling on it. That's why we share, so we don't have to. Lox eyed him, wondering how he knew. Lad, I was one of the first second chancers, and know the look you had in your eyes. How are you lot so chipper this morning? A horrible-looking Itirius asked as he saw them approaching. Lox was about to pull the bottle out when Tyrannus clapped a hand on his arm, stopping him. Oh, you know, some people just can handle their booze better than others. You are full of shit. Itirius held out a hand. Hand it over. Hand what over? Fingol sat up from behind a crate. Whatever hangover cure this little prick has got? Itirius advanced on them a little unsteadily. Hey, that is Guildmaster prick to you. Tyrannus chortled, clearly enjoying Itirius's discomfort. Morning, guys! Cirrus's voice greeted them from above as he flew down, carrying a human female player on his back. Cirrus's perfect timing. Tyrannus smiled widely at the man. Lox has a potion I need you to find out how to duplicate. It will be of great use to the guild. Oh, really? What new wonder has this cat found now? Cirrus asked, while Lox flipped him off. Oh, just a hangover cure. Tyrannus's smile got even wider as Itirius's eyes bulged. Unfortunately, he is basically out of the stuff. Cirrus let out a bark of laughter at Itirius as he undid the clasps holding the player to his back. A hangover cure, you say? That will be a huge help for the guild. Indeed. Does that mean you joined? We did last night. Lox pulled out the mostly empty bottle of the hangover cure, not bothering to tell them he had another bottle of the stuff.
"Good to hear."
Cirrus clapped Lox and Felix on the shoulder and turned to gather up the harness the player was holding out for after taking the bottle from Lox.
"I would stay and celebrate with you, but I need to keep moving. The sooner I am done ferrying this lot around, the sooner I can move on to more interesting things."
Cleopatra volunteered to take the new player to the Audacious so they could bind their respawn. "Before you go, Cirrus," Lox held out a hand to halt him. "Can you take a peek at whatever's up there?" Lox pointed at the top of the tower. "And then look around the city to see if you can see a temple district or something. The sooner we can find an actual altar of creation, the better."
"I can do that."
Cirrus launched into the air. "Just give me a few minutes." The group watched Cirrus race off towards the top of the tower. It was far enough away that they lost Cirrus as he shrank to a dot and blended in with the tower. A few moments later, they saw him streak up past the tower, once again indistinguishable against the backdrop of the sky.
"That thing is huge,"
Lox heard Xerxes whisper. A moment later, a massive bolt of eldritch green energy shot from the top of the tower, striking the dot that was Cirrus. They couldn't tell what happened, but saw Cirrus suddenly dive straight down before racing away from the tower. It took Cirrus half an hour to scout the city before he came back to them. While he had been scouting, the group had been lost in conversation about what could be up there. Cirrus had barely landed when Lox stepped toward him.
"So?
What is up there?"
"Well, I only barely got a chance, but it has a soul level of 120-ish and is a raid boss."
Cirrus shook his head at that.
"It is a powerful raid boss at that. You will likely need at least 100 level 100-plus players to take him. It appeared the entire tower is a raid. The lower floors had windows. I glanced at it, and I saw other mini-bosses and strong-looking monsters all around level 80 or higher."
"Damn," Tyrannus whispered.
"That means we were worried about nothing when it comes to clearing your quest too soon. If we want to do this without our heavy hitters like Cirrus carrying us, we will have to get most of the guild transitioned and up to that level. To save me some time, I found a temple district deep within the city above the entrance tunnel."
Cirrus pointed toward the region he was talking about.
"The monsters there were all in the level 60 to 70 range, so it will be tough to get there, but it should be doable once people start leveling." "Good."
Tyrannus met Lox's gaze, who just nodded in understanding of the unasked question.
"Our teams will focus on clearing and holding a path to that region. Hopefully, there we will find an altar. Once you have dropped off the last of the teams, I want you to go back and start organizing the guild to mass transition and head here once the altar has been found. I will talk with the Sentinel's guildmaster and let him know what's up."
"Seems risky, boss." Cirrus shrugged.
"But okay." "It is, but this place is protected, and no other players know about it or how to get here," Tyrannus assured Cirrus. "Hopefully we will find the Temple of Creation there, since it was not in the capital of this kingdom. In case it is not, tell one of your team to find a trail of altars and shrines that can reach here."
Cirrus threw him a mock salute and shot away, heading back for the next team. "Why does it matter if it's a Temple of Creation or not?"
"I guess you wouldn't have run into this yet."
Tyrannus moved toward the wall, and Lox followed.
"Temples and the holy cities of creation are different from altars and shrines of creation. With temples and holy cities, you can travel to any altar or shrine within range. However, that distance is doubled if you are at another temple or holy cities. It is what allows them to connect the different continents and worlds to each other."
Saul appeared floating next to them as they walked.
"Regis says that is not exactly true. He said you are right about temples, but the cities will only connect with other cities when the correct magics are applied to the focus, hence the need for different components to travel between the world."
"Really?"
Tyrannus shot Saul a surprised look.
"We always figured that those items were a tax the temple NPCs levied to pay for the operation of the cities."
"Nope, that is not what it is."
Saul pulsed red.
"It is also why the cost of using the cities to travel around the world you are on costs so much more than a temple. The magical means by which they work are completely different.
Well, the information isn't super useful. Tyrannus led the way into the guard building. But it sure is interesting. Finding a temple would make everything a lot easier. Our guild hall is built in a city with a temple of creation, so fast traveling here would be much easier if we found one. Locks instantly understood the importance. It would eliminate much of the risk if they didn't have to daisy-chain their way here. Exactly. Tyrannus confirmed it. This continent is more or less unexplored by players because it is so far removed from the others that getting here for the first time is too much of a hassle for most.
Would you two hurry up and smoke this thing? Cleopatra staggered as her armor absorbed another punishing blow from the lithe black skeleton they were fighting.
Well, we would if you and Jed could keep it still long enough for a spell to land,
Felix cursed as another ice spear just barely missed the skeletal boss. The boss had a soul level of 49. The region had been tough. The group had slowly managed to grind their way through it, though this boss was proving to be annoying. The courtyard they were fighting in was littered with pockmarks from missed fireballs, shards of ice, and arrows from Xerxes. Lox released his own spell, a fast-moving lance of fire, and was baffled at how the boss just seemed to flow out of the magic's way just in the nick of time. Fortunately, the boss didn't have a very strong attack. It was just pesky as hell when it came to doing damage to it.
We need to find a way to corner it.
A thought occurred to Lox, and he smiled as he began building a spell he hoped would do the trick. Bright, golden holy fire aspects and lime green healing aspects began to float around Lox. He formed bindings until he had them arranged how he wanted.
Sorry, you two. This might suck a little.
Cleopatra and Jedediah glanced back at him just as the powerful ball of magic left his wand. It almost lazily floated across the distance and hit the ground near the feet of the boss. Since it had not been targeted at the boss, it had not dodged. Magical, holy healing flames coated the three melee fighters. Cleopatra and Jedediah let out yelps of pain from the conflicting feelings of burning and healing, but the boss, coated in the magical flames, began to writhe. Staggered from the attack, the boss could not dodge the twin attacks from Felix and Xerxes. A bolt of fire and an explosive arrow slammed into the boss. Evidently, the boss had paid for its speed with low hit points. The three attacks laid low the boss as the magical fire consumed it. Soon, the only thing left behind was the pair of inky black daggers the boss had been wielding, and the notification showed up telling them they had captured the region. Cleopatra and Jedediah had rolled out of the flames as quickly as possible and were now stomping toward Lox.
Easy there, guys. We needed something it couldn't dodge and wouldn't damage you. I think my fire was a pretty good counter.
Do you know what those flames feel like?
Cleopatra reached for his shirt. Lox nodded, remembering the feeling when he had accidentally ended up in them himself.
I do, and I am sorry. I was beginning to get worried that if the fight dragged on much longer, the boss would lose interest in you tanks and come at us squishy types.
Grabbing his shirt, Cleopatra pulled him close.
Next time, a little more warning would be nice,
she ground out. Lox nodded in understanding, glad he had experienced the fire once before. Else, he was sure Cleopatra would have tossed him right into the flames.
I will try. And also try to find a way to make that fire hurt less when it heals you. It is a super useful spell for fighting all these undead.
After the fire had died, and they gathered the loot from the boss, Xerxes took the daggers to replace his old ones, and they began to explore the mansion the courtyard belonged to. They found a few solitary undead wandering around the mansion before coming to a room with a scrying table not dissimilar to the one aboard the Audacious. It showed the mansion at the center and up to 2 regions away from it. Most of the map was grayed out except for 3 regions around this one, the Pier region and the other region they had captured on their way here. As Lox studied, the area lit up, indicating they had captured them. he noticed he could see a few zombies wandering around them. Remembering where Tyrannus had told him they were heading, Lox moved the map around and zoomed in to better study the region. To his surprise, he could see small groups carefully moving through the region and engaging the zombies they came across. Though the recently transitioned players were all still in the mid-20s, their gear was top-notch, allowing them to fight the mid-level 30 mobs if they were careful.
This will make an amazing command center for the regions it covers.
Cleopatra watched the representation of the fights taking place.
We should use the info to help finish clearing the rest of the undead out and head back to the pier.
Felix took control of the map and began to examine the region they had cleared today.
Tyrannus will love this thing. It will allow him to keep an eye on players leveling in the lower-level region.
They spent a while taking careful notes about where the undead were that they missed before they headed back toward the pier, making a clean sweep of the regions. They joined up with Tyrannus and one of the other groups on their way back.
So, what do you think?
Lox saw Tyrannus catch up with him.
I think this is going to be one of the best things that could have happened to the Immortals.
Tyrannus beamed.
I haven't leveled this fast without a worry in a long time, and if we use this to the fullest, all of the guild will be up to at least soul levels of 80.
And as we all know, levels for transitioned players, that means a lot more.
Lox smiled to himself.
Especially with the focus point system.
'Tis very true, Tyrannus agreed. It won't ever be the same as having 100 players pushing level 200, but it will be a big difference in the long run.
You had that many players that high level? Isn't leveling after level 100 hard?
That thought made Lox think of the conversation he had had a long time ago with Saul about soul compression and what it did. He almost said something, but then decided to keep it to himself. For now, he had already hinted at it. The info did the guild no good for now, and the more people who knew, the more likely the potent information would get out. Instead, he asked,
You gain many levels today?
Tyrannus had clearly seen something in Lox's eyes and took a moment to respond.
Did I ever? I gained 5 whole levels and broke level 30. So did almost everyone in both groups as well. You gain any?
Good to hear. I hadn't actually checked my character sheet yet.
Lox pulled up his character sheet as they walked. Character soul level, 45. Name, Lox Stellicus. Race, half-human, Nullcore. Unspent stat points, 10. Spent stat points, 215. 5 stat points per level. Health, 386. Health regeneration, 9 per second. Equipment modifiers, 2 per second. Total, 11 per second. Stamina, 334. Stamina regeneration, 14 per second. Equipment modifiers, 2 per second. Total, 16 per second. Mana, 970. Mana regeneration, 29.7 per second. Equipment modifiers, 1 per second. Total, 30.7 per second. Carrying pounds, 290. Stats: Intelligence, 100. Spirit, 87. Equipment modifiers, 1. Total, 88. Vitality, 18. Equipment modifiers, 20. Total, 38. Resilience, 16. Strength, 29. Endurance, 32. Agility, 44. Dexterity, 48. Actual level, 70.8. Experience, 100.2 of 28,197.0.
Look at that! I did!
Lox smiled as he added the points to intelligence.
I am basically spot on level 45 now.
Congrats, man!
Tyrannus led the way up the stairs past the crew member on guard.
If only I had an easy way to get to the mindscape.
Lox followed the way up.
Tell me about it,
Felix complained from behind.
Dying is a steep price to pay to get there. Damn!
Tyrannus turned to them and began to rummage through a bag of holding.
I meant to give this to you guys. Cirrus told me you could likely use it. Ah, here it is.
He pulled out a pair of bottles with a familiar viscous fluid in them.
Same stuff you used to get the mindscape opened up before for Cirrus. We have started producing as much of the stuff as we can. It has kind of screwed up the ingredients market. Still, being able to get into the mindscape as needed is way too important for us to care about all the other players bitching about us cornering the market like we have.
Thanks, Tyrannus. Lox took the bottle. I will be using this as soon as I get back to my cabin. Saul has been telling me I should visit the mindscape sooner rather than later.
I thought you would appreciate it.
Tyrannus winked at them.
Another benefit of being in the guild is that the stuff is free, so long as you use it only for getting into the mindscape.
I will keep that in mind, Lox told him as they headed toward the smell of food. As they ate, Lox told Tyrannus about the scrying table they had found. He was as excited about the table as Felix half thought he would be as they chatted. Vannessa showed up, leading a large group of the crew with Ambrose. They also had been out most of the day fighting undead to grow stronger.
How did it go, love?
Quite well. Vannessa slid into the bench beside Lox. No casualties, and everyone gained a level. Ambrose and myself each gained 5 levels.
Why the discrepancy? Lox asked in surprise.
As you call them, NPCs. She gestured at the tired-looking crew in line to get food. Those that have not started to awaken seem to gain levels semi-collectively and share the experience gained with whoever is leading them.
That is actually super clever.
Tyrannus's eyes gleamed.
I bet you anything Altor set it up that way so players would want to interact with NPCs more. It is a wonder no one has realized this yet. Tomorrow, I think I want to organize things differently. If you are okay with it, I would like players to lead groups of NPCs.
Lox paused eating and looked at Vannessa. She had a similar, slightly worried look.
Tyrannus, I am not so sure about that. NPCs, especially here, are hard to replace, and I don't want to lose crew because someone overextends themselves. The crew might still be unawakened, but I am very hesitant to risk them in that manner.
Tyrannus let out a sigh.
I suppose you have a point. What if we only let proven leaders lead them?
Only after they have gone out with me or Ambrose once he is fully awakened, Vannessa interjected. Speaking of which, he has been getting more and more aware of himself. I keep expecting him to fully awaken. Anyways, I need some food. She gave Lox a peck on the cheek and left the table.
She sure is something else.
Tyrannus watched her leave.
How did you get her awakened so fast? Or did you find her already awake?
Well, it was a little dangerous. Lox met his gaze. So much so that Altor himself warned me off doing it again, on purpose anyway. This caused Tyrannus to raise an eyebrow in question. All second chancers knew Altor would allow basically anything, as long as it served to wake up his precious NPCs. Lox then explained to Tyrannus what a soul vampire was, and everything he could do as one. Of course, Tyrannus wanted to become one like Lox. It was like being a vampire without all the downsides. But then Lox told him how easy it was to devolve into a vampire, and Tyrannus quickly changed his mind. Later that night, Lox lay in his bed with Vannessa as he took a small drink of the viscous, foul-tasting fluid. He soon found himself standing in the mindscape with Saul and Regis.
Nice to have that stuff on hand.
Regis patted Lox on the back. It sure is. Lox looked around the volcano to see if anything had changed.
What did you want me to see? Nothing I really needed you to see.
Regis shook his head.
I have completed another gun emplacement and more harvesting towers that I can show you. I just noticed the other day that you had finally accumulated enough focus points in your primary skills to be useful. I figured you would want to know, so you could find your way here to spend them.
They weren't here when I blew myself up the other day with soul magic. Lox eyed Regis as he chuckled at that.
That has got to be your most interesting death yet.
Regis buried his mirth when he saw Lox glaring at him.
Ah, but now I think you got some points from that experience when you started trying to figure out what went wrong, though. It is more that this city seems to be having an effect on the rate you are gaining focus points.
My guess is that it is likely some effect of the coldest, and why this big of a city was built here in the first place. It is also likely what drew whatever is at the top of the tower here. Well, I can see why they would build a city here if that is just a naturally occurring effect of the region. Lox launched into the air. I have got time. Show me what you have done. Regis and Saul followed him. Gladly. Lox spent the next several hours flying around the mindscape with Regis and Saul, the two of them showing him what they had been working on. Regis had built the other gun emplacement on the opposite side of the mindscape from the first, and he was already looking for a good place for the third. He also pointed out how he distributed the gathering towers throughout the mindscape, twisting tree-like structures unique to each. Saul took them down in the depths of the mindscape and showed Lox the different ways he was starting to organize the denizens there. He explained that this was part of the reason Lox struggled with the urges of being a soul vampire less than he used to. Saul had created essentially pens for the urges, represented by a pack of manticores. While they would still cause a ruckus when stirred up, it was a lot easier for Lox to handle the mental task of controlling them if the beasts were already all in one place. There were several other ways Saul was organizing the denizens, which he promised would benefit Lox over time. When they finished the tour, they headed for the pyramidal structure that housed Lox's focus trees. As they did, Lox noticed a few more buildings that looked like a house near it and smiled at what now amounted to a small town springing up there. Inside the pyramid, Lox first approached the table for his magical engineering and smiled at the points he had available. Talent, magical engineering. Focus level, 61. Focus point per level, 3. Unspent focus points, 19. Skill number 1, control. Focus level, 5. Cost for the next level, 12. Skill number 2, spell logic. Focus level, 5. Cost for the next level, 12. Skill number 3, spellbook deconstruction. Focus level, 1. Cost for the next level, 4. Skill number 4, spell construction. Focus level, 6. Cost for the next level, 14. Skill number 5, linear spells. Focus level, 2. Cost for the next level, 6. Skill number 6, spherical spells. Focus level, 1. Cost for the next level, 4. Skill number 7, projectile casting. Focus level, 1. Cost for the next level, 4. Skill number 8, beam casting. Focus level, 2. Cost for the next level, 6. Skill number 9, AoE or self-casting. Focus level, 1. Cost for the next level, 4. Skill number 10, wall casting. Focus level, 1. Cost for the next level, 4. Skill number 11, beam control. Focus level, 0. Cost for the next level, 2. Skill number 12, projectile control. Focus level, 1. Cost for the next level, 4. More and more understanding the importance of spell construction, Lox purchased the next focus level of the skill, the first level of beam control. He really wanted to see what that was all about. Projectile control had already proven super useful. He then moved on to the solid spell focus tree. Talent, solid spell form. Focus level, 29. Focus points per level, 4. Unspent focus, 26. Skill number 1, mana. Focus level, 3. Cost for the next level, 8. Skill number 2, self-contained mana generation. Focus level, 3. Cost for the next level, 8. Skill number 3, physical aspects. Focus level, 2. Cost for the next level, 6. Skill number 4, construction speed. Focus level, 0. Cost for the next level, 2. Skill number 5, infusion speed. Focus level, 0. Cost for the next level, 2. Skill number 6, infusion cost. Focus level, 4. Cost for the next level, 10.
He was pleased by the level of advancement he had received, but even more pleased by the new soul magic skill. Lox purchased another level in self-contained mana generation, physical aspects, and 3 levels in soul magic integration, neatly using up all his available points. Enchanting still had not progressed, which wasn't a surprise, since he never used it, so he moved on to arcane study and was shook by how much it had progressed. However, in retrospect, he had been using it a lot lately. Talent. Arcane study. Focus level 25. Focus points per level 2. Unspent focus 22. Skill number 1. Study. Focus level 1. Cost for next level 4. Not having any other choices, Lox purchased another level in the study skill and had 10 unspent points left over since the next level needed 14. The wand and spear focus levels had only advanced a few levels. Since he was only getting 1 focus point per level in each, he didn't have enough points for anything in either. Glancing over everything one more time before leaving the room and confirming his choices, Lox let a broad smile spread across his face at the progress he was making. Regis then helped him slip into a proper sleep, and the mindscape faded away. Chapter 20. Tyrannus.
Everyone gathered up? Lox and crew are getting close.
Kalen. With the exception of a few of our higher-leveled transition players, yes.
Tyrannus. Good. This place will be amazing for the guild. I have already gained close to 30 levels here.
Friday. Damn, boss. I can't wait to join you.
Tyrannus. It will be a huge benefit. Just remember, everyone transitions in the Temple of Creation. It might annoy some other players, but that is okay.
Okay, guys. Our job is to clear and hold the district.
Lox looked around his group.
The last month had been a fun grind, but a grind nonetheless. They had chewed a path through the city to the edge of the temple district Cirrus had told them about. They had all wiped a couple of times in the process, but had all managed to pass a soul level of 60. Once we have control of the region and have found the altar of creation, Felix and I will send up flares to signal Tyrannus to come and fast travel back to the Immortals so they can mass travel here. He looked at Cleopatra. We are all yours now.
All right.
Cleopatra stepped in front of the group.
We are definitely underleveled for this region, but we are going to give it a shot. Jed and I will take the front and Lox the rear, since he is the least squishy of you ranged people. Xerxes will pull mobs for us when possible, and we will avoid taking on too many of them. The last thing we want to do is trigger another horde event.
A horde was something that had caught them all off guard the first time it had happened. Tyrannus's team had pushed too deep into a region they were unprepared for, and they had gotten overwhelmed. It would have been fine if that was all that had happened, but the noise of their fight and proximity to the boss caused all the undead in that region and the other 4 adjacent regions to surge forward. The tidal wave of undead washed away the little defenses they had managed to build and almost was enough to push them off the wall protecting the pier.
Well then, let's just be careful that doesn't happen, Xerxes chimed in. Or does, Felix chuckled. I mean, it would be good for Tyrannus's and Lox's blood pressure.
Lox just glared at Felix while everyone chuckled a little.
Aside from that, let's get moving.
Cleopatra turned and patted Jedediah on the shoulder, and the 2 melee fighters started moving down the street. After they were about 5 meters ahead of them, the rest of the group followed, with Lox taking up the rear as Cleopatra had ordered. She was right. His soul vampire abilities did make him a lot less squishy than the other ranged combatants. He had recently even purchased the rapid healing ability as a last resort measure when he ended up in a melee. Like most regions, the first several undead they came across were solitary mobs that, while tough, went down quickly. These initial monsters ranged from ghouls in small packs to lone, large, undead horrors. Pushing deeper into the region, they came across something they had not seen before. For lack of a better term, an undead guard patrol turned the corner ahead of them, drawn by the sounds of their latest fight with a skeletal minotaur. The undead, being armed with spears and swords, was not what was new. What made them new was that they held formation as they approached, shields raised protecting them somewhat from the ranged and magical attacks being rained down on them. With a coordinated strike from Lox, Xerxes opened a hole in their defenses that allowed him to plant an arrow in the center guard's head, killing it instantly. The defeat of the center guard caused the three-person formation to break. Cleopatra used the opportunity to surge forward and engaged the remaining two before they could reform. With a few well-placed range attacks assisting them, the remaining two guards went down quickly.
Well,
Cleopatra took in a deep breath.
That is not a good sign.
Right.
Jedediah kicked one of the undead corpses.
These fuckers are hard enough to kill without them organizing.
I am going to get Saul out. Lox glanced further into the region, hearing an echoing roar. His stunning blast will be useful in breaking the formations up.
Good call.
Cleopatra nodded and waved for the others to follow as Saul, hearing Lox, materialized above them.
You two also should be ready to raise and breach defensive barriers. I am sure we will start coming across ranged and caster-type undead soon.
You always bring me to the nicest places.
Saul floated out in front of Lox, taking up his usual position behind Cleopatra.
So that you know, I was a little busy when you called.
We all really appreciate you being here, Saul.
Zara smiled at the irate Soul AI.
You livened this lot up a bunch. These two are often no fun lately.
She glared at Cleopatra and Lox.
All about work for them.
Cleopatra looked back at Zara and stuck out her tongue. They came across one more group of pure melee fighters before Cleopatra's guess about ranged and caster-type fighters became true in a big way. They were just crossing a street when Lox saw a rapid buildup of magic. Acting as fast as he could, he barely managed to construct a barrier right as a bolt of lightning shot down the street at them. His barrier proved to be enough to stop the attack, but itself shattered from the impact of the magic. Making rapid gestures with his wand, Lox summoned multiple multicolored aspects that appeared all around him. Lox threw out a spell just as he saw a large group of undead come into the side street. His spell rocketed down the street before blooming out into a wall of sparking electric energy across the street. The barrier partially concealed his group from the undead. Lox saw massive, arcing balls of purple magic shoot up over the wall he had created, and several long black arrows starting to build another spell. As Lox built his next spell, rapidly summoning multiple earth aspects, he saw a barrier snap into existence. Then, two bolts of golden energy shot out and dispersed two of the incoming balls of purple magic. The golden energy hit the balls of magic. They both vanished in flares of bright, shifting magical light that exploded outward in a deafening boom. Out of the corner of his eye, Lox saw Xerxes scaling up the side of a building and Cleopatra and Jedediah rushing to interpose themselves in the street. "Hold!" Lox called at the two melee fighters, causing them to pause just long enough for Lox to finish his spell and fire it at the street in front of them. The ball of emerald green magical energy shot into the street, and flares of green magic washed out from the impact. A bare moment later, the street cracked, and with a rumbling sound, a bulwark raised across the street in a straight line. The middle of the bulwark was lowest, chest high on Cleopatra, while the far ends were well over her head. Due to its size, Lox had been unable to make it super thick, but he hoped the undead would not test that, since he had given them a clear place to attack. As the spell finished casting, Lox sank to a knee. Even though the spell had only consisted of lower-tier aspects, he had used a lot of them, along with complex bindings. The mental and magical strain of casting such a spell was no small matter, and it took Locke several long moments to gather himself. When he got back to his feet, he drank a mana potion and began to build his next spell. First, he saw that Felix and Zara had managed to construct a decent amount of barriers while he had been recovering. Then, scanning how the fight was unfolding in front of him, he saw a half-dozen guards with spears running through his initial lightning wall, stumbling a little as each took damage from the lightning covering the street. The foremost had already engaged Jedediah and Cleopatra, but from their raised positions behind the bulwark, they were able to rain heavy-handed blows down on their heads. Targeting a clustered group of casters collectively building a powerful spell, Lox fired a twisting pair of bolts at them. It was a new barrier-penetrating spell he had been working on. The leading bolt was an electric blue, and the bolt following it a bright scarlet red. The first bolt was primarily made of electric and force aspects, while the trailing bolt was fire and plasma, a new third-tier aspect he had found. When the firebolt hit, it did not attempt to break the barrier, just caused a split-second fluctuation in the field that would allow the trailing firebolt to pass through. Lox had been practicing the spell a lot to perfect it, and this was the first field test of the spell he had done. The impact on the shield happened too fast for him to see, but he knew it had worked when the firebolt passed through and hit a surprised caster right in the chest. Yes! Lox pumped his fist in the air. It worked! Felix, who had been working with him the most on the spell, cheered. Now, we just need to find a way for me to cast the spell. I have some ideas on that. Lox turned his attention to the melee fight taking place, his increased spirit score already working to refill his expended mana quickly. As he built his next spell, stunning blasts, draining beams, arrows, and bolts of magic were shot all around the street, destroying the nearby buildings as the two sides did their best to kill each other. His next spell was a sickly ball of holy fire that landed just on the other side of the bulwark and began to consume the undead as they fought to breach the defenses. Suddenly, a starry ball of force from the enemy caster blew a hole in the wall near him on the right-hand side. Almost immediately, some of the undead melee fighters turned and moved toward the hole. "Lox, you are up! We are a little tied down!" Cleopatra shouted over the din as she saw the departing undead. "You just have to keep the breach until one of us can get free." Lox was already moving toward the hole, knowing they could not afford to let their melee fighters get flanked. "On it! Just hurry! These guys will pull me apart!" As he ran, he built a simple short-range force spell. Arriving at the breach, he pointed his wand, and a concussive blast of magic knocked the first of the two guards back through the breach, allowing Lox to get into position. Knowing speed would do him little good, Lox only activated monstrous strength. He blasted the guard in the face with a stored fire aspect in his order wand and grabbed the guard's sword arm as it stumbled, momentarily blinded. Lox immediately began to drain the zombie. The rate was slower than normal, since he only had the zombie's arm, but it was enough that he began to alternate Soul Blast with his Fire Blast as he attempted to dodge the spear of the second guard. Suddenly, the guard he was draining planted his feet and yanked Lox forward through the breach. Caught off guard by this sudden change in tactics, Lox fell through on top of the guard, his weight carrying them both to the ground. Now able to readjust his grip, Lox grabbed the guard's neck and pulled hard on the soul energy there. Sharp pain in his side caused Lox to drop his wand in shock as he looked down and saw the other guard's spear buried deep in his side. Acting on instinct, Lox did two things. He activated the rapid healing ability and, using the spear, yanked the other guard forward with his enhanced strength.
Grabbing it by the neck as well, Lox began a desperate struggle between who could kill faster, with him draining and healing himself and the zombies biting, stabbing, and bludgeoning him. Lox knew he was slowly losing the fight as the damage piled up faster than he could heal it, and he felt the predatory side of him awaken, not willing to die. He struggled against the urge, but soon the animalistic side of him had his head reaching for the zombie's rotten flesh, knowing he could get more energy if he just consumed some of the zombie's putrid blood. Suddenly, Lox felt himself be yanked backward by the back of his vest. The spear was still lodged in him, ripping free as he went. Lox saw Jedediah plunge his spear into the prone zombie he had been on top of through a blur of vision, confused by hunger and pain. Lox felt soothing magic wash over him a moment later as Zara rushed over, hands directing magic at his battered body. As Lox sat back up, he shuddered at how close he had come to making a really bad mistake there. Now irritated, and just wanting the fight to be over, Lox walked over to Felix. "Build your most powerful area damage spell. I am about to flatten their shields." Even though Lox had plenty of mana, he was pissed and drew on his soul energy to summon and enhance several lightning aspects. When he was sure summoning another one would make him lose control, he glanced at Felix, who had magical energy swirling around him as well. Felix nodded, indicating he was ready, and began to cast his spell. Lox pointed his wand at the most important-looking undead caster he could see. The aspects swirling around his wand in formation condensed a bolt of lightning as thick as an oak tree and shot from his wand in a blinding flash. Lox saw the barriers flare and shatter one after another as the bolt lightning expended itself against them, branching with each barrier broken as Lox struggled to control the magic as the spell burned out. The final barrier shattered the remaining energy, then slammed into the robed figure. As the spell ended, with the afterimage of the bolt still burned in everyone's eyes, Lox saw the robed figure he had targeted getting back up, a look of smug satisfaction on its face. That look twisted to one of fear as a blue ball of fire descended from the sky and exploded right in the middle of all the remaining casters. The explosion sent a pressure wave racing in all directions that knocked over the rest of the bulwark and knocked the remaining guards over as well. As the debris cleared, Lox and Felix, both sucking in deep gulps of air, looked at the damage they had caused and fist-bumped. Where the casters had been was now a crater with no sign of any of the undead. With their ranged support gone, the melee undead were quickly overwhelmed and dispatched with haste. "Well, that was messy." Cleopatra ripped her axe from the final undead's head. "Good call on the bulwark, though." "Yeah." Lox looked down the ruined street. "Next time I go into melee, I need Saul to go back to the mindscape. I came way too close for comfort to devolving into a vampire." "Sorry, Lox." Cleopatra shook her head. "Definitely. We don't want that happening even if we wipe because of it." The others all agreed, understanding the risk Lox was taking in the first place. "I think we should find a place and set up a strong point for Zurk to lead groups of mobs to." "I agree." Zara nodded along. "If this fight proved anything, it is that we need to be more careful. If Lox hadn't seen that attack coming, we would have started the fight down a person and would have probably lost." "That is what I was thinking as well." Cleopatra walked back to the front of the group in the direction they had been heading. "By the way, Zara, how close are you to getting a resurrection spell?" Zara clearly opened her character sheet as she looked at her abilities. "From what I know, I should have got one at level 50, but that is only for players who haven't transitioned, so I don't know about it now."
I bet your focus points would help with that."
Felix walked past Zara. "You keep working on it, and the next time we have a chance, we will get your mindscape opened up.
Lox glanced at Xerxes and Cleopatra. You guys as well. Sorry we haven't done it yet since we now have easy access to the sleep potion. It is all good, Xerxes shrugged. I honestly keep forgetting about it. It seems way more important for the second chancers. You might not feel that way once you get to use all the points you have no doubt built up. Lox followed Cleopatra down the street as she waved for them to move out.
We can worry about that later.
Cleopatra looked back at Xerxes.
Actually, we should pause here, and you should go find a place for us to fortify.
Xerxes gave her a mock salute and raced up a building and vanished from sight. It only took a few minutes for him to return. We are in luck. There is a decrepit old temple up ahead that has thick walls and only one entrance. It will be perfect for us to defend.
Well, let's get moving then.
Cleopatra started back off down the street they had been following. When they came to the temple Xerxes had been talking about, Zara let out a happy squeal.
Oh, perfect! What is perfect?
Cleopatra looked up at the temple.
This temple belongs to my goddess.
Zara made to run up the stairs, but Xerxes stopped her. There are undead in there. Xerxes let go of her when she stopped trying to rush the stairs.
Oh, poop,
Zara huffed.
If I can restore the temple, I will receive a lot of divine favor with my goddess, and she will likely also help us in our fight. Well, I guess our luck finally paid off.
Cleopatra lowered her shield and, flanked by Jedediah, started to make her way into the temple. As they made their way into the temple, Lox tried to watch every direction at once, spells at the ready. The temple had a large corridor flanked by pillars of marble. On a raised dais sat an altar with a human-sized statue lying with one end on it at the far end of the room. The place was lit by light streaming in through holes in the ceiling and the doorway they had just come in through. Lox heard a shuffling sound right before a handful of skeletons wearing the old rotted robes of priests shuffled out from behind the pillar on either side of them. Reacting on instinct, Cleopatra and Jedediah both let out war cries that drew the undead toward them and away from the ranged fighters. Picking a target at the rear, Lox fired a beam of fire and lightning. The arcing, fiery red bolt was hard to control, but when it hit the target, the bolt of lightning bounced to 3 other skeletons, igniting their robes in the process. Lox let the spell expand itself and watched as the skeleton he had initially targeted collapsed to the ground. Firing several quick blasts of destructive energy at the other 3 he had hit, he brought them down before they closed with Cleopatra. Scanning the fight, Lox saw that while there were a bunch of skeletons, they appeared fairly weak, especially considering what they had been fighting outside. He briefly focused on the information his eyes had provided. Weakened undead skeleton, soul level 45. These undead resisted being turned into undead thanks to some form of magical or divine blessing. This makes them much slower and weaker than most undead, even at a similar soul level. Lox blinked away the information and looked around to see the undead being mowed down. Knowing the risk was minimal, Lox rushed forward and grabbed the nearest skeleton and began to drain it. The skeleton briefly attempted to struggle against him, but the paralytic effect took hold quickly thanks to the difference in their levels. Lox then proceeded to use the undead like a battery, firing soul blast after soul blast into the undead. When the skeleton finally fell apart, Lox rushed for the next one and repeated the process. The fight was very one-sided from there and ended as quickly as it had started. "What is your goddess? Those undead resisted being turned. That is why they were too easy."
"She is Athena. She is the goddess of protection and restoration,"
Zara told them as she moved toward the altar.
"Jed, can you help me stand the statue back up on the altar?"
The entire group followed her to the altar, and Jedediah stood the altar back up. A normal human could never have lifted such weight as easily as he did, but they had all surpassed what any earthling could ever do. As the statue was righted, Lox was surprised to see that it had taken no damage in the fall. The goddess depicted wore a shield on one arm and held a sphere made of separate strands woven together. Looking closer, Locke saw the individual strands all had a direction they were flowing and were constantly merging and separating from each other. Locke moved a step closer, but a wail echoed out from the statue, and he leapt back, already raising his wand. He saw Jedediah also rushing away from the statue, dragging a protesting Zara. From the statue, a figure made of etheric shifting greens and golden white emerged. As he looked closer, Locke saw the colors were also tinted a corrupting purple and black color that seemed to have infused the spirit and bound it. His eyes provided the information he had guessed at. Corrupted God Spirit Avatar, soul level, unknown. Boss. When this temple was destroyed, instead of allowing the God Spirit Avatar to flee or replacing it, the dark forces infused it with dark magic, turning it against what it once protected.
Guys, I am not sure we can beat this.
Locke backed away. He quickly relayed the information he had seen.
We can do this!
Zara shook herself free of Jedediah, who was dragging her back.
I just received a quest telling me to cleanse the altar and the spirit to free her.
Locke paused in his retreat and looked at the spirit again, this time putting his monocle in his eye. He ignored the information on the disposition stats for the spirit instead of trying to work out its magical combination. Unfortunately, he felt the monocle begin to heat up right before he saw what he needed, and the spirit's attention snapped onto him.
All right, Zara, I got the spirit if you got the altar.
Well, I guess we are doing this.
Cleopatra raised her shield and started advancing on the spirit, trying to draw its attention off Locke's.
Everyone, focus on defense and protecting Zara and Locke's. They are the ones who can do this.
Cleopatra's situational awareness still surprised Locke's. She had the ability to keep everyone's abilities and strengths in mind, even in high-stress situations. Locke's, keeping in mind the magic he had seen in the Avatar, began to build a spell. Locke's had to summon multiple second holy aspects and third-tier growth and purification aspects to counter all of the corrupted magic he had seen. As he desperately worked to build the counterspell, he saw the spirit blast Cleopatra with a black beam of energy that punched through her like tissue paper. As she fell, Locke's heard her gasp, "Protect Locke's!" A barrage of fire and arrows from Felix and Xerxes drew the spirit's attention, and blasts began to rocket from the sphere in her hand, one after another. Felix was unable to dodge and got cut down almost immediately, but Xerxes was able to dodge. That was until a beam cut off his legs. Saul was hovering near Locke's, helping him with the spell when he saw a glow come from the altar. The spirit let out a howl and turned toward the altar where Zara stood in the middle of rotating circles of ritual magic. Jedediah stood between her and the spirit, but Locke's knew that mattered for little. Knowing he was out of time, Locke's pointed his wand at the spirit, hoping the simple spell he had managed to throw together wouldn't explode in his face. Saul vanished into the mindscape, and Locke's felt his degree of control of the unruly aspects go up. He fired his spell. A beam of soft, dark green, golden white, and bright light blue-gray leapt from his wand. Locke's could feel the cohesion of the spell wavering, and he clamped down on the magic. He watched it collide with the back of the spirit. Immediately, the spirit began to wail and turned, and then began to push toward Locke's. Locke saw the magic quickly burning away the corrupted magic inside the spirit. But as it did, it seemed like the spirit moved faster and faster toward him, like there was less for it to push against with each passing moment. Locke's spell ran out of mana, and he forcibly kept it going, the strain on his mind skyrocketing. He tasted blood in his mouth, running down from his nose as the spirit finally reached him right before a flash of white light lit up the temple. As Locke's vision cleared, he saw the edge of the Avatar's shield only centimeters away from his head. Seeing the spirit clear of the dark magic, Lox ended his spell. The sudden release of the strain on his mind caused him to black out as he fell backward. To his surprise, Lox didn't wake with his head on the floor. Instead, he felt a warm presence holding him up. Blinking in surprise, he opened his eyes and saw the Avatar's kind, soft face above him. "Thank you both for saving me. You have no idea the torture that existence was." The Avatar looked from Lox to Zara, who was leaning on Jedediah for support. Her gaze then shifted to the bodies of Cleopatra, Felix, and Xerxes, who, despite not quite being dead, had passed out. "Let me undo what I can." The Avatar's voice rang out, pure as a bell tolling, and white and etheric blue magic surrounded the fallen players. A moment passed, and suddenly all three of them were picking themselves up off the floor. Following that, soothing, restorative magic washed over the entire temple, washing away Lox's fatigue and repairing much of the temple's damage. Cleopatra was the first to find her voice after she got over her shock. "Well, that was a little close." She then eyed Lox, still resting in the Avatar's arms. "You going to lie there all day?" "I am comfy." Lox smiled up at the Avatar, who returned his smile. "Well, I guess you can get up, or I can tell Vannessa you spent a good long time lying in the arms of a beautiful woman." Cleopatra met his gaze, and he knew she was serious. "Nope." Lox shot to his feet and heard everyone, including the Avatar, laugh. Around them, the temple seemed to be starting to clean and finish repairing itself, dust and lichen that had gathered over the centuries disappearing. The Avatar moved to the altar and sat down on the steps below it. She looked at Zara. "Daughter of Sethina, what reward would you ask of me for restoring my goddess's temple?" Zara bit her lip softly before answering. "I would like to be able to bring my friends back as you did." "You are strong enough to wield such magic." The Avatar reached a hand out, and Zara took it. A flash of light passed between them, and Zara slumped in the goddess's lap. Her attention then turned to the rest of the group. "And what boon can I grant you? Since you are not of my goddess's order, I am limited in what I can offer." Silence stretched as they thought about it. Finally, Jedediah stepped forward and kneeled.
"There is little I would ask for. So, if it is possible, can you give my boon to Zara in the form of another spell?"
The Avatar looked down at Zara, and, after a moment, nodded. "I can do that." One by one, everyone made the same request. Each time, the Avatar told them she could. Lox understood the reasoning behind the decision. Zara was their healer. Having her as powerful as possible and armed with a bunch of divine spells would greatly aid the group. So he felt like a little of an asshole when his turn came. He knelt before the Avatar. "My boon, if possible, would be any knowledge of magical aspects you can give me." The Avatar looked at him for a long time in silence. "It has been a long time since a magical engineer has made such a request." She reached a hand out and touched his head. Lox could feel the divine being looking through his mind and what he knew already. "You are already far along the path of knowledge and know many of the aspects I could teach you. There are 3 fourth-tier aspects I feel you are ready for. Pick a number, and I shall grant you the aspect that it represents." Lox was mentally drooling. The 3rd tier was powerful. What would the 4th tier be like? "May I know the aspects I can choose from?" The Avatar laughed. "No,
You may not. I know how your skills work. Even just the names would give you a path to follow to attain them. Now, pick.
Okay. Lox sulked a little, having planned on doing exactly as she had guessed. 3. The avatar smiled, and Lox's vision went black. He felt knowledge being placed into his mind, and before him he saw an aspect beginning to take shape. First, the aspects began to merge faster than he could identify them until a new aspect floated before him, sparkling in the darkness. It was made of a mixture of shifting colors and rigid shapes. He reached his hand out to it and grasped it. The knowledge became his, and he knew the aspect. It was protection. At first, he was a little disappointed by it, but when he thought about the application of the aspect, he smiled internally. After all, he used barrier spells often. He was sure this one would prove to be one of his most used aspects in the future, assuming it was within his power to cast it. As the knowledge suffused his mind, Lox felt the world fading as he was drawn into his mindscape. As Lox's vision returned, he found himself just outside his library with Regis standing in front of him, wearing a wide smile.
That was a stroke of genius!
Regis drew Lox into a hug.
I had not expected you to learn a 4th-tier aspect for at least several years, if not decades, even at your high rate of learning.
Why is that? Lox glanced around the crater, seeing if anything had changed. He saw Mortis standing in the middle as usual. He waved, but was ignored as normal.
Because,
Regis gestured with his hands widely and sighed.
Just follow me. I will show you.
Regis shot into the air, and Lox shrugged and followed him. It didn't take long for Regis to lead him through the mountains to a small alcove. Inside the small, rocky alcove, Lox saw something that gave him pause. Before him floated a shimmering ball of light of the same silvery shifting colors of the aspect he had just learned about, the size of a basketball. He didn't so much hear the word as felt it vibrating from the orb as it seemed to notice them. Protect, protect. The voice grew louder as Lox stood there longer. Regis tapped him on the arm and gestured for them to leave. When they were outside the alcove and could no longer hear the strange, vibrating voice, Lox looked back at the alcove where he could see the glow of the silvery light coming from. Is that the aspect I just learned?
Isn't it amazing?
Regis orbited around Lox as they floated in the air. Is it self-aware? Lox flew over to a ledge and landed before sitting down.
Not quite.
Regis touched down next to him.
Not quite. More like an animalistic level of awareness. The first 3 tiers of aspects are simple and easily malleable into different roles. When you start getting into the higher tier aspects, that changes as the aspects start to become immensely more complicated.
Why does that matter? And why was it so good I received the aspect from the avatar? It doesn't seem very useful outside protective barriers. Regis let out a short laugh at Lox's words.
I promise you that while the protection aspect seems of limited use, you will find yourself using it lots when you can manage to summon it.
Regis got a faraway look in his eyes as he tried to explain.
I don't know why, but as aspects pass the 4th tier, their complexity gives rise to personalities. Their personalities are focused on their very aspect of creation, focused to the point of the exclusion of all else.
He waved at the alcove.
For example, that protection aspect only cares about protecting things. Doesn't matter why or what. It just protects.
While that is nice and all, I still don't see the use. Being able to protect is one thing, but it is of limited utility.
You are both right and wrong in that thinking.
Regis drew a wand and began to make glowing shapes in the air.
4th tier, in particular, are meant for doing one task and one task only, but the implementation of that task can vary greatly.
In the air, he had drawn a stick figure and a large golem-looking figure. For example, if you created or summoned a golem or elemental of some kind and used the protection aspect to tell it to protect something, it would attack anything that threatened it. I hadn't thought of that. Lux was beginning to see what Regis was talking about. Already, different ways of creating self-defending barriers were springing into his mind. Maybe I should have asked for a 5th-tier aspect. Regis shook his head. If the Avatar had given you a 5th-tier aspect, it would have likely broken your mind. You need to build up to things like that. As it is, the Avatar giving the single 4th-tier aspect literally saved you years of experimentation as you tried to break into the 4th tier of aspects. And now that you have one, it will be easier to learn others. Good to know, I guess. Lux felt himself beginning to wake and realized that his time was running out. I am glad I was able to chat, even briefly. Before I go, you mentioned it would be hard to use and summon the aspect. Can you explain more? Of course. Regis began speaking quickly to convey as much information as he could. Summoning the aspect will just be hard because of the mana and concentration cost. When you do summon it, be very careful how you use it. If you attempt to use the aspect in an offensive way at all, it is very possible it will rebel against you and attack you with your own magic. Lux was about to respond when he suddenly found himself waking up on the temple floor. Sitting up, he saw the Avatar was now gone, but the temple had been repaired extensively. Now, softly burning golden flames burned in small divots in the walls, filling the temple with a soft light. Did I miss anything? Cleopatra looked at him. Oh, good, you are awake. You missed some pretty neat magic that restored this place, and a new quest. If you check your log, it is probably there now. Lux looked at his quest log and almost immediately saw the quest Cleopatra was talking about. The Lost. The Avatar of this temple has requested you bring the bodies of the guardian of this region and its minions to her temple. She believes that they contain the imprisoned souls of some of her acolytes and says she should be able to restore some of them. That doesn't seem too bad. Lux saw Zara lying on the steps leading to the altar. Any idea how long she will be out? The Avatar said it would take a day for her mind to adapt to all the new spells. Cleopatra grabbed Lux's hand and pulled him to his feet. So for now, we are taking the chance to rest and repair the equipment we can. This place has quite the soothing effect on you. Lux joined the others near the front of the temple. He first poked his head out and saw the front of the temple now had a shimmering barrier that kept the undead out. The Avatar said that would remain until the region was secured. Well, nice to know we can rest in peace for the next little while. Lux waved at Felix. You let Tyrannus know what is up? Just finished. Felix closed the book Lux now saw was the magical messenger book. Chapter 21. Lux. All right, guys. If everything works out and we don't wipe, we should have a path to the temple today. Tyrannus.
Good work. I will get heading that way. Let me know when it is cleared.
Son of a bitch, that hurt. Lux gasped as the remnants of the magic he had been working with disappeared. He was just glad all it had done was bottom out his mana bar.
That the new 4th tier aspect you were telling me about?
Felix sat next to Lux and had watched the failed attempt at summoning the aspect in rapt fascination. It was. Lux placed his wand back in its holster. Regis warned me it would be a hard one to use, but I hadn't expected it to be that hard.
What happened?
Felix leaned back on his hands.
It seemed like it was going well at first.
Lux let out a sigh. My concentration was not enough to stabilize the aspect, and the greedy thing drained the rest of my mana and left. I am just glad it didn't blow up on us.
You know, if all the higher-tier aspects are as difficult to use, I begin to understand better why people avoid the magical engineer skill set.
Felix shook his head softly.
At first, being around you, I didn't get why the talent was so disliked, but now I see why. You are going to struggle to keep up if all the aspects are so hard to work with at higher levels.
Thanks. Lox shot him an irritated look. I guess I will just have to work even harder at this than I thought, all while not blowing myself up.
Seems about right.
Felix had a shit-eating grin plastered on his face, and Lox just shook his head.
There you guys are.
Zara came out from the interior of the temple and joined the rest of the group.
Thank you all so much for asking the Avatar to give me even more magic.
Everyone but Lox, that is.
Xerxes came up beside Lox and elbowed him in the ribs.
Hey, 4th-tier aspects are super cool.
Lox tried to ward the shadow mage off.
Yeah, you are just greedy.
Xerxes put an arm around Lox.
But it is okay. We love you anyways.
Get away from me. Lox rolled out from his arm with a snort.
It is not my fault I used the boon differently than the rest of you.
Everyone laughed.
No worries, Lox.
Jedediah patted him on the back.
We are just messing with you.
Then his attention returned to Zara.
Zara, what did you learn?
Zara got a distant look before she smiled widely.
I got a resurrection spell, regeneration spell, greater restoration spell, equipment greater restoration spell, and a spell that will turn any campfire into an AoE minor regeneration aura. I also have lesser versions of those 2 restoration spells. Damn, that equipment restoration spell, I bet, will become one of your favorites.
Cleopatra smiled at her.
I bet you could even make quite a pretty penny selling it as a service. You need a chance to rest up before we head out?
They had passed the night in the temple, and it was now mid-morning the next day.
I feel great, and am excited to try out my new spells.
Zara pulled a wand and shot a beam of golden magic at Lox. Lox sighed as the restoration spell restored some of his mana.
I am good to go too.
He got to his feet, giving Zara a thankful smile. The team headed back out into the region, sneaking toward a spot Xerxes had scouted out for them to set up in. The large building Xerxes led them to had a handful of simple undead in it that they cleared quickly. The interior of the building was spacious, with piles of rubble scattered around. One wall had a gaping hole knocked in it, while the other 3 seemed to be still strong. Lox saw why Xerxes had picked this place out almost immediately. Along one of the walls, a stone staircase led up to a layer of overhead metal scaffolding that had mostly survived the centuries intact. The supports had given way, and the rusted metal paths had fallen down in a few places, but overall the scaffolding still looked safe-ish. As Lox studied the scaffolding a couple of meters above their heads, he saw it all led to a central structure. I wonder what this place was.
Maybe some sort of workshop?
Felix bent to examine a pile of detritus.
This looks like at one point it might have been a workshop of some kind.
In the middle of the temple district?
Zara shook her head.
Doesn't that seem unlikely?
I don't know.
Xerxes shrugged.
It could be. With my previous character, I saw a temple to a forge god that was set up like a massive smithy. Maybe it is the home of a production god of some kind. Well, let's hope there isn't another angry avatar here.
Lox headed for the stairs.
Not sure if we can handle another.
The sturdiness of the scaffolding surprised Lox as the group began to traverse it, heading for the structure in the middle. As they crossed the large building, Lox saw a few more staircases leading up into the scaffolding and made a note of their locations as they went. Entering the structure, Lox got the feeling Xerxes had been right in his guess about this being a temple to some sort of production-focused god. In a square room, they saw what looked to have been a massive stone workbench covered in arcane symbols. The workbench had been shattered by a massive blow to its middle, which had caused it to collapse.
This was an altar.
Zara moved to the ruined altar and placed her hand on it.
A very small remnant of the Avatar remains here, but only barely.
She winced and pulled her hand away.
It is full of anger and wrath now, the poor thing.
Who could blame it?
Cleopatra gestured around at the state of its temple.
Its home was destroyed, and followers slaughtered.
Maybe it will get some joy as it watches us kill the undead that did this to it.
Xerxes left the altar room, and the others followed, each first bowing their heads slightly toward the altar.
So my thought was to destroy or barricade the other staircases up here, only leaving one open. That way, Cleo and Jed only have to defend one spot, while us squishy ranged fighters have a height advantage and can rain death down on the baddies.
I like the sound of that.
Cleopatra looked at Jedediah, and he nodded.
Let's get those stairs blocked.
Felix and I should focus on making a bunch of defensive spells and counter magic. Lox glanced around the building, already noting places he could hang spells. If more of the caster-type undead show up, it will be nice to have the defensive magic already in place.
Good idea.
Cleopatra turned and headed for one of the staircases.
Get to it. I want us to be ready to go in 2 hours.
I will help you two out as well, once I get a restoration fire set up where Cleo and Jed will be.
Zara made her way toward the staircase they had come up. Lox looked at Felix and drew his wand.
Well, I guess we should get to it. I will work on barriers, since you have better counterspells.
Felix grunted in acknowledgement as he began to cast. 2 hours later, 3 casters were drenched in sweat, but the room practically shimmered with the number of defensive spells that had layered in. Some would only last a day, but others would remain in place indefinitely until they were triggered.
Well, any casters other than us who try to shit in here will have a rude awakening.
Lox high-fived Felix, then Zara, as Felix's final spell was put in place.
You 3 done?
Cleopatra looked up from the poker game she, Xerxes, and Jedediah had been playing. It hadn't taken them long to block up the other 3 staircases, and they had been playing cards for the last hour or so.
We sure are.
Felix pulled out a mana potion and began to sip on it.
Well, while you recover, Zerk can go get our first victims.
Cleopatra began to gather up the cards.
Hey, you're just saying that because you were losing,
Xerxes griped, but at a glare from Cleopatra, he got up and ran off. It didn't take long for Xerxes to come running back in.
I got friends for all of you to meet.
Bursting in through the hole in the wall, Xerxes was at the head of a small horde of skeletons in light armor. They chased Xerxes to the staircase where Cleopatra and Jedediah met the charge with a lowered shield and spear. Their height advantage and bracing allowed them to stop the undead in their tracks. Zara's restoration fire kept their health and stamina at full, allowing Zara to join Lox and Xerxes in raining magical attacks down on the skeletons' heads. Normally, her magic would not do damage, but her bolts of healing magic were the perfect weapon for fighting the undead. The combination of all the ranged attacks and Cleopatra and Jedediah wailing on the undead wiped out the group of skeletons with little effort. As the last one fell, Xerxes headed back out. That was how the next several hours passed, the small breaks in between each fight giving everyone the time needed to recover their stamina and expended mana. It seemed like the patrol group they had fought the previous day was uncommon. Of course, as soon as Lox had that thought, things got harder.
Guys!
Xerxes dove through the hole in the wall as a fireball sailed past his head.
This is a nasty group!
Getting his bearings, Xerxes dashed for Cleopatra and Jedediah just as 3 figures in heavy black plate mail burst in after him, their bulk and strength knocking the hole even wider. Behind the hulking undead knights, Lox saw several quicker-moving undead ghouls and a cluster of 5 archers. The archers let loose a volley of arrows at Xerxes. He managed to dodge 2 of the arrows, but the other 3 hit him in the back, causing him to fall forward just as he reached Cleopatra. She grabbed him and tossed him up the stairs as the knights closed with her and Jedediah. Zara was already running toward Xerxes, and Felix and Lox aimed at the archers. As he released the beam of destruction at the archers, Lox was just about to ask where the caster was when a new cluster of 3 robed figures stepped through the hole, and a barrier flickered into place, stopping his beam and Felix's lightning bolt.
A dark miasma of energy began to form around the casters. Lox smiled coldly as twin bolts of golden light blasted down at the group from the ceiling. A trap spell he had placed there activated. The bolts transfixed one of the undead casters, killing it almost instantly. Seeing their companion fall, the other casters began to raise more defensive barriers around them and the archers. A black arrow flashed across the room, disappearing and then reappearing just inside the barriers before killing an archer. Lox looked over to see Xerxes on his feet again, black strands of magic disappearing around him. A pulse of energy over where Cleopatra and Jedediah were engaged drew Lox's eyes to Saul, who had joined them in the last fight as he fired a stunning bolt. His stunning bolt gave Cleopatra an opening to land a punishing blow in the knight's chest, knocking it back. Lox pointed his wand at the other knight. He timed the soul blast and hit his target just as it brought a blow down at Jedediah. The well-timed blast caused the knight to rock back and gave Jedediah the opportunity to drive his spear through the joint of the knight's armpit. The magic of the spear caused the knight to shudder once before it fell limp. Withdrawing the spear, Jedediah raised it in thanks before engaging the next waiting ghoul. The fight took a while, but the ending was never in doubt. Their prepared magical defensives gave them huge advantages over their undead enemies. Lox used his soul blast several more times, and at the end of the fight, Cleopatra held down the final ghoul for Lox to drain and restore his depleted soul energy.
Well, that went well.
Cleopatra glanced up at the others, and Zara cast healing magic on her.
Give us a second to restore our magical defenses, and we should be good to go again.
Lox was already working on a new trap spell. A roar coming through the hole caused Lox to pause his spell work. Everyone looked at the hole in the wall just in time to see an abomination lumber through it, followed by another, and then another. Behind them, Lox saw a swarm of undead with magical barriers popping to life as they prepared to rush in after the abominations. Well, crap! Lox immediately changed his spell. Chapter 22. Kalen. You guys see the trailer for the new game? Jesse. World of Madness? Yeah, it looks sick. I wonder what happens to set the stage for that world. Sarah.
Who knows? From what we know, it is set super far in the future.
Kalen.
Tyrannus. Altor is okay with us looking into the new games, right?
Tyrannus.
Yeah, Sarah nailed it. They are far enough off in the future that there is little we can do about it now.
Change of plans, people.
Cleopatra stepped off the stairs.
Bring down the abominations first. They will tear down the scaffolding with their weight. Lox, put something in the hole to slow down the swarm.
Having already had a similar idea, Lox didn't bother responding as he used soul energy to fuel his spell. Aspect after aspect formed around him. Most of them were golden, but a few were lime green and electric blue. They all burned brightly with soul magic, and Lox felt the spell pushing his limits of control as he bound the aspects together. He pointed his wand, and the formation of aspects condensed, and a massive, tumbling ball of golden fire streaked with lime green and electric blue flew toward the hole in the wall just as the swarm surged forward. The amped-up power of the spell from the soul energy allowed it to punch through the barriers erected before it, and the ball hit in the middle of the hole just as the first skeleton arrived. It exploded in a concussive blast, splattering sticky fire in all directions. The skeletons caught in the middle of the initial blast were all incinerated. Everything within 15 meters of the hole in the wall was coated in the multicolored fire. The spell was the largest spell Lox had ever built with soul energy, and the massive draw caused the hunger deep within him to wake up. He felt it coming, and looking at Felix, Zara, and Xerxes, He knew he could not stay up on the scaffolding with them. To the others' cries of surprise, Lox threw himself off the scaffolding as he activated monstrous strength and vampiric speed, using up almost all of his remaining soul energy. "Saul! Mindscape! Now!" Lox barely managed to growl as he landed and rushed toward the abominations, a spell forming around him as he ran. As Lox approached the leading abomination, he passed Cleopatra and Jedediah and released his spell. A blast of holy fire rocked the abomination backward, and Lox slipped under its feet before leaping on its back and beginning to drain it. At first, he felt the urge to bite it to draw the energy he needed faster, but as if a giant stepped on an ant, the urge was suddenly squashed. The first body he was draining ran out of energy and sloughed away right as a fist smashed into Lox, driving him into the back of the abomination. Gritting his teeth, Lox tried to wedge himself between the packed bodies as he drained two at once. The blows continued to rain down on Lox as he drained the abomination 2 bodies at a time, but he dug himself deeper into the putrid creature each time. He felt waves of fiery hot magic from Felix washing over the abominations, and a few tendrils of soothing magic from Zara reached him as he struggled against the monster. Lox lost count of the number of bodies he drained before he felt something different. His right hand plunged deep into the hulking creature and suddenly drew on something much more immense. He sensed all of the soul energy being drawn from the bodies around him as he drew on what he now thought must be the core of the abominations. Suddenly, the abomination he was riding began to thrash even more desperately as it felt its whole being drained. Lox held on tight as more blows rained down on him. Then something changed, and Lox found himself falling downward with the rest of the bodies as the abomination came apart. But to his growing alarm, he saw that many of the undead that had comprised the hulking creature start to move on their own again. Gnashing teeth and clawing hands ripped at Lox. He tried to fight them off, but his monstrous strength buff ran out, and he screamed as he was essentially shredded. You have died. Throwing yourself into a horde of zombies will do that to you. Time remaining for your party to resurrect you, 30 minutes. Do you wish to wait? Yes or no? Lox selected yes, remembering Zara now had a resurrection spell. Finding himself in the eerie position of watching a fight without sound, Lox watched waves of magic from Felix washing over the horde that had spawned from the abomination as they rushed away from Lox's broken body toward Cleopatra. The abomination she was fighting looked like it had been through a shredder itself as Cleopatra hacked away at it. Next to Cleopatra, Jedediah engaged the other abomination, ramming his spear through its unarmored belly repeatedly. His method seemed more effective, and the abomination he was fighting collapsed into a heap of bodies. Looking away from the melee, Lox saw the undead casters firing volleys of dark, putrid water into his flames, slowly extinguishing them. Though Lox was happy to see many of the less intelligent undead had attempted to rush through the flames, their charred bodies appeared as the flames were extinguished. A bright glow drew Lox's attention up to Zara. Circular ritual magic surrounded her as she was lifted into the air. In a flash, a beam of pure white magic laced with golden light shot from her and entered Lox's ravaged body, lying below his etheric feet. Lox watched as the worst of the damage was repaired. Then he felt pulled back into his body. He let out a pained gasp as his eyes regained their focus, and he sat up. Still, Lox drew his wand in immense pain and began to channel his own weaker healing magic into his body, knowing the resurrection spell would likely drain Zara. A few moments later, he felt Cleopatra grabbing him by the waist and picking him up easily.
Enough lounging about. We need to get up top before they get through your magic.
Lox looked around to see a path through the magical fire almost completed. Even now, a few ghouls were leaping through the fire and running towards them alight. Jedediah moved to cover Lox and Cleopatra as they made their way for the stairs, impaling the leading ghoul on his spear. Reaching the base of the stairs, Cleopatra pushed Lox ahead of her.
Get patched up, and tell the others we need to be ready to fall back. There are too many to hold without giving ground.
Will do. Lox used the handrail to help him climb the stairs. As he reached the top of the stairs, a ball of golden light hit him, and he felt Zara's magic working overtime to heal him.
Guys, we are going to have to fall back if we want to win. Felix, Zerk, we need to focus on the casters as soon as we see them.
The others nodded in understanding as another ball of healing magic hit Lox.
Thanks for the resurrection, Zara. That should be enough healing for me, though. Focus on keeping our front line up.
Lox heard a roar and looked over to see a completed path through his magical fire. He watched as the swarm rushed forward through the path the casters had cleared. Seeing an opportunity, Lox began building a spell. Bolts of jagged lightning and multicolored magic shot through the building, smashing and ricocheting into magical barriers. The magical duel between Lox and Felix and the dozen undead casters was chaotic. If they had not taken the time to build defensive spells, Lox knew there was little chance they could beat this many casters. So far, he and Felix had managed to wound one of the casters and counter or block all of their spells, but he knew that could not last.
Where is Zerk at?
Lox looked around the scaffolding looking for the sneaky shadow mage, but saw him nowhere. Lox was about to call for him to do something when out on a separate walkway there was a pulse of dark magic. An arrow shot straight down, penetrating an undead wizard's magical barrier and embedding itself in its skull. The wizard dropped like a stone, the spell around it coming undone as they lost their power source. Lox then saw Xerxes dashing away from the spot the arrow had come from before the next two nearest mages could incinerate him. He vanished in a puff of black magic. Lox heard Cleopatra shout, "Death!" as her war cry and looked over as she Sparta-kicked a zombie back down the stairs, it acting like a bowling ball and knocking the rest of the undead on the staircase down. Saul, who had come back from the mindscape, used the opening to release a torrent of small magical blasts that further disoriented the undead on the stairs. His momentary distraction watching the melee almost cost him, as a bolt of necrotic energy slammed into a barrier only a meter away from him. He traced the bolt back to its origin, expecting to see a trap spell zapping a caster for a little damage at least, but nothing happened. Lox cursed internally. "Felix!" "Yeah, I saw. All our traps are gone." Felix released a new spell that released an explosive fiery bolt that exploded against a barrier, flattening it. The wash of heat from the attack had Lox looking at Felix in surprise. "I finally picked a mage path. Fire. It is a new spell I learned." "Well, damn." Lox fired a simple bolt of fire back at the caster who had targeted him. Unsurprisingly, the attack hit a barrier and was stopped. Lox drew a mana potion and began to take a drink. "So that just means you can use more powerful fire magic, right?" "That and the few ice and water spells I know kind of suck now." Felix fired off another torrent of fireballs at a group of casters and withdrew his own potion. He winced at the taste. "You got enough soul energy in you to break the barriers around that group?" Lox checked his soul energy reserves and saw he was actually over his storage limit. He hadn't realized how much energy he had gotten from the abomination. "I can do that, no problem." Lox built a fire and disorder beam spell, powering it with soul magic, and when Felix was ready, released the spell. The beam of dark gray energy with a scarlet ribbon wrapping around it lanced across the room. Shattering the barriers it hit, the beam punched a basketball-sized hole in the chest of a caster. A moment later, A ball of blue fire landed in their midst from Felix, and a dome of blue fire surrounded them all for several seconds. When it dissipated, the group of casters was gone. "Nice!" Locke's fist bumped Felix as a new caster fired a spell at Cleopatra and Jedediah and drew his eye. "Cover me for a second. I can bring him down if I can build my penetration spell." Locks, with his eyes, could see only one strong barrier protecting the caster, meaning the spell he had developed would work well. Barriers and counterspells flew from Felix as Locks carefully built his spell using his grimoire. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Xerxes taking down another caster as well. As the spell finished, Locks pointed his wand at the caster and fired his spell. It worked as intended, and the electrical charge disrupted the barrier just long enough for the ice spike infused with holy magic to pass through and skewer the caster. Surprised, the caster had no time to react and twitched a few times on the 2-meter-long spike before dying. With the undead caster numbers greatly decreased, the magical duel began to shift in their favor. When the combination of ice bolts from Locks and fireballs from Felix brought down the last caster, they both turned their attention onto the swarm of zombies, skeletons, and ghouls that were slowly pushing the group through the scaffolding. Now unprotected, the undead below them were at the mercy of their magical attacks. Raining attack after attack down, the 3 casters quickly mopped up the undead below them. But that left all the undead that climbed up onto the scaffolding with them. Unable to get clean shots at the ones engaged with Cleopatra and Xerxes, Locks and Felix followed the scaffolding's paths until one led them to a track running parallel to the fight. It was almost too easy then. Beams of magic from Locks and torrents of flames hit the swarm in their unprotected sides and obliterated them. As Cleopatra decapitated the last ghoul with a blow from her axe, an eerie silence fell over the area. While the fight had seemed like it had lasted hours, Locks knew less than one had passed. "Well, I wonder how many more are left." Zara sat down on the scaffolding, letting her legs dangle out below them. "Give me a bit to catch my breath, and we shall see." Xerxes sat down next to her and leaned back on his arms. The group gathered around Zara, everyone sitting down on the scaffolding. Locks and Cleopatra leaned their backs against each other, and Locks opened his character sheet. "Anyone else level up?" A general chorus of agreement followed a moment of silence as everyone checked over their character sheets. Locks looked over his again, spending the 5 new stat points on his strength score. As he looked over his character sheet, Locks couldn't help but be impressed by his gains. Since coming to Westia, he had gained almost 20 levels thanks to the non-stop fighting they have been doing over the last several weeks, though he had noticed the progress had started to slow in the last few days. Character soul level, 64. Name, Locks Stellicus. Race, half-human, Nalcor. Unspent stat points, 0. Spent stat points, 320. 5 stat points per level. Health, 416. Health regeneration, 14 per second. Equipment modifiers, 2 per second. Total, 16 per second. Stamina, 418. Stamina regeneration, 14.8 per second. Equipment modifiers, 2 per second. Total, 16.8 per second. Mana, 1,081. Mana regeneration, 32.6 per second. Equipment modifiers, 1 per second. Total, 33.6 per second. Carrying pounds, 499. Stats: Intelligence, 120. Spirit, 96. Equipment modifiers, 1. Total, 97. Vitality, 20. Equipment modifiers, 20. Total, 40. Resilience, 40. Strength, 40. Endurance, 40. Agility, 44. Dexterity, 70. Actual level,
88. Experience, 1,110.9 of 51,200.0. Even though it had slowed his magical strength progression, Lox had used a bunch of the last 20 levels' stat points to increase his overall durability. He had been just a little too squishy. The unintended effect of this was just moving around became so much easier. It was like learning you could walk instead of crawl. He wondered why anyone would turn down the opportunity to use magic, but as he had increased his strength and agility more, he understood why people might choose it over magic. Feeling like you had super speed or strength was magic all on its own. He could only imagine what Cleopatra felt like with all her physical traits pushing 100. Refocusing on the others, Lox opened his soul energy menu, checking he wasn't still over his storage limit. He had used soul energy a few more times, either in spells or well-timed soul blasts, in the fight to prevent him from wasting any. Soul energy. 100 XP equals 1. Stored energy, 572 out of 590. Talent point. Cost, 200. Times purchased, 3. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Stat point. Cost, 20. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. 50 XP. Cost, 1. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Decrease rate of loss by 10%. Cost, 50. Times purchased, 1. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Ability to store 10 stolen soul energy. Cost, 10. Times purchased, 59. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Vampiric speed, 2 times plus 1 time per level. Move 2 times faster for 5 minutes. Cost, 750. Times purchased, 1. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 50. Monstrous strength, 2 times plus 1 time per level. Gain 2 times strength for 5 minutes. Cost, 750. Times purchased, 1. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 50. Aura of Fear, 5 yards. Emit an aura of fear that will unnerve opponents that get within 5 yards of you. Cost, 500. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Eternal Endurance. Plus 25% reduction in remaining per level. Decreases need for sleep by 50% and increases stamina by 50%. Cost, 500. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Enchanting Eyes, 5 minutes increase power per level. Enchant a person to follow your will for 5 minutes when they look into your eyes. Cost, 750. Times purchased, 1. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 10. Spirit Form, 5 minutes plus 2.5 minutes per level. Turn into a spirit form for 5 minutes. Cost, 1,500. Times purchased, 1. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 150. Predatory Sense, plus 5 meters per level. Detect consumable souls within 10 meters. Cost, 100. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Paralytic Feedback, minus 10% total cost per level. At the cost of 25% of soul energy, the soul vampire can enhance the paralytic effect of the drain greatly. Cost, 1,000. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Rapid Healing, plus 25 per level. Heal 200 health points. Cost, 500. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 200.
Protected Reaping. Minus 10% of total remaining cost per level. Further protects you from harm when in the process of reaping at the cost of 50% of soul energy. Cost, 1,000. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Soul Blast. From you, the palm of your hand releases a blast of raw soul energy. Does damage based on difference in soul levels. Cost, 750. Times purchased, 1. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 5. Soul-powered spells. Allows you to power spells using soul energy instead of mana. Spell effectiveness will be greater against enemies with lower soul levels. Cost, 2,250. Times purchased, 1. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 1 point per 10 mana. Physical Reap. Greatly increases the rate at which you reap soul energy when in contact with a source. Cost, 1,500. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 0. Soul Tug. You can pull on the soul energy of targets and cause them to be pulled towards you, range of 10 meters, plus 5 per time purchased. Cost, 500. Times purchased, 0. Upkeep cost per day, 0. Upkeep cost per use, 5 per second. Lox used 100 of his stored energy to purchase the ability to store energy 10 more times before closing the menu. His goal was eventually to have enough storage to purchase the more expensive abilities without being over his storage limit and risking losing soul energy. As he refocused on the group around him, he could feel that Cleopatra had fallen asleep, her deep, constant breaths soothing him as well. Sol, keep watch for a bit. I think we are all taking power naps. Lox let his mind wander, and soon fell asleep as well. What only seemed like an instant passed, and Lox heard Xerxes groaning as he sat up. Well, I needed that. Lox opened his eyes to see the shadow mage getting to his feet. He felt Cleopatra stirring behind him and carefully started to get up as well. I am going to go scout the areas. Xerxes picked his way past Jedediah and headed for the stairs. I am going to go check those casters for loot. Lox followed after Xerxes. Me too. Felix got up and joined them. Still groggy from the nap, Cleopatra and Jedediah followed after them, muttering something about them needing protection. While you guys are doing that, I am going to go check on the altar. Zara pulled her legs back onto the scaffolding and headed in the opposite direction. It took them some time, but they managed to sort through the undead and gathered anything valuable into a pile. Most of the loot was damaged beyond repair, but a small collection of rings and amulets boosted different stats. There was also a pair of spellbooks found on one caster. Lox elected to take one of the other spellbooks in lieu of the stat-boosting jewelry and was pretty sure Xerxes would want the other when he got back. The spellbook he got was for a bolt of necrotic lightning called, unimaginatively, Black Lightning. It was a spell he had seen the undead casters using a bunch. He put it in his ring, hoping to use the spellbook deconstruction ability on it later. He was hesitant to use it now since he had not used it since making the transition. Even before the transition, the information from the spellbook he had deconstructed had been massive, and Lox was sure it would be now. Xerxes returned several hours later. We must have drawn in all the undead nearby. The way is more or less clear to the region boss now, which just so happens to also be where the Temple of Creation is. He caught the book Lox tossed to him. Ooh, shadow movement. This will be fun. He began to read the spellbook. As Xerxes was absorbing the new spell, Zara joined them. The altar is obviously still broken, but the remnant of the Avatar is less angry now. It liked watching us blast the undead, I think. Lox tossed her an amulet that would boost her casting time of healing spells. Inspecting it, she slipped it around her neck. Well, they don't look very friendly. Xerxes whispered into Lox's ear as they cautiously looked in the plaza at the temple district center. Lox didn't bother replying, as he focused on the different figures just enough to get their level readings and a little information on the boss. Corrupted Temple Guard, soul level 63. These abominations were formed by twisting the souls of the guardians of the temples as they were slain. Now driven by a hatred for all life, they hunt all who oppose their master. There were 3 of these hulking undead in the plaza. They were covered in black plate mail that leaked purple light. They wielded broadswords made of pure black metal. They towered over the other undead. Corrupted Cleric Amalgamation, soul level 65. Once blessed by their gods with divine magic, that blessing was ripped away and replaced by a malignant force that destroys all it touches. These undead were truly twisted. They had 3 heads on top of the grotesque bodies, each looking in a different direction. Below that, they had a dozen arms sticking out in what seemed to be random directions and angles all over their torso. Their flowing black robes hid what passed for their legs, and Lox was thankful for that. There again were 3 of the monsters, all stationed around a central figure. Corrupted High Priest, soul level 70. Once the voice of a god, this high priest was captured and tortured until his mind was broken. The power granted to him by his god was then corrupted with the power of the Eldritch Plane to better serve his new master. Of the undead, this one looked the most human still, though his eyes burned with eldritch fire, and he stood taller and thinner than any person Lox had ever seen. His bald head was covered in dark gray skin, cracked in places where small wisps of eldritch energy bled into the air. He held a black book covered in glowing eldritch script in one hand, and in the other he held a staff made of black wood. It formed a circle at the top of the staff where 6 more rings of the black wood hung, each with a spark of eldritch fire burning in the middle. Lox had barely relayed what he had learned back to the team when a deep, almost grandfatherly voice reached out to them. "Children, I know you are here. You may come out now." Lox poked his head around the corner again to see the high priest look directly at him. "See? There you are. Hello?" Lox stepped out from behind the building they had been hiding behind. He drew his wand, but kept it pointed at the ground so as not to threaten the talkative priest. "I don't suppose you would be willing to just let us pass, or better yet, join our side." As he spoke, Lox saw the others coming out from behind the building as well. The high priest chuckled at his words, but paused when he saw Zara. "A daughter of my former mistress. How—" He paused, seeming to savor her presence. "Refreshing." A moment passed, and the priest began talking again. "Alas, I cannot let you pass. Do you think me a fool? You would enter the temple of the Creator and summon an army of bound souls that would swarm over me. Then rebel against your master and join us." Lox was summoning aspects as discreetly as he could with his wand, now that Cleopatra was between him and the high priest, blocking sight of his lowered wand. A harsh voice came from one of the clerics. It spoke in unison with 3 different voices, 2 high female voices, and 1 deep male voice. "Why would we rebel against the Master? Even if you beat us, the Master is powerful and will rule this kingdom before long." "Silence!" the high priest struck out, a whip made of purple energy scoring the cleric that had talked, making it shriek in pain. The priest then refocused on them. "We will never join you." Cleopatra glanced back at Lox when he did not answer the priest. "Then why talk with us?" The cleric's words had triggered a thought in Lox's mind that he was chasing down. "Well, it is simple. The high priest gestured at the undead around him. This lot is horribly boring, but they are all the company I have had for the last few 100 years, so I could not pass up the opportunity to chat for a few moments before we must fight. A thought clicked together in Lox's mind.
Your master is behind the corrupting influence on the king, isn't he?
Lox smiled.
That means we are going to get divine favor for beating your ass.
The high priest narrowed his eyes. Well, I guess you would have likely figured it out eventually. Lox saw the priest lower his staff toward them, violet energy gathering around it. He started to raise his wand, finishing his spell. It has been nice chatting, but now we fight. A beam of violet energy shot toward the group. Before the beam could reach them, Lox fired his own attack at the priest. From his wand, a beam of azure blue magic shot. The two opposing beams met between the groups in a boiling explosion of magic.
Saul, get above and see if you can disturb his spell, Lox grunted as he maintained the magic of his attack. The spell was not an overly complex one, but made use of second and third tier aspects. The two attacks were equally matched in strength, but Lox knew there was a finite amount of time he had before his mana would run out, and he kind of doubted the high priest would run out before him. As Lox and the priest continued the duel of magical strength, he saw the fight unfolding. Jedediah and Cleopatra went on either side of the clashing beams of magic to engage the charging temple guards. Cleopatra engaged two of the guards and was being supported by Xerxes on one side, while Jedediah engaged the other guard on the other side. Smaller magical duels of flashing attacks and debuffs started being exchanged between Felix and Zara as they fought to counter the cleric's attacks. A lucky blow from Cleopatra sent a guard stumbling, and an arrow from Xerxes exploded to knock the guard further off balance. Lox lost sight of the guard as it tripped and tumbled backward into the maelstrom of magic created where the two beams met. Seeing the opportunity for what it was, Lox took a risk and cut off his attack and rolled to the side. As he came to his feet and looked back at the high priest, he saw the priest had had the same idea. The guard who had tripped into the middle of their attack and had allowed them to break off the struggle slowly fell to its knees and then fell apart. A moment passed in stunned silence, followed by a scramble as Cleopatra shouted orders and the lines rearranged. Lox didn't even have time to celebrate as he heard a laugh from the high priest. Focusing on him, Lox saw one of the rings on his staff light up with eldritch fire and lift to the top of the hoop. The priest raised the staff and an eldritch fireball rocketed toward them. The attack exploded on a barrier Felix raised, washing over it. Saul's mission now pointless, he moved to assist Jedediah as Lox and the high priest threw their magical strength into the duel between the living and undead casters. Lox took the load off Zara, allowing her to heal the melee fighters. The priest did the same for his clerics, and they began to heal the temple guards. "We need to start bringing down the clerics. They can out-heal us," Lox gasped between gulps of mana potion.
"We don't have time for you to build your fancy spell."
Felix planted his staff, forming a barrier to stop a barrage of violet bolts.
"We need Xerxes to do a triple tap."
The triple tap was a technique the three of them had worked on for penetrating multi-layered barriers.
"That is, unless your clone is ready."
Lox closed his eyes for a moment, feeling for the clone he had made before even coming near the plaza, and shook his head.
No, he is working, but is not ready.
Lox looked over at Xerxes, who must have heard them because he was already moving into position.
All right, the target is the leftmost cleric.
Lox formed another layer of barriers.
That close enough for you to do a flat shot?
It is. Xerxes knocked an arrow and began to form his spell around it. The technique got much harder to pull off if Xerxes had to arc his shots very much, so they were lucky it was within range of a flat shot. Felix and Lox lined up behind Xerxes, staggered so they could fire past each other.
Zara, we need you to hold the defensive for a little bit. Felix released a ball of fire at the guard fighting Cleopatra.
Okay.
Zara twirled her scepter, changing the spell she was casting.
Got it. Don't miss.
You guys ready? Lox began forming his spell.
Base of necks. No fucking around with headshots. It has got too many heads anyways.
The others grunted, indicating they understood. Felix fired first, since it was the slowest moving attack. A lance of sputtering white fire shot past Lox and hit the first barrier between them and the cleric they were targeting. The attack would have done little damage to a monster, but was instead meant for breaking force barriers. Lox fired his spell as it struck, and a bolt of electric blue shot out. It was the first part of his barrier-penetrating spell. As it passed Xerxes, he fired his arrow, the speed of the projectile almost identical. Lox's bolt hit the barrier and opened a hole in it, which Xerxes' arrow passed through. His arrow then vanished and appeared right in front of the targeted cleric. It buried itself in the base of the three necks, and the black orb flashed, removing most of the base. Two of the heads fell off immediately, no longer connected. The third let out a garbled cry as it fell back, it too almost completely severed. The cleric collapsed to the ground in a heap. Their combined attack had only taken a few seconds, giving the undead no time to respond to the coordinated strike. Seeing no healing magic directed at the fallen cleric, Lox guessed it was dead. As they all split back to their previous roles, Lox now saw two rings glowing on the high priest's staff as he lifted it. This time, a bigger eldritch fireball rocketed towards them. It exploded on the outer barrier, shattering it and washing over the second barrier. Cleopatra was caught in the explosion radius and screamed, and the eldritch fire washed over her. Zara was already casting restoration spells on her before the fire even faded.
So who thinks he can get one of those attacks per ad slain?
Lox worked quickly to rebuild their magical defenses, the eldritch fire having eaten away many of the buffs Lox had put on Cleopatra.
I think it is more likely it gets stronger with each slain ad.
Felix pointed with his staff.
See? The two rings have fallen back down, but the flames inside them seem to be growing.
That attack is going to suck ass when all six are active.
Lox fired a bolt of force at the guard Cleopatra was fighting, allowing her to bury her axe in its sword arm, severing it.
I don't think we should try and block anything past the third mob slain. I don't even think we could.
He watched Cleopatra dismember her target as he pulled out a mana regeneration potion.
Well, then let's not kill this one.
Cleopatra stepped away from the now armless and legless guard. As she did, a bolt of purple lightning from the high priest finished the guard off for her, and Lox saw all three rings light up.
Fuck!
Lox formed a powerful short-range barrier around the ranged fighters. The tumbling ball of fire ripped apart all three of the outer barriers and exploded against Lox's new barrier. Lox felt cracks forming in the barrier as he heard Saul's mental shout,
"I am out!"
He felt him fade back into the mindscape. As the fire cleared, Lox saw Cleopatra kneeling. Her legionary armor helped her survive the attack. Jedediah was not so lucky, and his corpse lay on the ground burning.
"Jed!"
Holy magic immediately surrounded Zara as she began the long cast for the resurrection spell. Seeing Cleopatra's rough shape, Lox trusted Felix to rebuild their defenses, and he cast his own healing magic at the tank.
"We need to bring down the remaining three ads at the same time, or kill the priest first. We will not survive 3 more attacks stronger than that."
Lox closed his eyes and checked on his clone. Everything was ready. Finally, he gave the mental command. "All right, maybe we can do both. Clone is casting now. We need cover."
"Will do. Hold off the guard."
Cleopatra charged toward the nearby building, drawing a battle hammer she had taken from a knight they had fought earlier. Lox saw Zara's spell working on Jedediah as he rushed toward the remaining single guard. Knowing he would have help soon, Lox held off using monstrous strength or vampiric speed. Instead, he released a barrage of soul blasts and second-tier aspect blasts. It was not mana-efficient, but it worked. He saw Jedediah sit up and, from the ground, aim his spear at the charging guard, planting its butt in the ground. The guard made to sidestep it, but Lox used a soul tug and forced the guard to ram into the spear, impaling itself. He saw the building magic across the plaza on a temple roof. "Let's go, Jed!" Lox pulled Jedediah away from the stuck guard as they dashed toward the hole Cleopatra had knocked in the wall of a nearby building. Lox saw the priest turn toward the buildup of magic right before they entered the building. Lox felt the clone dissolve as it used its remaining mana to fuel the spell. Knowing they had seconds, both Lox and Felix threw up barriers inside the temple. A mighty explosion made the temple they were in shake to its foundations. Waves of blindingly hot plasma mixed with holy fire and healing magic washed past the hole in the wall, the layered barriers keeping it out. The attack was a modified version of the spell they had used in the pirate base to bring down the tower. As the torrent of magic faded, Lox carefully poked his head through the hole in the wall to see what had happened. His eyes grew wide in alarm as he saw the high priest still standing, though a little worse for the wear, with his staff raised, all circles burning with eldritch fire. Above him, 2 massive balls of eldritch fire were growing, being fed by the rings. The high priest looked at him and smiled. "Barriers! Lots of barriers!" Lox ducked back in and began to cast as quickly as possible. Zara and Felix joined him immediately, while Cleopatra planted and kneeled behind her shield. Jedediah withdrew a large tower shield of his own and copied her. Xerxes just huddled behind them and was joined by the casters moments before the priest attacked. The first eldritch fireball hit, and the temple around them was blown apart in a wash of eldritch fire, the stones themselves even being disintegrated. Then the next fireball hit. The barriers absorbed some of the explosion, but all failed eventually. Finally, the fire washed over the shields of Cleopatra and Jedediah in a roar that drowned out all sound. They became an island in a lake of eldritch fire. When the fire faded, Xerxes supported Jedediah as he almost fell forward, and Zara cast a powerful AoE restoration field. Lox stood and looked around. The group was a spit of stone pavers in the middle of a meter-deep crater. He looked at the priest, who had a haggard, dumbfounded expression on his face as he saw the players had survived. Lox smiled, knowing just how close they had come to being annihilated. He felt his mana and soul energy to see what he had available. He winced at the level of his soul energy and began building a regular spell as he left the group and walked through the crater towards the high priest. Lox saw Felix and Xerxes crossing with him, magic swirling around both of them. As they climbed out of the crater, Lox looked at the high priest. "Good night." He leveled his wand, and a pure, incandescent bolt of energy streaked with an aqua blue shot from it. Simultaneously, scarlet red and ebony black bolts shot from Felix and Xerxes. Lox didn't know where the idea had come from, but loved the effect. The bolts all hit the depleted high priest, and Lox's magic interacted with the 2 other spells. It amplified the explosive interactions of the magical energy as the opposing forces clashed around the priest. When the explosion faded, the priest lay on the ground, a hole blown through his chest. Region claimed, 11 out of 60. Chapter 23. Friday. So, I just saw a dragon the size of a stadium pass by. Holy fuck, he was big. Lox. I wonder if it was the dragon we freed. He said something about heading home. Friday. You guys freed a dragon that size? Lox. 2 of them, actually.
One was a European-style dragon, and the other Asian. It was several months ago. I figured they would have gotten to where they were going by now.
After everyone was recovered, the group took the time to thoroughly loot the corpses of the boss and its ads. They also made sure to collect all the heads for the other quest they had received. The staff and books from the High Priest were by far the most interesting, but they could not tell what they did or even use them to handle them carefully. The staff and great swords were too long to go in Lox's storage ring, so Cleopatra strapped the swords to her back, and Zara carried the staff. The dark plate armor from 2 guards also went into Lox's ring, the third armor being destroyed beyond saving. From the clerics, an assortment of rings and charms were gathered, but both Zara and Lox knew something was wrong with them, so they immediately just stored them away for the time being. They all then looked up at the building they had come here for, the Temple of Creation, which dominated the plaza. Unlike all the other temples, the Temple of Creation was not run down. In fact, it was like there was an invisible wall, and past that wall, everything was perfect, untouched by time or the war that had consumed this place. As they walked into the temple, Lox pulled out his message book and scrawled a quick message to Tyrannus, letting him know the path to the temple was cleared. As Lox walked with the rest of the group through the pristine halls of the empty Temple of Creation, a notification he had ignored popped back up. He took a moment to read over it. The Hunt. There are 2 forms of corruption spreading across this world. One is a good corruption that will positively affect the NPCs of this world. The other is a malignant disease that will harm and threaten to destroy this world if left unchecked. To fight this, the gods have declared a hunt for all NPCs corrupted by this evil power. For every NPC slain with corruption in them, players will receive divine favor points based on the amount for corruption and will be absolved of the crime by any temple they visit. Be warned, however, slaying an NPC with the good corruption spreading in them will punish players severely and receive divine wrath points. They will be hunted by all members of the temple, players and NPC alike. You have slain a corrupted NPC and gained 1 divine favor point for the kill. Guys, you see the hunt quest update? Everyone got a distant look at Lox's words as they pulled up their own notifications. I guess we were right. This might be the source of the corruption affecting the king. Any idea what we can use the divine favor points for? Cleopatra started moving again deeper into the Temple of Creation, which was far bigger than Zara's god's temple. Zara coughed in surprise, a smile splitting her face. Well, I know for clerics, paladins, and other classes involved with the gods, they can use them to get rare quests, magical items, and even new spells. Sweet. Magical items and new spells. Felix followed Cleopatra as she pushed a pair of large brass doors open. Those are always nice. The room beyond was made with the purest white marble and lit with a floating fire of different colors. It took Lox a moment to recognize them as the colors of the base aspects. In the middle of the room, on a raised dais, Lox saw the altar. This altar was far larger and made with intricately carved patterns in the smooth white stone. Approaching it, Lox placed his hand on it. You have found a temple of creation. Do you wish to bind your soul to this place? Yes or no? This temple has been added to your known fast travel locations. Lox did not bind his respawn to the temple, since he was happy with it being on the Audacious. After the others had all touched the altar, they moved back to the front of the temple and pulled out bedrolls. After the fighting today, they all needed some rest. Lox had propped himself up against one of the pillars and was working in his grimoire when he saw a group of players appear at the far end of the plaza. Watching them, Lox saw it was Tyrannus's group. He saw them stopped at the crater where the temple that had been destroyed used to be. Waving his hand at them, the group saw him and headed over.
Quite the fight!
Tyrannus pulled Lox to his feet when they shook hands.
Some people said they heard a massive explosion from this direction. I figured that meant you guys had just won, or would be respawning in a few hours.
Tyrannus snorted.
Glad to see you survived the fight.
I tell you what, we came close to not surviving.
Lox gestured at the crater.
That used to be a temple.
Tyrannus just shook his head and whistled.
But in other news, you know the quest, The Hunt?
Tyrannus nodded, indicating he did.
Well, killing that boss counted toward it. From what one of the minions said, I think whatever is at the top of the tower is what is responsible for all the NPC corruption in the area.
So you got divine favor points for killing it, then?
Lox nodded, confirming Tyrannus's question.
Wow. I will be interested to see if we can farm those points here, though I kind of doubt we will be able to. Either way, this place just got even better. Did you level up from the fight?
Lox slapped his forehead.
I completely forgot to look.
That is why I ask.
Tyrannus patted him on his shoulder as he walked past.
For some reason, checking on the character sheet is something we immortals seem to forget about way too often.
Lox watched Tyrannus and his group push into the temple, knowing that soon almost the entire Immortals Guild would be arriving.
Guys, let's get out of here before the swarm arrives.
As the others started to get moving again, Lox opened his character sheet to check over it. Character soul level, 65. Name, Lox Stellicus. Race, half-human, Nalcor. Unspent stat points, 5. Spent stat point, 320. 5 stat points per level. Health, 416. Health regeneration, 14 per second. Equipment modifiers, 2 per second. Total, 16 per second. Stamina, 418. Stamina regeneration, 14.8 per second. Equipment modifiers, 2 per second. Total, 16.8 per second. Mana, 1,081. Mana regeneration, 32.6 per second. Equipment modifiers, 1 per second. Total, 33.6 per second. Carrying pounds, 400. Stats, Intelligence, 120. Spirit, 96. Equipment modifiers, 1. Total, 97. Vitality, 20. Equipment modifiers, 20. Total, 40. Resilience, 40. Strength, 40. Endurance, 40. Agility, 44. Dexterity, 70. Actual level, 88. Experience, 1,521 of 52,404.7. Lox spent the 5 stat points on his spirit. He didn't like spending the stat points he got as he progressed through the level because they didn't take effect until his character hit the next level. Tweaking the settings, he made the sheet not show the points until he leveled up. Once the group was ready, they headed back toward Sathena's temple. They took a different route back to the temple, clearing a few unorganized undead they came across. As they entered the Temple of Protection and Restoration, Lox felt an aura of safety and health fall over him. As they approached the altar, the Avatar appeared sitting on it. "My heroes have returned. Since you were successful in your endeavor, there is no need for you to kneel." They all knelt, despite her protests, and Zara spoke for the group.
"My lady, we were indeed successful in our quest. We have returned with the heads of the corrupted members of the temples, as you requested."
"I hope that there is still something I can do for those poor souls." The Avatar stretched out her hands. "Bring them here, child." Zara looked at Lox, who just shrugged. They all agreed this quest had been a little strange, but had decided to carry it out anyway. This was an Avatar of Restoration, after all. Approaching the Avatar, Zara poured out the heads of the boss and its adds onto the floor in a gruesome pile. The Avatar stretched out her hands, and a look of concentration clouded her face. Golden light suffused the pile, and a glowing head lifted from the pile. Lox recognized it as one of the heads belonging to the many-headed cleric abominations. The rest of the pile continued to glow, but the golden light on the floating head intensified. As Zara had approached, the group had all risen back to their feet and watched Zara approach with a little apprehension. Lox saw a beam of light shoot from the head and strike the floor in front of the avatar. Along the beam, Lox's eyes of the gods enabled him to see the strands of the soul of something being pulled. The world flashed, and Lox recognized the effects of a resurrection spell like Zara's, only immensely more powerful. Stepping through a glowing portal, a naked woman walked in, her dark skin shimmering in golden light. Lox felt himself flush a little and looked away as the light of the portal faded. Hearing a new sound, he risked a glance back in time to see a simple robe of white cloth being draped around the woman. Behind the woman, the avatar looked exhausted and much reduced.
Clarence, these people are the ones who freed me and enabled me to restore you.
The avatar's voice was much weaker than before.
Reward them well.
Clarence turned back toward the avatar and bowed her head.
As you wish, milady.
Her voice was full of emotion, and as the cleric turned back toward them as the avatar faded from sight, Lox saw tears running down her face. Seemingly losing her composure, Clarence rushed forward and pulled Zara into a crushing hug. Looking over her shoulder, Clarence met Lox's gaze.
You have no idea the hell you saved me from.
Your avatar is the one who told us to bring the heads back to her. We would have never known you were still in there. Lox gestured at the pile of heads, where the one Clarence had been in was resting again. Are there more people like you trapped in there?
Oh, yes. It is a living hell.
Clarence shuddered.
When the city fell, the thing that led them attacked the temple district himself. Every member of a temple he slew, he bound their souls to a talisman and then formed the creatures we became from the ruined bodies of the people he had slain. He twisted and bound our souls to those bodies, and he left us in a never-ending hell.
Will the Avatar be able to save more people from the heads? Lox liked that idea. Having a contingent of powerful NPCs to hold this region would be nice.
With my help, we should be able to save many more.
A sad look crossed Clarence's face.
But for some, the only mercy we can give them will be releasing their souls. But now, for your reward.
A notification flashed in Lox's vision. As he opened it, he heard the cleric say,
I will also cleanse and help identify the weapons and armor you took from the monsters.
The Lost. The Avatar of this temple has requested you bring the bodies of the guardian of this region and its minions to her temple. She believes that they contain the imprisoned souls of some of her acolytes and says she should be able to restore some of them. Reward? 30,000 XP. Restoration and identification of relics taken from the boss. Lox's eyes widened at the amount of experience. It was more than half what he had needed to reach the next level. He resisted the urge to check his character level, sure he had just leveled up. Instead, he stepped forward and began to withdraw the equipment he had stored in his ring from the fight. The dark plate mail sets and the rings and other trinkets from the clerics all went into a pile, while Cleopatra set down the 2 broadswords and Zara added the staff to the pile. Finally, Lox withdrew the book from the storage ring and carefully set it down. Clarence stepped forward and held her hand over the pile of gear as they all watched eagerly. After all, loot was the best thing about adventuring. A wave of golden light washed over the pile, and the dark, malignant aura of the gear was burned away. Lox had expected the gear to change color, but most of it retained its black coloring. Reaching down, Lox picked up the book again and was surprised when he felt information about the book appear in front of his mind. He was able to tell that this book was a grimoire similar to the one he had, but unlike it, this one was full of information and diagrams. He immediately began flipping through the pages, wrapped up in what he was seeing. There was lots of dark magic, but that didn't bug him in the slightest. What he was finding the most interesting were the diagrams for creating what looked to be self-autonomous creations. The sounds of excitement from the others brought Lox's attention away from his new favorite book.
"What do you guys got?"
"This plate mail is better than my current armor."
Cleopatra was already shrugging out of her armor.
"That is, assuming we aren't fighting fire monsters, and these broadswords can project a wave of cutting magic. Too bad they are two-handed. Though, I might have to see if my strength is high enough to wield one single-handed."
"You need increased strength?"
Felix tossed her a bracelet.
"Check this out. It should give you a pretty good boost to your stat."
"Remember, Felix, you, me, and Zara get to share all the stuff, boosting spirit and intelligence."
Lox eyed Felix, who was sorting through the stuff from the clerics. He also saw Jedediah equipping the other set of plate mail. Over to the side, he saw Xerxes playing with a set of gems he did not remember seeing before, but just shrugged. There was a lot of loot. "What does that staff do, Zara?" Zara had been fixated on the staff she was holding in her hands.
It does a lot of things."
She looked at him in shock.
"Any undead I touch with it can be smited up to 10 times a day. It also amplifies all divine magic cast through it. With every divine spell, the rings at the top gain a charge. When it hits 6, I can fire off one of a selection of powerful divine magic spells."
"Sweet." Lox stared at the staff in awe. It had to be a true relic.
"What are the spells?" "Well, there is a damaging light. I think it is like a beam."
Zara pointed her staff as if firing something.
"Then there is a barrier and a powerful AoE heal. Along with that, it boosts my spirit a bunch."
It took them some time to sort out all the different trinkets. When they were finished, Lox looked over the items he had gained. In total, he had gained 5 rings and 2 bracelets along with the book. 3 of the rings were a simple boost to his intelligence, mana regeneration, and spirit by 10, 6, and 15 respectively. The other 3, and the bracelets, were much more interesting. He read over their descriptions. Ring of Stabilization. This ring serves as an additional anchor point for any spell you can, increasing its overall stability. Ring of Channeling. This ring allows you to easily access your mana reserves and channel them into spells much more quickly without as many bad side effects. Ring of the Fortified Mind. This ring will help you to maintain concentration even where you suffer unexpected pain. Force Barrier Bracelet. Allows you to instantly construct a strong 3-meter square barrier up to 10 meters away from you. Must be recharged between uses. Mana Battery. This bracelet allows you to store up to 1,000 mana inside it to be accessed as needed. Lox unequipped his spell storage bracelet for the mana battery. The spells the bracelet could store were not worth the power of almost doubling his mana reserves. His order wands were much more versatile anyway. After everyone had equipped their new items, they left the temple and headed back towards the Audacious. As they walked, Lox pulled up his character sheet. Character soul level 66. Name, Lox Stellicus. Race, half-human, nullcore. Unspent stat points, 5. Spent stat point, 325. 5 stat points per level. Health, 416. Health regeneration, 14 per second. Equipment modifiers, 2 per second. Total, 16 per second. Stamina, 418. Stamina regeneration, 14.8 per second. Equipment modifiers, 2 per second. Total, 16.8 per second. Mana,
1,304. Mana regeneration, 41.6 per second. Equipment modifiers, 6 per second. Total, 47.6 per second. Carrying pounds, 400. Stats: Intelligence, 120. Equipment modifiers, 10. Total, 130. Spirit, 116. Equipment modifiers, 15. Total, 131. Vitality, 20. Equipment modifiers, 20. Total, 40. Resilience, 40. Strength, 40. Endurance, 40. Agility, 44. Dexterity, 70. Actual level, 94. Experience, 11,154.5 of 53,618.7. He added the 5 new stat points to his intelligence score and closed the sheet before pulling out the dark grimoire and losing himself in reading, trusting the others to let him know if something happened. It was late at night when they finally made it back to the walls protecting the pier where the Audacious was docked. To Lox's surprise and delight, Vannessa was waiting for them at the top of the wall. Unfortunately, they had not had any way to send word ahead, so Lox was a little lost for words as Vannessa hugged him. "One of the Immortals got word you guys had captured the Temple of Creation and were on your way back." "I see." Lox pulled away from her, and Vannessa smiled at the others. "What did you get up to while we were gone?" "Oh, lots of stuff." Vannessa waved for them to follow. "But the summary is that now all of the crew are sitting around level 50, and I am pretty sure Ambrose has finally fully woken up. He has been acting really weird all day. For now, though, Thomas has made us quite the feast, along with showing signs of awakening as well. He is quite popular with the Immortals." Lox and the other let out short laughs at that. They all knew why. Thomas had gained a reputation of being able to make food similar to that found back on Earth, and everybody was glad to have a taste of home again. The feast Thomas had prepared for them was delicious, as promised. They stayed up late into the night, getting caught up and chatting with Ambrose, who was definitely close to being awakened. When Lox headed to his cabin for the night, Vannessa took the chance to show him how much she had missed him over the last couple of weeks. Chapter 24. Tyrannus.
"Well done, everyone. That went smoothly."
Kalen. "Just barely. We almost timed the transitions wrong."
Tyrannus. "But it worked. Now everyone, get to grinding."
The next morning, Lox woke to find Vannessa already gone, heading out onto the pier. He found it in chaos as a stream of low-level players slowly crossed over the wall and into the safety of the pier. He saw Vannessa directing different players in different directions in an effort to keep a path down the middle of the pier clear.
"Lox, good. You are up. I could really use your help."
Lox turned toward the voice and saw Tyrannus approaching him.
"I have already put the rest of your group to work."
"What do you need me to do?" Lox eyed all the players, unsure what Tyrannus would need him for.
"Glad you asked."
Tyrannus smiled a little too widely at him.
"I want you to work with Felix and Zara in registering groups and setting up a rotation for them on level-appropriate areas for them to grind in. Also, I have Xerxes scouting to fill out a map of the nearby regions."
Lox began looking for his new book as he headed back to the Audacious. This did not sound fun.
"I actually forgot I have some important reading I need to do."
Lox heard Tyrannus whistle behind him and looked over to see him waving his book in the air.
"Looking for this?"
"Hey, give that back!" Lox advanced on Tyrannus, hand outstretched.
"Cleo got Vannessa to get this for me. She warned me you would try and dodge this."
Tyrannus waved the book at Lox.
"You can have your book back when you are done. You only have to hold out until the scribes have gotten a few levels under them. Besides, you have to listen to me now."
"Fine. Where is Felix?" Lox glared at Tyrannus.
"He is near the wall in the booth next to Jed and Cleo."
Tyrannus waved in the direction of the wall. Lox headed in the direction, following the path down the middle of the pier as it wound its way through a makeshift camp.
Cleo made me do it, Vannessa told him as he passed.
Sure she did, Lox muttered, and kept moving. Vannessa darted in and gave him a peck on the cheek before heading back to help Ambrose organize a new group. As Lox approached the wall, he saw the booth Tyrannus had talked about. At one, he saw Jedediah taking high-level gear and handing back lower-level gear after taking down the player information and a bag of money. Lox realized people must be handing over their high-level gear that they were now too weak to use for storage and renting out lower-level stuff. Next to that booth, a line stretched made up of 3 to 6 person groups. At the head of the line, Felix sat at another booth, frantically taking down information. Lox approached Felix, flipping off Cleopatra as he passed, and sat down in the chair next to him and looked at the forms in front of him.
So, what are we doing?
Not even stopping writing, Felix pointed at the forms with one hand.
Here, you take down the group name. Then here their names and level, here the focus of the group, and finally here you assign them a group number.
Felix tapped a counter.
Make sure you add to this every time you use a number, so we don't get teams with the same number.
Felix looked up from the form he had been filling out.
Finally, you find out where they would like to queue using this map.
Felix pointed at a large map between them. Each of the regions was outlined and marked at what level they were. The cleared regions were marked with a green outline. There were dashed red lines through the first layer of regions.
What are these?
Lox indicated them. Felix glanced at the markings Lox was indicating.
Those are the access routes we want teams following if they wish to get to the region further in the city.
He handed the group he had been working with a token with a number carved into it.
Remember to warn them, if they want to clear the boss, they are responsible for collapsing the region afterward so the mobs replenish. Also, if they start a horde and didn't mean to, they need to take it on the chin and not lead it back to the areas marked by green on the map. If they do, there will be serious guild-based repercussions.
Felix raised his voice so all the nearby players could hear that last part. Knowing what he needed to do, Lox sighed and set out his inkwell and filled it with water from his flask. Dipping his quill in the ink, he indicated for the first group to come forward. Several hours later, the line was finally starting to show signs of the end, and he glanced over the form he was filling out. Group name, The Golden Hand. Member number 1, Vannessa Tars, 20. Member number 2, Gorthan Gilth, 20. Member number 3, Phallus Dearth, 20. Member number 4, Victoria Jailed, 20. Member number 5, blank. Member number 6, blank. Group focus, dungeon clearing. Group number, 113.
All right, this looks good.
Lox glanced over the paperwork.
Where would you guys like to go? All regions will be tough for now, so we recommend you combine with at least one other group for now, but that is your call.
He heard Vannessa snort at his words, but just kept on talking. The man was a little too snotty for his tastes.
All regions have a long wait time as of now. The smaller number indicates the number of teams queued for the region. Since many teams have temporarily merged, that number can be approximately cut in half.
The lowest level regions available were 2 regions rated at a soul level of 30. Each of them had over 30 teams queued for them. They were the regions nearest the pier, and the trend showed that regions near the water were typically lower levels.
Your other option is to wait for Xerxes, our scout, to complete his scouting mission and pick from the regions he has found.
Vannessa looked at his team.
Can we put our name in for one of the 2 level 30 regions, and then withdraw it if your scout returns with good regions?
Of course, thanks for understanding. Lox made the appropriate marks on his sheets and the map before handing over the token.
As of now, I would guess you have at least a 5-day wait for the level 30 regions.
It is no problem. Vannessa waved with the token as he and his group headed away. Things will get easier as people level up some, and we can spread out more. As the next group approached Lox, he heard and felt the desk being hit. Looking over, he saw a massive, burly orc leaning over Felix. Despite his higher level, Lox knew the proximity of the melee fighter meant Felix could actually be hurt.
"That is unacceptable. You know who I am? I demand me and my team be given priority. We have more important matters to attend to."
"I am sorry." Felix held his ground. "This is the way it is. If you had wanted a better position in the queue, you should have been here earlier."
"You little punk!"
The orc reached for Felix. Lox, in one motion, indicated for the next group to wait and used his bracelet to cause a barrier to flicker into place between Felix and the irate orc. The group that had been about to approach Lox held back. This was not the first confrontation that had taken place with upset groups. He began channeling magic into the bracelet to recharge it as the orc looked at him, hands inches away from Felix.
"What appears to be the problem?"
Lox shot the orc a blinding smile. Felix smiled at Lox and sat back. These little confrontations were the only thing that made this day interesting. They covered each other, allowing the other person to handle each other's problem groups.
"I really must be allowed to get into a region as soon as possible."
The orc was really trying to have a reasonable tone.
"There are much more important matters I must attend to rather than waiting around for 5 days."
"Well then, attend to those matters while you wait." Lox shrugged as if there was nothing he could do.
"The order is the order. Or you could take a region that has no one waiting in the queue. If you are really careful, you might be fine."
The orc snarled at Lox and moved toward him threateningly.
"I don't think so. We would be torn apart, and you know it."
Before the orc got any closer, Lox raised his order wand, which he kept lying on the desk for this exact reason.
"Another step, and I will see how far I can see you flying. Right now, Felix has me beat. Our current punk punt range is 30 meters. I think I can beat that."
Lox gave the orc a cheerful smile as pale blue force aspects began appearing around the wand.
"You would threaten me?"
The orc seemed taken aback by this.
"What is your name and guild rank? You will regret this."
"Guild rank?" Lox looked at Felix, his wand never wavering.
Felix just shrugged. "Well, I don't know what that is, but my name is Lox Stellicus."
"You are that new member, aren't you?"
The orc let out a little harsh laugh.
"Well then, I guess I will have to teach you your place. My name is Varatus. I am one of the original members, and way outrank you."
"And I don't care."
Lox watched a mixed look of surprise and rage cross the orc's face. Varatus lunged at Lox. As he was mid-air, Lox fired his spell. A concussive boom and shockwave hit Varatus mid-air and sent him flying almost 20 meters back before he hit the ground and tumbled.
"Anyone else?"
Lox eyed the group, and they all shook their heads, a little stunned.
"Then to the back of the line if you want a position in the current queue."
The group scrambled away, heading for the leader.
"I still got you beat,"
Felix chuckled, eyeing the orc.
"Yeah, but he was a big fucker."
Lox waved the next group forward.
"I should get a multiplier."
"I don't think so."
Felix began working with the next group in line. The leader of the group that stood in front of Lox leaned in.
"Varatus might be an asshole, but you likely just got yourself in a world of trouble."
Lox looked over to where Varatus was now talking with Tyrannus, who had been nearby.
"I appreciate the warning, but I will be fine."
Lox smiled at the short, red-headed elf woman.
"Group name?"
She shook her head.
"The group is ADA, Almost Dead Adventurers, and I am Sertius Dallas."
Lox got through Sertius's group quickly. As they walked away, Lox saw them pause and look back at Lox as Tyrannus passed them, heading straight for Lox, a stormy look in his eyes with Varatus following, a smug look on his face.
"Just what do you think you are doing? You can't just attack people you don't like."
"It is a game Felix and I invented called punk punting."
Lox snapped his wand up and pointed it at Varatus.
"Let me show you how it works. You find a punk and see how far you can see him flying.
Last time, I obviously didn't send him flying far enough to knock the punk out of him, so I will try harder this time. The same blue aspects began to appear around Lox's wand as before, and Varatus grew a little pale. Tyrannus stepped between the two.
Lox, cut it out. Varatus is a ranking member of the guild. You can't just attack him.
So he wasn't lying. A coldness entered Lox's eye that caused Tyrannus to grow worried. Before you say anything else, Tyrannus, I want to make something crystal clear. If your higher-ups are allowed to exploit their authority like that little punk tried to do, I will leave the guild right here and now. He tried to attack me, clearly thinking his rank would let him get away with it. It is something I will not stand for, no matter the benefits of being in the guild.
Did anyone else see this?
Tyrannus looked around. I did. Sertius, Felix, and Cleopatra all affirmed. Tyrannus turned to Varatus.
Really? Why?
These two ignored my authority in the guild and wouldn't let me in the region sooner.
Varatus glared at Lox. Tyrannus sighed.
Varatus, Lox is the man I was talking about being outside the normal channels. He is the one who gave us the information about the focus points and let us come to this city that he and his team found on their own.
Lox saw the recognition cross Varatus's face, and his whole demeanor changed.
On top of that, when has attacking members of the guild who did not attack first ever been okay?
Varatus lowered his head.
Sorry, Guildmaster. Just don't let me hear about it again.
Tyrannus patted Varatus on the back as he passed.
I know the transition made the orc rage harder to ignore, but that is no excuse.
Rage? Lox quietly mouthed at Felix, who just shrugged. Eventually, the other two guild members returned from grinding, and Lox and Felix were able to call it a day. They went over and hung out with Cleopatra as they waited for their own replacements to show up. Cleo, you know what Tyrannus was talking about with the rage thing? Kind of. Cleopatra sat down as she waited for the next person looking to store gear. From what I have been able to tell, it is like the elves having better hearing, or you with your cat-like traits. The rage is an innate trait of the orcs that makes them strong, but it appears that after the transition, it is directly affecting immortals, mental state making them more like real orcs.
That is a little eerie.
Felix shuddered.
It is.
Tyrannus tossed Lox his book back.
Many of our orcs and other races with similar traits are looking for ways to change their race to avoid the more nasty racial traits. I know it is possible, but really hard.
Lox refrained from diving back into the book.
And expensive.
Tyrannus nodded.
I am hoping that some of them will just learn to adapt. We will have to just wait and see.
Cleopatra and Jedediah's replacements showed up, and they all headed back toward the Audacious.
You guys going to head out?
Nah, Zerka's gone, and I think we all want a few days off after our push for the temple. Cleopatra sounded tired. Besides, I think we had been talking about getting the mindscape opened up for us non-immortals. It might not be as important for us, but it is still nice to have.
I guess that seems fair.
Tyrannus snorted.
You guys have earned it.
He turned to leave as they approached the Audacious. As Tyrannus was leaving, Lox remembered something. You know, I was thinking, Tyrannus, that some rowboats might be a good idea for getting groups to the easier regions along the water.
I had not thought of that.
Tyrannus paused.
It is a good idea. I will have to look into it.
Once Tyrannus was gone, Cleopatra pulled out her simulacrum. I will be on the forecastle practicing if you guys need me. The group split up, and Lox went up onto the quarterdeck, where he pulled out his puzzle to work on it for a while. After working on his puzzle for a bit, Lox pulled out the grimoire he had taken from the corrupted high priest and picked up where he had left off. The section he was studying dealt with the two base methods of creating undead. One, and by far the easiest way, was binding the soul of the dead to their broken body and animating the corpse that way. For the most part, this resulted in brain-dead undead, the soul resisting the reanimation. However, sometimes the victims were either willing or had strong compulsion magic placed on them,
resulting in more self-aware and powerful undead. The other way of animating the undead was much more complicated. It involved creating a basic magical intelligence, sort of like Saul, that would then be placed in the dead body and connected to its extremities with magical threads. This also resulted in stupid undead, but if the magical intelligence was improved, it would result in stronger and smarter undead. It appeared the main advantage of the second method was that once the template was made, it was much easier to place it in more undead. So if you had a complicated matrix for an undead that was powerful, you could quickly duplicate it. Saul, how different are you from this magical matrix this talks about? Saul was in the mindscape, but Lox knew he could hear them. It took Saul a few moments to appear. Very different. Lox smiled inwardly at how indignant Saul sounded. I know that serves a very different function, but just conceptually, is it related to how you were developed? Saul floated down closer to the book and examined it while Lox took a drink from the margarita Thomas had brought him. Felix had taught him the recipe just now, and Lox was their first taste tester. He winced a little. It was quite strong. Saul pulled away from the book. I am unsure. I don't remember any of my initial construction. From fragmented memories, I know that there was something more than just magical coding involved. Still, after that, it appears this works along some of the same principles that give my functionality. Okay, thanks, Saul. Saul had told Lox what he had been hoping to hear. Already, ideas were spiraling around in his mind. You are not going to become a necromancer. Saul floated right in front of his eyes. Oh no, of course not. Lox waved off his concerns. The last thing I want to do is spend my time with stinking dead bodies. Look up close-in weapon systems on the internet. I am hoping I might be able to make something like that for the Audacious to knock down incoming spells. Saul quietly pulsed for several minutes, and Lox returned to his reading as he waited. That's a useful system to have in place. I am not sure how you will get it to identify the difference between incoming hostile attacks and outgoing friendly fire. I am not sure either. Lox tapped the pages of the book. While I doubt the author of this grimoire did something like that, I am hoping I will come across information that will help me with the idea. Well, good luck with that. I need to get back to what I was working on. Saul vanished, and Lox just shook his head and went back to reading. Lox passed the rest of the day reading the grimoire, taking the occasional break to work on his puzzle or work on different spells he had ideas for. The next day passed much the same until Xerxes returned. Zerk, you're back! Lox waved down at him. He saw him crossing the gangplank onto the Audacious. How did the scouting go? Actually, pretty good. Xerxes winced. All things considered. His tone made Lox take note. What is wrong? Xerxes climbed up onto the quarterdeck next to Lox and handed him a map. So, it looks like we were more or less right. The regions nearer the water are generally easier than the one deeper into the city. But they do seem to get harder as we get further away from the entrance tunnel. Lox saw two paths where Xerxes had headed up to the top of the city above both the entrance and exit tunnels. Checking to see if the ships were still there? Yeah. Xerxes pointed at a pier opposite on the other side of the entrance tunnel, not elaborating on Lox's unasked question. That region has the same overall soul level as this one. I think it would be a good place for us to set up another base in. The only problem is crossing the current. It will likely be easier to push through the city and establish a land route. The Temple District is already halfway there, so it shouldn't be too hard to push from there. We can work on that once you get rested back up. Lox and Xerxes were slowly joined by the rest of the group as they went over the map. Eventually, Tyrannus showed up. So you going to tell me what has got you so worried now? Sorry, hold off. Xerxes set his cup of tea down on the table Cleopatra had set up for the map to be spread out on, just as Tyrannus joined them. I just didn't want to have to keep repeating myself. It doesn't appear to be time-sensitive, so I am assuming it has to do with these 2 detours you took. Lox pointed again at the spots above the entrance and exit tunnels. It does, Xerxes confirmed. I checked on the lower one first, and the ships set to watch for us were gone. I think they gave up. So I decided to check on the entrance tunnel as well. There, I found something that will ruin your day. There was a magical galleon anchored there. My identify skill only told me that much. He looked at Vannessa, who swore quietly. It gets worse. My long vision spell allowed me to see it was crewed by players. In fact, packed full of them. This time, all the players swore quietly. Well, I guess we know they don't have any high-level players with them, else they would have just come in here and killed us all already.
It is not like they could.
Tyrannus looked away from Xerxes and to Lox.
The Shattered Continent is still a level-locked region.
Level-locked? Lox had not heard the term before, and it appeared neither had the others.
Level-locked means that the highest allowable level player that can fast travel or fight within the region is based on the levels of the player who initially spawned there.
Tyrannus shrugged.
It is Altor's way of giving new players in the region a chance to get their feet under them. We immortals have a bunch of hidden special privileges that allowed us to send our high-level player here, though if we were to exploit it, Altor gets a little feisty.
So we can't just have the guard go in and wipe them out? Xerxes noted, referring to the handful of ultra-high-level immortals who had kept their levels for finding new immortals and as a backup if things got really bad.
Not unless things really go in the shitter.
Tyrannus shook his head. Well, I guess we can always hope they screw up the entrance and wreck it. Lox tapped on the tower in the middle of the city. But if they don't, we need to move the Audacious. She can't go toe-to-toe with a magical galleon. The piers near the exit tunnel are a soul level 60 area. Xerxes pointed at one of them. So we can go there, but the region connected to them is much, much stronger. No, Vannessa glared at Lox. I am not just going to go hide with the ship away from the fight. Vannessa, this fight, Lox looked at Tyrannus. I am sure this will be a fight you shouldn't be in. Players fighting players is messy. After all, we come back every 4 hours, and since they have a magical ship, that means they will be respawning inside the island and not someplace far away. He has got a point, Vannessa, Cleopatra soothed. Vannessa turned her glare on Cleopatra, but eventually relented. Fine, but if I see a place where I can land a decisive blow with the Audacious, I will take it.
Good. That could be just what we need to win. You never know.
Tyrannus tapped on the other pier.
We have 3 main objectives. First is to get our people leveling up as quickly as possible. To do that, we need this other pier.
Lox nodded. We will head out once we are done here. So, Xerx, you will have to sleep later. I kind of figured. Xerxes shrugged.
Actually, I want Xerxes up watching that ship, Tyrannus countered. We need forewarning when it starts moving. Here, take a message book.
He handed Xerxes a spare message book he always kept on hand.
I will want that back.
Xerxes placed the book in his bag of holding. I guess I will get going then. You guys can let me know what you decide to do through this. He waved by and headed off the ship.
The second main goal, Tyrannus picked up where he had left off, and probably the most important, is that none of their players reach the Temple of Creation. That would allow them to fast travel in armies of players and NPCs, and we would be swarmed. Finally, the third goal, the one that will end the fight, we either need to capture their ship or sink it.
That will be a hard one, Lox pointed out. I mean, we have no easy way to get aboard their ship. Everyone was quiet for a moment. Then Felix smiled. Lox, you remember that skirmish we got in with the hunters? Chapter 25. Sarah, you guys should have seen Friday today. He came sprinting around a corner and right into a disgustingly fat undead who just fell over and crushed him. Jesse, did he survive? Sarah, no, he suffocated in the fat. Jesse, LOL. Neil, yeah, we didn't even know where he was for a while and only found him when we saw his hand sticking out. Kalen, gross, but funny. Friday, that was one of the nastiest deaths I have ever had. I swear I can still taste rotten flesh. Lox watched the Audacious slip away from the pier. Vannessa had been forcefully insistent that she could handle securing the pier without him. She planned on using casters to wipe out the undead at the far end of the pier and tie up there, having no need to fully capture the pier.
"Let's go, Lox."
Felix slapped him on the shoulder as he passed.
"We don't know how much time we have."
"I know." Lox followed Felix down the pier at a trot. A large group of players were already making the trek back up toward the Temple District, having gotten the word that there was going to be a push to clear a path to another area safe for grinding levels. Everyone had been told about the impending threat. All the bickering had quickly died away as the players who called this world home banded together. They put aside rivalries so they could all grow stronger more quickly. Lox watched one combined group of almost a dozen players turn down a road that led into a region he knew lay in the level 40 to 50. He knew that many would die, but the ones that survived would gain a lot of strength and be able to help their fallen companions regain their gear and catch up in level. Their higher levels had Lox and his group traveling much faster than the other players as they pushed themselves into a run. They ran as fast as Felix could manage.
Need to," Felix gasped, "add points to agility and my endurance."
"Yeah, I am sure glad I did." Lox ran beside Felix, breathing hard, but not struggling as much as he was.
"Well, this is a good way to train the stats anyways."
"Training sucks," Zara huffed beside them. The three casters ran behind Cleopatra and Jedediah, who hardly looked to be trying. The two melee fighters looked back, shit-eating grins on their faces, and the three casters flipped them off in unison. Zara's restoration spell kept them going with only short breaks, and they made it to the Temple of Creation just as the sun was setting, knowing if they died, they would respawn on the Audacious. They all took the time to change the respawn point to the Temple of Creation. Lox checked the message book and let out a sigh of relief.
"It looks like they are waiting for more players to be gathered up. Xerxes said he saw a small ship just arrive and anchor near them, also full of players. He is trying to get a read on their level, but hasn't got one yet."
"Good to hear." Cleopatra sat down on the steps of the temple.
"So, any changes to our plan you guys have come up with?"
"Not really." Lox shook his head and looked at the others.
"With the other immortals who have made the transition and are past level 90 blazing the way, we should have no problem making it there tomorrow. It is just a shame we can't use them for the rest of the plan."
The group of immortals who had made the transition when the patch had first released had been called in to hold the temple region and cut a path to the other pier. Unfortunately, their levels were high enough that Tyrannus said they might piss Altor off if they started attacking the other players. So, after the path was cleared, they would hold in reserve only to defend the Temple District. If the invaders got to the Temple of Creation, all was lost. A dwarf in plate mail covered in holy symbols, clearly a paladin, approached the group.
"My name is Robert, but you can just call me Bob. I just wanted to go over the operation plan for tomorrow."
Lox pointed at Cleopatra.
"That is her department."
Cleopatra snorted and went over and began to chat with the dwarf. The next morning, Lox stood with the rest of his group at the head of a small horde of freshly transitioned players. He watched the 10 level 90 players take off toward the cliffs overlooking the crater. Their plan was to cut down to the weaker regions along the water and then blast their way along the regions, clearing a path. Lox heard Cleopatra address the player behind them.
"All right, people. Remember to work in teams to take down mobs, even if they look weak. A 10-person team might be enough at first, but you might want more. Remember, these first mobs are over 3 times your average level. As we get closer to the pier, the mobs will get easier, and you can feel free to break down the larger groups as you feel comfortable."
There were murmurs from the players as she continued.
"We will keep an eye on who needs help and step in as needed. But most importantly, do not leave the regions that have been indicated. The last thing we need right now is to trigger a horde event. Clear?"
There were a few people who responded.
I asked if we were clear, Cleopatra shouted, and the players, this time, responded much more enthusiastically. All right, let's move out then. Cleopatra turned, and she and Jedediah led the way after the level 90 players. The path left by the stronger players was clear with freshly broken down walls and smashed undead all over the place. This first region would be the toughest, sitting at level 65-ish. Lox ran with spells ready on his wand. The first group of undead they came across were the toughest by far. Lox barely managed to use his bracelet to get a barrier in place to stop the surprise fireball from the undead casters. As the party stopped behind the explosion, the players following them began to mushroom out behind them, filling in the side street. The air filled with projectiles, spells, and barriers as the melee fighters rushed forward. Cleopatra and Jedediah led the way, supported by Saul. Lox saw a swordsman get cut in half by a beam of necrotic energy before it was stopped by a barrier. The man's body hadn't even hit the ground before golden light from Zara surrounded him as she cast her resurrect spell. Restored, the swordsman looked back at Zara in surprise and thanks before rushing forward. With their numerical advantage, the fight went quickly in their favor, though Zara almost non-stop cast her resurrection spell. Like a tidal wave gaining speed, they washed over the region, swarming and wiping out the undead left behind by the higher-level players. Once word got out Zara could resurrect, players started bringing their fallen companions to her. She could not raise them all, since the spell was mana-costly, but she brought back enough to make a difference. As the regions got easier, they picked up speed as groups grew in confidence and started taking more risks. Unfortunately, somebody took too big of a risk and wandered into an untouched region just as they cleared the path to the pier. Having accomplished their mission, the level 90 players had already headed back to the temple district. They had just left when Lox saw a group running in front of a wave of undead down a street toward them. Horde! Lox stopped and pointed his wand at the incoming horde spells forming around his wand. We can hold this! Cleopatra stepped into the street as Lox cast his spell, releasing a concussive wave that staggered the horde's front row. This gave Cleopatra, Jedediah, and several other melee fighters the time to get into position. Though I want those assholes' names who caused this! The horde consisted of mostly level 30 to 40 undead and blessedly few casters. This allowed Lox, Felix, and a few other players to rain destructive magic down on the horde almost completely unopposed. The few casters who did show up were quickly targeted and eliminated in a hail of fire before becoming a problem. Lox switched between attacking and helping Zara keep the front line healthy. They were slowly pushed back by the sheer number of the undead. Still, even with that, the number of undead started to dwindle rapidly as it ground itself into the players. The final few undead were starting to form into a pair of abominations. Having seen the process before, Felix and Lox each rained fire down on the blobs of undead, preventing them from forming. As the last stragglers of the horde were wiped out, Lox, breathing heavily from massive mana expenditure, looked around. A ragged-looking Zara was casting another resurrection spell on a fallen player as people sat down in place. We can't rest here. It is not safe. Lox began moving the way they had been heading, the rest of his group following. The walls at the pier will give us a safe place to rest, so let's keep going. It had been a very long day for all the players, constantly in a running fight to clear the area behind the stronger players. So many had died and were forced to respawn back at the Temple of Creation. Despite Zara's best efforts, their numbers were quite diminished. But those who had survived this far had all gained 10 or more levels. While it made for a long day, everyone there was in agreement that it had been worth it. Slowly, the survivors followed Lox's group as they covered the last few kilometers to the pier.
They found the pier clear of all undead. One of the surviving players was quick to claim the gear of the guard captain in the bottom of the barricade. The fortification was built almost exactly like the one on the other pier. Despite her exhaustion, Cleopatra made sure the gate was blocked before sitting down at the top of the stairs. Lox dropped a blanket over Cleopatra, who had fallen asleep, propped up against the wall and the stairs, serving as a blockade, even asleep. The rest of the group had all stretched out bedrolls at the top of the wall and had collapsed into them. Looking out over the pier, Lox saw the rest of the players had all done the same, most falling asleep right away. Despite his tiredness and knowing they were likely safe, Lox couldn't quite bring himself to lie down. It just seemed wrong not to have someone on watch, so he leaned against the crenulation and pulled out his book, hoping the reading would keep him awake. He had just reread the same page 3 times when a tired female voice startled him, almost making him drop the book over the wall.
I see I am not the only one who felt the burning urge to keep watch.
Lox turned to see Audacious crossing the wall toward him. She held a mug of steaming liquid that Lox recognized as coffee. She produced another mug.
Want some?
I would love some. Lox smiled at her.
It is Audacious, right?
She poured him a mugful and handed it over.
I am impressed you remembered.
Lox sipped the coffee, winced a little, and fished a little sugar out of his storage ring.
Well, that whole kerfuffle was the most interesting part of my morning.
It was rather exciting.
She snorted at him.
Weak. This coffee doesn't need sugar.
Lox laughed and stirred his coffee with a spoon.
Anyways, you really the one who found this place and about focus points?
That is me. Lox sipped the coffee and sighed. It was excellent coffee.
And to answer your next question, Tyrannus gave me a special position in the guild to get me to join. No one other than him has direct authority over me, but I also have no authority in the guild over anyone else.
Kind of like a free operator.
Essentially. I don't know if it will remain as such forever, but for now it is nice.
The two of them chatted quietly up on the wall for the next few hours, keeping each other awake. The coffee only did so much. Eventually, Cleopatra woke up just enough to register the two of them standing watch.
Damn. You two get some sleep. I will take watch.
She stretched and elbowed Jedediah.
Come on, Jed. Our turn for watch.
Audacious smiled at Cleopatra.
Want coffee?
I would love some.
Cleopatra blinked.
I am Cleo. What's your name?
I am Audacious.
She pulled out a pair of new cups and filled them from another storage device.
How much coffee do you have?
Lox eyed the ring the coffee had poured from. They had each drank several cups.
Oh, I don't know.
Audacious shrugged.
Several dozen liters? I had this storage ring made specifically for holding coffee.
She handed Cleopatra and Jedediah the 2 new cups of coffee before laying out her bedroll. Lox followed suit, and once he was sure Cleopatra and Jedediah were fully up, he lay down and fell asleep almost immediately. Lox woke to an explosion, sitting bolt upright. He saw Felix peering over the edge of the wall where a trail of smoke was wafting up.
Got him!
We under attack?
Cleopatra clanked as she got to her feet, having slept in her armor.
Nope.
Felix waved her back down.
Just a few undead who wandered a little too close.
Lox saw the world was approaching sunrise, the far side of the bay already covered in light, so he decided to get up. The first thing he did was what he neglected to do last night. He opened the message book to see if anything had changed. Xerxes.
Not much is going on. I think they are waiting for more players. That ship that joined earlier left skirting the island. My guess it's heading for the exit tunnel.
Xerxes.
Hey guys, I saw another ship joining them as the light was fading. Not sure how many players though. This one looked to have some NPCs aboard.
Tyrannus.
Thanks for the update. While NPCs might not be great, it is better than only players.
Xerxes. It is morning, guys. It looks like that second ship was just delivering some players. It is sailing away now. Xerxes. They just tossed a naked man in the water. Maybe to try and scout? Letting the current carry him through? Tyrannus. Well, I guess that is one way to do it if you don't mind drowning. Lox pulled out his quill and ink. Lox, want us to try and get to where we can shoot him if we see him? If we left now, we might get there in time. There was a pause. Tyrannus.
Best not. Even if you could, it is not like they will gain much info if the current is as strong as you say, and if you did, then they would know we are watching.
Xerxes. And he is moving fast. You likely wouldn't make it in time. Lox. Okay, we will hold here. Feel free to start sending lower levels over, Tyrannus. We have the pier secured. All the players with us are high enough levels to handle the harder regions now. Tyrannus.
Okay, will do. Expect people in a day or two.
Lox closed the book and let everyone know what was going on.
So what should we do for now, then? We know what the plan is once everything kicks off, but for now, what do we do?
Felix sat on the wall, legs dangling over the edge as he looked over the nearby regions. Well, we grind levels as much as we can. Lox stood up and began to gather up his bedroll. There is not much we can do between now and when they decide to attack. My guess is we have several days at least. They will want to gather as much information as they can on what is going on here before they move. Seems risky for them. Cleopatra stretched, joints popping. The longer they wait, the longer we have to prepare. But they don't know we know they are here. Lox stored his bedroll in his ring.
But what if...
Felix began. I swear, if you say, what if they know we know they are here? I am going to see if I can get a new punk punting record with you. Lox pointed his wand threateningly at Felix, who just laughed. The next few days more or less passed how Lox had expected. Instead of his team finding high-level areas to grind, to push their levels, Tyrannus had them assisting the lower-level groups in power leveling. The reasoning was that having a base higher level for the several hundred guild members would be more beneficial in the fight than a single higher-level team. By the end of the fourth day, the average level of the newly transitioned players was in the mid to high 30s, an impressive gain in strength. The weaker regions had all been fully occupied and slowly pushed out their area of control. Lox had gotten in the habit of constantly checking the message book for an update from Xerxes. Over the course of the last few days, he had reported several more vessels arriving and dropping off players. They had just wrapped up bailing out a group that had gotten in over their head when Lox opened the message book to check in. Xerxes. Okay, something is happening. The ship sent to watch the exit has returned. Tyrannus.
Everyone get ready to rock if this is it.
Guys, it is looking like go time. Lox quickly wrote that he had seen the message before closing and storing the book. Cleopatra pointed at the group they had just saved. You guys scatter to the other groups and tell them to fall back. I don't care if they are in a boss fight. Everyone falls back to the pier right now. The group looked at her in shock for a second. Now, she snapped, and they scattered. They started heading back for the pier. If we get confirmation of movement, we will send the runners out. You have your final picks? Lox fired a flare into the air for any nearby player to see. It was a signal they had all agreed upon. No one is as good as Xerx, Cleopatra shrugged, but they are all confident they can pull it off. Good. Now let's see if we are overreacting. Lox kept firing flares as they headed back. Once he reached the pier, he pulled the message book back out. Xerxes. We are a go. It looks like they are using long anchor cables to slowly let themselves through the tunnel. Lox pulled out his quill and ink to write and gave Cleopatra a thumbs up. She started yelling orders. Tyrannus.
Well, that gives us an interesting opportunity.
Lox. I was thinking exactly the same thing. We can cut the rope when they are least expecting it and let the current end this fight for us. Xerxes. They are sending both ships in, so we will still need our original plan if we don't get both. Tyrannus.
Lox, get your team in position. We will meet you there. Sertius will take care of the pier."
Lox drew a little stick figure, saluting, and closed the book. He looked around the top of the wall.
"We gotta get moving. Good luck, Sertius."
"You as well."
She waved as they took off down the stairs at a sprint. They made it to the region above the entrance tunnel a few minutes ahead of Tyrannus and his group. Walking to the edge, they arrived just in time to see the galleon and schooner slowly passing underneath them and into the bay. Water bulged around them as anchor cables disappeared into the water from the sterns. The position had been prepared beforehand by guild members and kept them in hiding while still allowing them to see the water below. They waited with growing impatience for Tyrannus to give the word as the vessels passed below them. Once they had passed about 10 meters past the mouth of the tunnel, Tyrannus chopped his hand down, and Lox, Felix, Zara, and Golfin, the elf wizard, fired magic spells into the water behind the two ships. The water behind the vessel boiled as beams of magic cut into it. The schooner lurched as first one, then the second anchor cable was cut by the magic. Finally, it shot off, propelled by the current it had been holding back. The galleon lurched and started to swing to the left as one of the cables was cut. The casters aboard must have been ready for something because barriers snapped into place, preventing the other cables from being cut. There was a crack, and Lox saw a massive ballista mounted on the aft castle fire heavy bolts into the cliff wall with ropes attached. Severing the remaining anchor cables themselves, the galleon used the new ropes to swing out of the current. As they did, an answering volley of magical attacks battered where Lox and the others had fired from. Fortunately, they had left the area already, seeing the direction the galleon would take. A crash from out in the bay drew Lox's attention, and he looked out. He could just barely see the schooner smashed into the rock around the tower. Lox and the combined group watched the galleon sail toward the pier they had initially landed on from their new position. There was a splash as the galleon dropped anchor out in the bay a kilometer away from the pier, almost exactly where they expected the ship to stop. There had been a brief hope that they would sail up to the pier, giving the immortals a chance to rush the ship, but it had not been likely. The magical ship was a floating fortress, and they would be foolish to compromise their greatest strength in such a way. Furthermore, it was much better for them to force a landing with rowboats full of players than risk their respawn point. Lox created a relatively simple solid spell that showed what he was seeing through his eyes of the gods so the others could watch. They had a long wait before their part of this fight. Focusing in, Lox was able to watch events unfold as if he was much closer. He saw dozens of rowboats being lowered into the water around the galleon and filled with players. There were more boats than should have been possible, and Lox realized that they must have filled the magical galleon's massive storage devices with rowboats for the assault. Lox was beginning to wonder just how long this whole thing had been planned. Having a magical ship was odd enough, but it was starting to feel like this had been in the works for a while. Tyrannus swore behind him, not looking away, so the screen stayed focused. Lox asked, "What?"
"That flag."
Tyrannus sounded grim.
"It belongs to a new PKer guild that we got reports of showing up in this area. I think it is called Corrupted Blood. It seems to have gained a lot of members if it had the people to organize this. Look closer at the flag if you could, please."
Lox did, and the flag's pattern became clearer. The flag had a dark gray background color with a black demon skull in the middle of it. The skull was outlined in scarlet red. From the eyes and mouth of the skull, blood dripped down, made to look like it was dripping off the flag.
"That is them, all right."
"Well, that is disturbing." Lox zoomed his vision back out. Whoever designed it sure knew what they were doing. He continued to watch the rowboats fill with players and organize themselves. In all, there were 25 boats, all filled with players. The boats formed a roughly square pattern, 5 wide and 5 deep. Examining them, it was clear the boats were loaded differently.
The boats in the front 3 rows had fewer people, but wore heavy armor or held large melee weapons. In the 4th row, the middle 3 boats held about 30 casters between them, and the outer boats and rear row were packed with ranged fighters.
Saul, come give me a count.
Saul appeared behind Lox, looking at the screen.
Looks like about 250 players in the boat. I can't tell how many people are on the galleon, though.
Judging by how packed I saw them, I would say at least that many again.
Xerxes walked into the room they were camped out in.
That is a lot of players to deal with.
Cleopatra pulled out a chair for him.
The average level is higher than ours.
Xerxes sighed as he sat down.
And we have our other plans to even the playing field. Well, hopefully everything works out.
Lox sighed in worry as he watched the rowboats approaching the pier.
I really hate just watching.
Chapter 26.
Friday. Remember, protecting Thomas is the most important.
Tyrannus.
Thomas? The NPC cook? Is he not on the Audacious?
Neil.
We might have stolen him. We need food, and he makes really good food.
Lox.
You stole my cook?
Sarah.
We promised to take good care of him and give him back when this is all over.
Lox. Angry emoji. As the square of rowboats approached the pier, Lox saw barriers flicker above them right before a magical barrage was fired from the pier. Fireballs, lightning bolts, icicles, and all sorts of other ranged attacks battered the barriers. Unfortunately for the defenders, while they had many more magic-based players, the attackers had levels on them, and the barriers held. Soon, answering volleys of ranged attacks hammered out from the players in rowboats. This time, barriers around the pier snapped into existence, deflecting and blocking all the attacks. As the range closed, the spells and other ranged attacks became much more powerful. The first series of barriers failed, and Lox saw a spear of fire hit a cluster of players on the pier. Almost immediately, healing magic was sent toward the group, but that didn't help the players who had been killed outright. Next, the barriers flickered on the rowboats, and a lightning bolt slammed into one of the vessels in the front row. It was followed quickly by 2 more bolts that shattered the craft and sent its passengers into the water. There was some brief splashing on the top of the water as the players tried to swim, but their heavy armor and weapons eventually dragged them all down beneath the waves. Lox shuddered. He knew that drowning was not nearly as peaceful as movies made you believe. In fact, it was supposed to be one of the more terrifying ways to go. It took the front line of rowboats another few minutes to make it to the pier. Several more boats full of players had been sunk, along with multiple assorted magical spells breaking through the defenders' barriers by the time they arrived. Lox let out a disappointed sigh. There had never been a real hope they would stop the attack in the water, but they had hoped. As the first invader hopped on the pier, Lox did his best to keep track of what was going on, but the distance was too great for any real detail. His eyes were reaching their limits. He saw the invaders forcing several beachheads as they scrambled up rope ladders they tossed onto the pier. The defenders contested all of the landings, and intense brawls broke out in more and more places as the second and third row of boats arrived. Lox saw many players tumbling back into the water, sinking under their own weight. Lox just barely caught the sound of a horn being blown, and as one, the defenders started to fall back down the pier. The sudden break of combat left the invaders' melee fighters exposed to the defenders' magical attacks, since they no longer had to worry about friendly fire. The defenders focused their attacks on the 5 nearest landing points. The storm of magic and arrows obliterated the clustered invaders in those spots before barriers formed to protect them. This gave the defenders the room to organize a line of scrimmage as they fell back. They eventually cut off the ranged attacks, conserving mana and focusing on creating defensive spells. The defenders fell back to the defensive barricade at the end of the pier.
It was actually meant to hold off this kind of assault, unlike they had been using it. Lox knew the plan, though. Even though the barricade was strong, there were simply too many players for them to hold there for long. Even before the attack began, Lox could barely see a few players crossing the makeshift rope bridge from the barricade to the nearest house in an orderly manner. He turned his attention back to the landing site and saw the now 18 rowboats heading back to the galleon, now manned by a single man each. Notifications tried to appear in Lox's vision, but he kept them suppressed. A flash of light and a crack of sound in the growing twilight drew Lox's attention back to the barricade as the fighting recommenced. He could see the exchange was very one-sided, the defenders' magical core only barely able to keep their defenses up. Seeing this as well, the invaders surged forward. Suddenly, there was a massive explosion on the backside of the gate that sent the gate flying off its hinges along with all the rubble that had been piled there. The gate's destruction in such a manner stunned the invaders, and they paused before rushing toward it. Lox felt a smirk spread on his face. When the invaders were only seconds away from reaching the gate, Lox saw 5 pale, naked figures dash through the gate. He was too far away to see anything, but the invaders sure could, and again they ground to a halt, stunned as the runners dashed past them and dove off the pier. Moments later, undead abominations began pouring through the gate in an unending tide. Man, I wish I could see their faces. Lox danced a little jig.
"Quit dancing around so much," Tyrannus barked from behind Lox. "You are making the screen rock too much."
Though Lox could not see it, he roughly knew what was happening next. The defenders should have mostly all already made it to the cleared regions leading to the Temple District. Behind them, runners were pulling in hordes of undead from the city around to close off the city for the invaders, or make it less inhabitable anyway. Lox eyed the notifications he had suppressed and opened them briefly. Region lost, 12 out of 60. Region lost, 11 out of 60. Region lost, 10 out of 60. The number continued to descend as more and more regions collapsed. He looked back at the galleon and saw the rowboats already loading. It took much less time for them to make their way back when they were not loaded down with players. Well, I guess it is our turn now. Lox broke down the solid spell and began to store his gear in his storage ring. Lox did his best to keep his teeth from chattering as he clung to the side of the galleon in the dark in nothing but his underwear. The swim across the bay had not been hard, and while he was in the water, it was fine. But now that he was out, the slight breeze was freezing. They had stripped down to make the swim easier. Cleopatra and the other melee fighters had no choice in the matter, since their armor would drag them down. Above them, Xerxes moved around quietly and let down another rope, the third and final one. As Tyrannus, followed by Itirius, and then Melissa climbed up, the entire party started moving up as quietly as possible. They could see and hear a few players talking, and the splash of oars on the far side of the galleon as rowboats took the newly spawned players back to the pier. They had circled around the galleon and boarded it on the side furthest away from the pier. Xerxes had slowly used a magical darkness spell to further obscure them in the night as they had swum out. During the day, the effects of the spell were easily seen, but at night it was almost impossible to see the effect. He had continued to channel the spell after he had climbed onto the deck and let the ropes down. Now, even the solitary torch on the aft castle illuminated less than a meter. Using the darkness as cover, everyone began to equip their gear as quickly and quietly as possible. Hidden in the darkness, the group paused when a player walked up onto the aft castle. They were only able to see him due to the torch he carried. "Damn, it is dark," the man muttered, as Lox watched Xerxes slip up behind him, having already re-equipped all his gear. In a sudden movement, Xerxes slipped a garrote made of dark mana around the man's neck and yanked. With strength far beyond that of a person back on Earth, he yanked the handle of the garrote and decapitated the man. Letting the spell vanish, its job done, Xerxes braced the man's body with his own, holding the torch in one hand and the head in the other. The body spurted blood from the severed neck, covering Xerxes as he let it down to the deck before resuming the path the man had been traveling. The whole exchange had taken less than 5 seconds, and Xerxes winked at them as he passed. His face became covered in more shadows, and he moved away toward the other players left to guard the galleon. Finishing strapping on her armor, Cleopatra retrieved the body and head. She quietly lowered both of them over into the water. Fully geared up, Lox created a powerful spell, the glow of his spellcraft hidden behind the rest of the group. Just as the darkness that accompanied Xerxes started to fade, he cast his spell. The spell shot into the water below, slowly. At first, the fog started to rise out of the water slowly, but it grew in speed. Before long, a fog bank had covered the galleon. Lox cast several buffs on the other 7 players, allowing them to see through the fog like his eyes of the gods allowed him to. The spell Lox had created now only suppressed sight, but it also magically suppressed sound. The group split up, each stalking the players aboard. Cleopatra and Tyrannus moved to where Xerxes had seen the players respawning, hoping to find the core there. They knew it was unlikely it was so exposed, but needed to have people there to kill respawning players either way. Lox stalked up on his first target. Coming out of the fog like a wraith, the player barely had time to let out a startled cry as Lox stabbed his wand into her windpipe, puncturing it and releasing a spell. There was the normal brief struggle of wills as her body tried to fight the spell being cast inside it, but she stood no chance. A small fireball detonated inside her neck with a muffled boom that splattered Lox in gore as her head fell off. Similar sights played out all around the deck as the group of players dispatched the players who had remained behind to defend the galleon. Lox glanced over at a flash of light just in time to see a pair of respawning players be run through by Tyrannus and Cleopatra. He knew they were running out of time. The players in the rowboat were surely getting suspicious by the fog and strange flash. He joined the rest of the group around the mast, and the deck cleared of players. "All right, we are on a clock." Lox glanced around the 10 players who formed their combined group. "Everyone knows their jobs. Give me a second to find out where the core is." Lox focused his eyes and looked around the ship for the source or magic for the vessel. Since it was a magical vessel, magic was everywhere, so it took him a moment to find the location of the core. "It is under the aft castle." It was where he had guessed it would be, but the galleon was big enough that they couldn't spare the time if he was wrong. His fog spell would only last so long. The group split, Cleopatra and Zara remaining at the mast to control the respawning players, and so Zara was centrally located. Felix, Golfin, and Melissa moved to the side with the boats awaiting players. Lox, Tyrannus, Itirius, Xerxes, and Fingol moved toward the core. With Xerxes and Itirius leading the way, they entered the cabins under the aft castle. The door led to a short hallway, and Xerxes poked his head into the first room. "It looks like there are a few logged-off players in there. They are just repeating the same action over and over." He whispered to the group. "Do we kill them?" Tyrannus shook his head. "No, it is best we leave them be. They will still defend themselves, and it will slow us down and make a lot of noise." Lox nodded in agreement, and they pushed on. There were 3 other rooms with a handful of logged-off players in them before they came to the captain's quarters. Lox checked his magical vision and saw the core was in the next room. Itirius carefully opened the door, and they passed into the pitch-dark room, lit only by the core on a pedestal in the middle of the room. It was different from the Audacious core. This one looked like a crystal full of interlocked and rotating gears. Tyrannus was just reaching for the core when suddenly the cabin was filled with a bright light. They all instinctively backed up, and Lox raised his wand.
Lox!
He recognized the voice instantly.
I knew you would show up here, and your timing couldn't be better.
Ike stood behind a deck, a spell scroll dissolving in his hand. Around the room, 3 other players stood casting balls of light into the room. A pulse of magic washed out from Ike, and he patted his hands like he was getting rid of some dust, and then smiled.
That should take care of that tricky fog spell. What do you think of my ship? Much bigger than yours. You know you can't claim it while the captain is still alive and on board.
What do you want, Ike? Lox gritted his teeth.
We are taking this ship. We have you outnumbered. Oh, only the same thing as before.
He stepped around the desk, drawing a rapier that sparked with crimson energy.
To make you suffer for all time.
Lox heard a noise behind him and looked back to see the players they had passed coming out of the rooms. Weapons were drawn, and he heard Tyrannus swear.
Give a hand for my dear friend's acting skills. You really think I would allow my ship to be so easily taken? Why?
Lox, holding his wand, pointed down, willing the soul vampiric abilities, vampiric speed, and monstrous strength to activate.
You know, never mind. You were always a sick fuck anyways.
How kind of you to say! Ike gave a little mock bow as he came around the desk. Saul, who had been hovering in the middle of the group, vanished, and Lox, knowing his mind was secured, rushed forward, wand coming up. A lot of things happened all at once then. As Lox rushed forward, speed enhanced, Ike saw him coming and released a blast of energy at Lox. Seeing the incoming attack, Lox barely dodged the attack, rolling to the side. He heard a startled shout from behind him, and then the clash of weapons as the players in the hall rushed forward into Tyrannus. There was the snap and crackle of electricity as Fingol fired lightning into the hall and a thud of an arrow from Xerxes slamming into a barrier of one of the other casters in the cabin. As Lox came up out of the roll he had thrown himself into, he changed directions, firing a blast into the side of Ike as he rushed the mage on the left of the cabin. The mage saw him coming and raised his staff, preparing a spell. Right before the spell completed and fired, Lox reached forward and tugged backward with his hand. The mage stumbled forward as Lox used a soul tug to both pull the man closer and disrupt his spell. An icy blue beam still shot from the mage's staff, but it was unaimed, and Lox avoided it just long enough to finish closing the distance and grab the mage by the neck. He immediately began to drain the man as he twisted around behind him. At first, the players struggled, but the difference in their strength became evident, and the players' struggles slowly ended as the paralytic effect took over. Scanning over the room, Lox saw the carnage scattered throughout the room. Itirius had intercepted Ike, and the two of them were squaring off. At the same time, Xerxes engaged the other caster, and Tyrannus with Fingol held off the players in the hall. Using the man as a shield while he continued to drain him, Lox fired a dark gray beam streaked with electric blue at Ike's back, hoping to cut him down. To Lox's immense surprise, a mouth made of crimson energy opened and swallowed the attack. Then, to his dismay, he saw the mouth reappear on the other side of Ike and open, releasing the beam he had fired right into an unexpecting Itirius. Only lasted a few seconds. Still, it was enough time to rip into Itirius, causing severe damage and stunning him. Ike, seizing the opportunity, ran Itirius through with his rapier. The flesh around the rapier seemed to be infected by some kind of red corruption, and Itirius coughed once and then fell forward dead as Ike withdrew his rapier. Ike then turned to Lox, who was desperately trying to think of what to do. He carefully fired another probing blast at Ike. The mouth appeared and swallowed the blast. A moment later, it reappeared, and Lox's own attack came hurtling back at him. The mage he was draining took the blast to the chest, the pain temporarily breaking him out of the paralytic effect. He struggled weakly for a moment. Lox began to skirt along the wall and fired more blasts at Ike. Each was absorbed and sent back at him.
You know the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result.
Ike crossed the distance, rapier raised to strike. The mage Lox was draining finally died, the combination of the drain and the barrage of blast proving too much for him. Lox began using his wand to form a spell.
So what if I am insane? I would rather be insane than be you. I mean, you could have made yourself look smarter in this world if you had thought to. Instead, you choose to keep the same mentally impaired look. Come on. You.
Ike visibly shook as he ground his teeth in rage.
Yes, me.
Lox created the last aspect of his spell just as Ike made to lunge.
Here, catch!
Lox shoved the dead player at him. Ike slashed with his rapier, cutting the body in half with a crimson blade of energy, the rotting crimson corruption spreading over the wound. As Ike rushed through the split, rotting body, Lox fired his spell. The spell detonated at the end of his wand, and a cloud of fog exploded outwards, consuming Ike. Lox ran as he heard Ike swearing and slashing where he had been.
Tyrannus!
Lox dashed toward the melee in the hall.
You take this bitch! My spells don't work!
Tyrannus looked over his shoulder and saw Lox running at him.
But you can't hold this! You're too squishy! Don't worry about it!
Lox fired a soul blast past Tyrannus, hitting a player in the face as he dashed past Fingol.
Ike's ability to redirect ranged attacks has a 3-second period between absorbing and firing.
Lox had used the blasts he had fired at Ike to measure the time.
His what?
Tyrannus began to back out of the melee. Lox grabbed his shoulder and, using a soul tug to amplify his own amplified strength, jerked him back as he took his position. A wave of kinetic force exploded from his wand and pushed the players back.
You will see.
Lox used the opportunity given by stunning the players to build a multi-aspect blast, something he had never done before.
Just go beat his ass! Lox!
Ike rushed out of the fog cloud Lox had created, murder in his eyes. Lox glanced over his shoulder briefly as he blindly fired the blast down the hall. He saw Tyrannus intercept Ike's charge, bashing him back with his shield. Lox turned his attention back to the players in the hall. One of the two, immediately in front of him, had a fist-sized hole through his shoulder.
Well, that worked well,
Lox muttered, right before they surged toward him. Lox grabbed the wounded man and used him as a shield as he drained him. He was stronger than the mage from before and struggled harder, but the shock of having part of his shoulder blown off weakened his resistance greatly. Not having time to use the more powerful multi-aspect blasts, Lox used the man he was draining as a battery. He fired a steady stream of soul blasts and disorder blasts at the player. In a roar of rage, one of the front players lunged forward and stabbed his sword through Lox's meat shield. He winced in pain as he felt the blade bite into his side. Shoving his dead meat shield further onto the sword, Lox pulled back, feeling the blade tug away as the swordsman fell back under the weight of the other player. Lox felt an icy blast shoot over his head and saw an icicle from Fingol impale a pair of players in the hall. Lox acted like he was more hurt than he was, and one of the players lunged at him. At the last moment, he sidestepped and drove his wand in a gap in the man's armor. Firing a blast of fire into the man, Lox crushed the contest of will and then channeled the blast into a torrent of fire. An explosion of flames ripped out of the man's back. Stepping back, Lox began forming a new spell as the players in the hall were briefly stunned by the brutal death. Lox just had enough time to form and fire a metal spike down the hall, dropping another player as they rushed him as one. He got off a few more blasts before they were upon him, slashing and stabbing. Lox dodged as best he could, but took hit after hit. He felt his body weakening from the repeated attacks. Knowing he would drop dangerously low, Lox prayed Saul was ready and activated rapid healing. He felt his wound closing as he regained 200 overall health. He also felt the hunger surge. Lox surged forward with an unearthly scream, dropping his wand and grabbed the two nearest players and began to drain them. He pulled at their soul energy with all his might. Looking at the other two remaining players behind them, Lox's eyes glowed, as he only saw them as more soul energy he wanted. Not knowing how he did it, Lox tugged, and was satisfied when a stream of etheric energy came flowing out of the player on the right. The player gasped and fell to a knee before struggling back to his feet and taking aim with his bow. A wave of lightning struck the two players at the rear, knocking them back. The one Lox was draining was unable to resist the paralytic effect along with the magical attack and collapsed to the ground. A second bolt of lightning finished off the other one before he could recover. As Lox watched this happen, he felt the two players he had grabbed initially struggle against his hold on their necks. He felt a sharp pain in his back as one stabbed him with a dagger, but it was dulled by the effects of reaping. Knowing he had the energy, he used rapid healing again, fixing the damage as soon as the dagger was withdrawn. Lox did notice he never had the urge to bite down to drink their blood, and sent a mental thanks to Saul. The female player quit struggling, and before the male player could stab him again, Lox slammed his head into his face, stunning him. Thingol moved in and finished all three of the players with blasts of icy magic to their heads. As Lox felt the last one die, the haze faded, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood and struggled back to his feet. He didn't remember falling. "Dude, you are scary," Thingol offered him a hand. They heard the clash of weapons from the cabin and realized they had slowly pushed into the hall during the fight, losing sight of the fight. "Let's go help. I got Tyrannus if you can help Zerk." Thingol grunted in agreement, and they both rushed back to the cabin to see the other caster pinned to the wall by arrows. Tyrannus, with several black arrows sticking out of his shield, was backing Ike into a corner. Suddenly stepping out of the shadows behind Ike, Xerxes appeared. "Redirect this," he hissed, as he plunged a black dagger upwards into Ike's back. Letting go, Xerxes vanished back into the shadows as Ike spun and swiped where he had been, leaving behind a crimson arc. The dagger in his back had a black stain spreading outwards from it. With his back turned to Tyrannus, Ike stood no chance of blocking the downward swipe that practically cut him in half. Chapter 27. Tyrannus. "Ship secured. Hit them hard." Sarah. "Will do. GL." As Ike fell to the deck, dead, everyone looked around the cabin, which was fading back to darkness as the flashing spells and buff disappeared. What was that guy's deal? Those are some OP abilities for someone of his level. Tyrannus kicked the fallen player. Long story. Summary, he put me in here. Lox cast a light spell that created a floating orb of light. No idea where he got those abilities from, though. Tyrannus walked toward the pedestal with the ship core. You will have to tell me more about it later. He placed his hand on the core. A wave of magical energy washed over the ship. Lox watched him and turned. His soul vampire abilities had all ended by now, so he strained under the weight when he stooped to pick up Iterius's body. Xerxes came over and helped him. Thingol,
He will be a bit. There is a lot of info for him to go through.
Nope.
Tyrannus took Itirius from them.
I just kicked everyone off the spawn. All we needed for now.
Lox shrugged and followed Tyrannus back out to the main deck, where Cleopatra and Zara stood around a relatively large pile of unarmored players, both breathing hard.
There must have been one hell of a fight a few hours ago. They have been respawning in droves, Cleopatra panted. Felix even had to come over and help at one point.
Well, they should be done now. Lox helped Tyrannus lay Itirius down.
We got to the core, Zara. You got a resurrection in you? Just give me a second.
Zara staggered over toward Itirius, clearly suffering from mana fatigue.
Guys!
Felix's voice called from the forecastle.
We got a problem!
Leaving Zara with Itirius, they all headed for the forecastle, where they heard Felix. Coming up next to him on the rail, they saw the issue. Instead of trying to take the ship themselves, the rowboats had gone back, and 10 of them were returning packed with players. They were not nearly as organized as they had been the first time when they landed. All types of players crowded into the vessels. They were just getting in range, and spells were starting to form. Lox looked at Tyrannus.
I know you wanted to keep this ship, but I think we need to sink her.
Fire aspects were already forming on Lox's wand. Tyrannus nodded slowly and opened his mouth to give the order.
Wait!
Lox looked to see Melissa pointing at a fog bank that had rolled in over the course of the fight. A brief glow was all Lox saw before a torrent of magic fired out of the fog. Beams of fire and light, bolts of lightning, fireballs, and other magic missiles shot out and raked across the fleet of packed rowboats. Caught completely by surprise, the few barriers that appeared were flattened. In an open barrage, 3 of the rowboats began to sink, and 3 others were on fire. Out of the fog, the Audacious appeared, with casters arranged in banks on the forecastle. A meager answering volley broke on the Audacious's permanent barrier as the next wave of magic, and now also arrows, were fired. Lox, Felix, Melissa, and Golfin also added their attacks. The remaining players in the rowboats managed to raise a few more barriers this time, but not near enough to stop everything. After all, casters among normal players were uncommon at these levels. The second barrage of magic sank another 2 vessels and set more ablaze. After that, the brief fight became even more one-sided as the rowboats tried to flee. One after another, the vessels were targeted and sunk. Then Lox and Zara, who had joined them, cast orbs of light over the site of the battle. They could see several less heavily armed players trying to stay afloat. The next few barrages obliterated them as well. It took the Audacious a few minutes to maneuver itself into position and drop anchor near the galleon. Lox's ship was dwarfed by the galleon. He saw Vannessa down on the aft castle and waved.
See? I told you I would find a way to help,
she called up as ropes were tossed down by Xerxes and Itirius.
That was well done.
Lox gave Vannessa a hug when she scrambled aboard.
It was mostly Ambrose.
Vannessa smiled up at Lox. He pointed out that with the element of surprise and the permanent barrier, our casters would not need to build a barrier like normal. So, our total attack power was a lot higher than usual. He seems to have a knack for stuff like that as he is waking up. So, how did it go on here? Well, we won. Lox sighed and hugged her more tightly. But Ike was the captain. We fought him. Stupid bastard. Vannessa broke away a little and looked Lox in the eye. You okay? Yeah. Lox pulled away as he saw Tyrannus approaching. Ike might be something I would like to forget, but He sighed and shrugged. I don't know. I just don't care at some level.
From the story you told, I hadn't realized just what this guy was like.
Tyrannus patted Lox reassuringly.
Most of us are here from things that were unintentionally caused, except for the soldiers, but that is different. For people like you who have tormentors that even followed them here, we have a kill list for those players. He paused. Ike is going on it when I can put him there.
Can't say I mind. Lox shook, flicking his tail in anger. The best thing would be if we could get that prick to just quit the game.
That is the goal.
Tyrannus smiled coldly and looked out toward the city.
We have managed to get several people to quit, or at least change characters and leave our members alone.
How's the fight going in the city? Lox pulled away from Vannessa.
From what the people there say, it is winding down rather quickly.
Tyrannus looked out at the city again.
The undead really messed them up. There was little they could do against them at first, until the stronger undead wandered back to their regions. By that time, they had lost a huge amount of equipment, and their initial momentum was broken. Once they pushed through the regions of the undead, they ran into the prepared defenses of our people. They ran a retreating defense that harried the players through the city, even periodically bringing in new waves of undead. They had just gotten to the region nearest the temple district when we hit the ship. As the news traveled through the players, they started to panic and fall back.
Vannessa produced a spyglass and looked toward the pier. I think I can see some people clustering on the pier. They yours or the remaining invaders?
Probably our guests.
Tyrannus held out a hand, and Vannessa passed him the spyglass. Lox used his eyes of the gods to get a better look. Whoever the group was, they looked tired and beaten. They were standing near where they had landed, looking down into the open water forlornly. Maybe we should sail over there and help them out of the city. Vannessa had a vicious smile.
You know, Lox, I like her.
Tyrannus matched her smile. Leaving Fingal and Iterius to hold the galleon, the rest of the combined group moved over to the Audacious, and they headed for the pier. It was clear the players were uncertain about the vessel approaching them. When they entered range, they didn't open fire, though. This seemed to relax the players some. Lox and Felix stood at the bow with the casters arranged in banks behind them.
"Let us aboard! We need to get out of this city so we don't lose our shit," one of the players called out.
"Oh, don't worry."
Lox pointed his wand, his tone honey-sweet.
"We are here to get you out of here as quickly as possible."
He fired a bolt of fire into the group of unsuspecting players. Moments later, his single attack was joined by a torrent of magical destruction and arrows that shredded the clustered players before any of them could even think to run. They sailed the Audacious further along the pier before climbing up. It was more or less empty, with a few wandering undead around. They took the time to clear the few undead and retook the barricade and brutally murdered the undead captain who had just respawned. Leaning on a parapet, Lox saw the sun just peeking over the rim of the island and sighed. He hadn't realized how much time had passed. Despite being up all night, Lox did not feel as tired as he thought he should. Instead, he was excited. The immortals were safe, the city secured from other players, and they had all the time in the world to grow as strong as they could before they left this level-grinding heaven. It had been a good day. Chapter 28. Kalen. Just added Ike Mendoza to the kill list. Make his life hell if you see him. Iterius. Isn't that the guy who paralyzed Lox back on Earth? Tyrannus.
It is, and he followed Lox here to keep tormenting him.
Jesse. We will have lots of fun when we find his respawn location. Ike respawned in a flash of light.
I told them this would happen!
He slashed the air with his soul-bound rapier. The 4 hours waiting to respawn had done nothing to cool his anger. Around him were the people he had convinced to stay behind on the ship with him in an attempt to get Lox.
What happened?
A male NPC warlock with eyes bleeding crimson corrupted light and wearing robes of the same color asked.
I gave you the power you asked for, yet you still failed to complete the one task I set for you.
Ike felt his skin crawl at the voice. Then, in a flash, another person appeared, and he snarled, "This buffoon and his idiotic plan ruined everything! If he had not been so arrogant and listened to me, we would have still been there." Ike lunged at the newly respawned guild leader and began slashing at his unarmored body with his rapier, leaving scores of shallow, corrupted cuts. "Ike!" The man tried to defend himself, but unlike Ike, he had no soul-bound gear. "Stop!" At the command of the guild leader, Ike felt the contract he had signed take effect, and his body seized. He ground his teeth in rage as the man got his feet again. "You may have been blessed more than you deserved, but you are still in my guild." He punched Ike in the stomach hard enough to make him cough up blood. "You had best remember that. You lost my ship because you would not listen." Ike sheathed his rapier as he turned away and headed deeper into the cave. "If you will remember, you only had the ship thanks to the help of the guild," the guild leader called after him. Still, Ike just ignored him as the rest of his group followed him deeper into the cave system. As he traveled deeper into the caves, he came to a junction he didn't remember being there. "This way," a voice whispered in his mind. Shrugging, Ike, followed by his team, turned down the new tunnel. After they had only gone a short way, the tunnel closed behind them, cutting off all light. As their eyes adjusted, Ike saw a familiar glow of light deeper down the tunnel. Following the light, they eventually came into a room with a pedestal in the shape of a clawed hand reaching out of the group. Between the fingers floated a cloud of purplish-crimson light. In the middle of the cloud, Ike could just barely see a rift through which the cloud flowed. "Hello?" Ike looked around the room, lit by the corrupted light. Nothing answered at first, and his skin began to burn in the presence of the poisonous light. "Yes, you will do fine." The cloud pulsed with every word. "First, let me change you, so you are closer to perfection." Ike cried out and collapsed to his knees as a blinding pain covered his body. He heard his team members let out startled shouts and shuffle back. The pain flared higher, and Ike let out a groan as his world collapsed into blackness. Ike did not know how much time had passed when he regained consciousness. He found himself lying on the floor in the room he had found. A blinking notification sat in the middle of his vision. Race changed from human to half-human, half-demon. Damn. He got to his feet and looked at his hands. At first, he saw little difference, but then he saw faint lines of the corrupted energy sparking under his skin on closer inspection. "You are awake," the voice pulsed. "It is good your mind did not shatter, else I would have wasted much power on a mad servant then." "I am no servant!" Ike felt a flush of anger he was not used to. "But you are also no master." The cloud stilled. "You must learn to control your new self before you can be of use to me." Ike began to move toward the cloud in anger. He was no one's tool. "And of use you will be." Ike's body froze, and no matter how hard he tried, there was nothing he could do. "Don't worry, young one. You will enjoy working for me, and perhaps one day you will be a true demon and be free of my control." Ike ground his teeth, but knelt when he felt control return to his body. "What would you have of me?" "For now." The voice sounded tired as it whispered to him. "You must grow stronger. Your mere presence accomplishes much. Now I grow tired of this. leave this place and do my will."
As Ike left, a true demon lord watched him through the cloud as he sat on the throne made of skulls, looking out on the sun as it trekked downwards to the other side of the world. The demon's eyes allowed him to see more than any other mortal. The demon liked this universe and this world. It was different from any other place he had ever seen. Watching the sun travel downward below him through the tunnel lined by molten stone at the center of this world, he smiled. Given time, all this universe would be his. But that was a plan that would take a long time to come to fruition. This new little human was just a small step in the direction he needed. This concludes Kingdom of Sails by Levi Werner, narrated by Gary Tiedemann. Copyright 2021 by Levi Werner. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Athon Books, LLC, and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.